Bangalore traffic, and please bear with us. Somebody will come maybe at 10 o'clock, Professor Iyengar, and Ashutosh is coming soon.
It's on the way. He said 2 minutes.
So, good morning.
Okay.
Before starting our dialogue, we have a little bit formalities. Not formalities like to introduce people, and then this dialogue is happened because of our sponsor, and he's sitting left on my left side, Dr. Sridhar, and without his help, the 3 dialogues should not even happen in NIAS. Then my collaborator, and he is extremely enthusiastic and dynamic, he is Dr. V.V. Binoy. He is a biologist working with animal cognition. And then on my side, Professor Behra, he is IIT Director, IIT Mandi, and he has a lot of familiarity with both Indian wisdom and modern science. He was in IIT Kanpur before. And then Professor Gangadhar Kaur, he was head of the department in philosophy department, Jadavpur University, and he is very well known in Nyaya Vaisheshika philosophy. If I am wrong, he can correct me. Okay. And he might prefer to speak in Sanskrit, but we have some people, our Swamiji is there, he can translate it into English. So, whichever language you prefer, you can speak. Then we have a doctor, neurologist, Dr. Praveen Thomas. He is from Institute of Neuroscience, Majumdar Shah Institute, and he is very much interested in this kind of academic pursuit. And he is already in some of the editorial board of the journals like Neuroquantology. Okay, and then Dr. Ramanujam, he is from SIDAC. He is very well-known figure in the country and also, of course, in Bangalore. And he has both knowledge in Indic wisdom as well as modern science, the computer science. And then we have Swami Narasimhanandaji. He is from Ramakrishna Mission, Kalikot. He is also adjunct here in NIAS, and he is working with us with 4 or 5 people on how to approach or make a platform for making a kind of Indic wisdom and modern science. He is very much enthusiastic. Even he spends his own money, come to Bangalore and talk to us days after days. It's amazing. Now we have Professor Jyotsna Agarwal. She is from Nimhans. She is a clinical psychologist, and she is very much interested in Indian psychology and measurability issue, which is the main theme of this today's conference. And then we have Dr. Mrityunjay, a young physicist, quantum physicist. He is trained in Cavendish lab in Cambridge, and then he went to Harvard, but he has a deep interest, and he has recently written a book called Shiva to Schrödinger. So, and then we have Dr. Can you introduce yourself?
Vasudev Mishra.
Vasudev Mishra from Bhubaneswar. He is a Vedic scholar, as well as he is acquainted with modern science. And then we have Professor Kannan, and he is very well known in Nya's paradigm, because he used to come to us, and he has knowledge both in science and Indic wisdom. And then we have other distinguished guests. So we had another distinguished speaker. He is Professor P.K. Mukhopadhyay. He was for a long time in philosophy department, Jadavpur University, but and he started this kind of dialogue long before. Then I was mere student, and due to his inspirations, I started, you can say, a little bit to introduce this kind of dialogue, but he raised very, very interesting issues. So maybe he told that he may not be able to join in the morning. Afterwards he will join because of some of his other works, and he sent me some of his write-up. Let me read out what he has written. Number one, an important aspect of the current series of dialogues is that in Indian science, India's scientific achievements and contributions to different areas of science is intended to be discussed. Number 1A, that these two sciences, modern European science and ancient Indian science, emerged in different periods of history and in different socio-cultural backgrounds, as well known. But many still are ardent supporters of the thesis of cultural neutrality of science and philosophy. So much so, they are against the use of adjectives like Indian or Western to qualify science or philosophy. Number 1B, and he told me to share these documents to every resource person here. We will share it later on. Number 1B, B, that it may, I wish to draw the attention of participants first to the general point that there are and can be different ways of conceiving and doing science anywhere in Europe or in India. Modern European science is conceived as a study of external, material and observable universe using methods which primarily include observations, experiments, predictions, verification on the one hand, and on the other hand, measurement and quantification, which in their turn determines the language of science, is primarily mathematical language. Number 1C, this much is fairly acceptable view of modern European science, which has achieved tremendous accuracy in its statements and predictions on the one hand and enormous growth on the other. Then the abstractionist, reductionist way of doing science has become so integral to the science that on every occasion of possible change of the stance, modern science remained glued to its earlier procedures. In the beginning, modern science consciously kept itself away from the question of the origin, such as the origin of motion, from the consciousness and qualitative aspect of the universe. Let me little bit elaborate. I told it before also in other dialogue that during Aristotle, the physics was there, and the motion, concept of motion was also there, but the issue was what is the origin of motion. So that time, I mean, because of the impact, motion originated, but how the first impact came. So the physics stuck for several centuries. As soon as Newton came, he started with two assumptions. One, that the entities which are rest, that will be in rest. Entities which are in motion, it will be in motion unless there is a force applied to it. So this is the first time he segregated philosophy from physics. So in physics, the origin of motion is not a relevant question. And Newtonian mechanics started, and so the modern science. When towards the end of the first half of the 20th century, it looked like science has developed and matured enough to study consciousness, existing science instead reduced consciousness into an unconscious process, a mechanical function of brain matter, repetition of the same reductionist procedure, and the same goal of preserving or achievement accuracy of measuring, predicting and quantifying. What is rarely asked or discussed is at what cost modern science had achieved this accuracy. Those who in the West in recent time had asked this question and found that the cost is too high, they have proposed to doing different science or doing science differently. One example is the famous co-author of Barton Russell, famous book Principia Mathematica, Alfred North Whitehead. The cost which standard style of doing modern Western science involved is abstraction. First, modern science confined itself to the study of only natural and material world or phenomena, the observable world of science. Then it abstracted from the natural phenomena their quantitative aspects or features, only ignoring the qualitative features. Whitehead is not in favor of such abstraction. In the process he developed or half developed what is a sort of known as process science, process philosophy as distinct from scientific philosophy. I bring this to the notice of the participants of the dialogue because I understand that it is not so easy for natural to fit ancient Indian science to the ways and procedures of modern Western science. So far as I know and understand, there is no clear evidence that Indian scientists of the past abstracted only the quantitative aspect or features of material phenomena or the universe, ignoring its qualitative aspects of features. But for all that Indian science is anything mythical or mystical, its non-reductionist approach and style shows it is realistic in nature. A science need not be necessarily positivist, it can be relativist also. There is no general and well-developed theory of emergent qualities of phenomena among the Indian scientists. There is no denial of the truth or the history that causality operates over different orders of facts and things. But in spite of all this, Indian science and scientists achieve remarkable accuracy in such matters as speed of light rays, revolution of the heavenly bodies, etc. There are many easily available works by scientists and others in this area. What does this show? How could they do it? Incidentally, I would like to mention only two other contrasts. In modern Western cultures, there is very sharp division between science and scientists, like custodian of knowledge, that is science, on the one hand, and those who make use of this knowledge, there is more than one group of them. But in ancient Indian, knowledge was mainly, if not only, with the user of it. One example is the measurement of flat two-dimensional things is easy. But when an otherwise uneducated carpenter tells his client exactly what volume, not how long or wide, wood will be required for making a certain household article of use in question, it is almost a marvel. I would like to think this might be reason of why so less books in this field of knowledge and how many of them has been lost. There is another danger also. It seems we have permanently forgotten the art of making wood steel. This is just a well-known example. Finally, it will be great if some direction emerges from this dialogue as to which, if any area of the ancient Indian science is more likely to make academically meaningful contribution towards the further enrichment of its modern Western counterpart of it, and conversely, which area of Indian science is more likely to further develop by absorbing what is made available by corresponding branch of modern science. Professor P.K. Mukhopadhyay, he has written yesterday. But we have some message for all of us that we need to build up a platform. Platform for what? Not only for the scientists to get insights from Indic wisdom, but whether we can choose some of the issues which can help to enrich the Indian philosophy itself. And that's very, very difficult issue. We don't know which type of topic we should ask, and the problem with the language itself. I mean, we scientists think that what we are saying people should understand, but no. There are many types of people, they are working to understand different aspects of nature, but they speak in a different language. So we need to build up a lexicon also. One of the issues which we may not get time to discuss regarding the development of quantum theory in 20th century. Because before the development of quantum theory, I mean within Newtonian paradigm, the issue of the observer and the object to be observed and the process of observation was not clearly brought in the forefront. Only after the discovery of quantum theory, this kind of issue comes out. And here lies the role of the observer. But these kind of issues, I think, maybe in some of our dialogues, we should discuss so that even from, there is deep similarity with the Indian perspective also. Because there are many books like Drisya Viveka or other where they discussed about role of observer, object to be observed, and the process of observation. So maybe those kind of issues may help to build up a platform where we can think of also evolution of Indian philosophy. Now, let me ask my colleague, Dr. Binoy, who is so enthusiastic, to tell something about that, and then we'll go for our group photo and come back for starting of the dialogue.
Thank you, Sisir sir, for giving me the opportunity, and thank you all for coming and
you take this microphone.
And your interest for sharing your knowledge. So, like Sisir sir said, we have already completed 3 dialogues, and we were initially, when we were planning this dialogue, we were thinking how we should start. So first 3 dialogues we kept it as open, where different perspectives comes. Now slowly and slowly, from the peripheral systems, we are starting to dig deep into. So this time we chose measurability and quantification, which is a big issue in both science, philosophy, as well as in consciousness research. So we hope to continue this dialogues so that both sides, like those who come from hardcore Western science and the ЩАСTRAJñas on the other side, feel comfortable to sit on one side of on a table and exchange the information. So like we say, when initially there may be some heat when the collision happens, after that we are expecting some steady state which may produce something which is tangible and beneficial for the humanity. So that's all. Thank you.
I'd like
Thank you.
to have something interesting. Namaste. Yeah, there is nothing as Indian philosophy. We have darshan, and darshan is not philosophy. This must be understood very clearly. Second thing, the Panchasikhacharya says ekameva darshanam khyatireva darshanam. So that means there is only one darshan, that is khyati, how things are known about everything. That means the totality of all knowledge is called darshan, and it is one. And so then darshan has been divided into three categories. As the Gita says, khyara sarvani bhutani. So all the material world is called khyara because it is always perishable. Akutastho kharam uchyate. So the internal energy which energizes everything is called akshara. And then he says, Abhaya Purusha, the third one, Jaha Lokatrayam Avisya Vibharti Abhaya Ishvara. That which pervades everything in the whole universe, it is called Abhaya and it is Ishvara. It is also called, it is Paratpara.
Okay, we'll discuss later on.
No, just 1 minute, sir.
Yeah.
Is this now you started with Newton's law?
Yeah.
And for your information, Newton stole his laws from Prasastapada Bhashyam, or it is also called Padartha Dharma Sangraha. In Padartha Dharma Sangraha, inertia is called Sanskara. Sanskara has two parts.
No, we will discuss in the main session. So we have also curiosity. Then
then I'll say one sentence
no,
only.
this will
Only
discuss.
one sentence.
Okay.
You tell me any branch of modern science, any theory, I will show you from the Vedas.
No,
That-
okay. This is very nice. We'll discuss in the mainstream, and we scientists also have the curiosity why there are 6 Saradarshana. Why to understand the same reality.
I can clarify.
No, that we'll discuss later on. The same reality, there are different schools of thought. That for us, for hardcore scientists, it is also we have similar issue, and we'll discuss later on. Now let us go for taking group photo, take tea, come back, and start with the the main dialogue. Okay.
Very nice.
Okay, let's go. Quantum physics and cognitive and neuroscience. I have written a book. I have published a book on decision making and modeling in cognitive science. Singer has published.
Is it?
Yeah, I will show you.
Sure.
So, okay, please go. So let's go for. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hello. আচ্ছা অডিও শোনা যাচ্ছে না ওখানে যারা অনলাইনে আছে কেউ বলছে অডিও some people are saying that audio is not audible. Yeah, you have to on the audio. Binoy. So, good morning again, and we'll start with the theme of the dialogue. Binoy told that theme of this present dialogue, because we have done already 3 dialogues, in NIAS 2 dialogues, and the first dialogue happened in SGBP Ahmedabad. That Swamiji of SGBP, the history is like Ahmedabad, but it's like 1,000 audience, and it was not the way what we thought. It's like presentations. So we had experiences of arranging many presentations, but then we thought, no, it's not the way to make a platform. So there we met Swamiji of SGBP, and he told, okay, Shishir, I will give you money, freedom, and everything. You come to my ashram, and they have big international schools, and etc. So we did the first dialogue there. And then, because of this gentleman, we got some money, and we have arranged already 2 dialogues. This should be the 3rd one in NIAS, but totally 4th dialogue. And we had a plan. We are recording it, video and audio recording, and making transcripts with the software, and then we are editing with AI. This is a very tedious job, and Springer, they have shown much interest to publish this kind of dialogue. So after editing of the dialogues which are happening, we like to publish in Springer. So one of the main themes of today's dialogue is measurability and quantification. Binoy rightly said that measurability and quantification is one of the prime importance in modern science. But we have selected some of the issues where we have both traditional scholars, scientists, as well as what we call, within quote, bridge person. They understand both the sides, and that is needed for any kind of dialogue. Unless we have these kind of people, it's very difficult to have communication. So the first session is devoted to matter and energy, and the first issue is paramanus and atom. The question is, what are the instruments or methodologies used to learn the paramanu and measure its size and mass in Indian knowledge traditions? How could we relate such concepts with the atom in modern physics? So let me start with the dialogue, inviting Professor Gangadhar Kaur. He is a Nyaya Vaisheshika. Let him say whether they have a methodology to find the size and also even the mass of atom, and whether the second question, whether they are visible in the naked eye, because in science, when you say measurability, not only do we use 5 sensory organs, we use instruments too, like microscope, telescopes, etc., etc. We do not know
परमसम्माननीयाः विविधप्रदेशेभ्यः समागताः सज्जनाः पंडिताः सत्तानुसन्धानतत्परा विज्ञानं आकर्षयितुं कर्तव्यरताः विज्ञानिनः गवेषकश्छात्राः। अहं नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एडवांस स्टडीज इति संस्थायाः कर्णधारं प्रति ज्ञापयामि, कृतज्ञतां संचालकं प्रति अध्यापक शिशिर राय महाभागं प्रति ज्ञापयामि कृतज्ञतां सर्वेषां कृते। अहं न्यायवैशेषिकशास्त्रमवलम्ब्य यत्किञ्चित् वक्तुमिच्छामि। परिदृश्यमानं जगत् परमाणुना निर्मितम्। अस्माकं दर्शनीयं यदस्ति तत् सर्वं चतुष्टय परमाणुतः उत्पन्नो भवति। पार्थिव परमाणु, जलीय परमाणु, वायवीय परमाणु। सर्षप परमाणु वयव संख्यातः मेरु पर्वत वयव संख्यायाः आधिक्यात् उभय परिमाण साम्यं भवति, परन्तु न तो परिमाण साम्यं परन्तु वैषम्यं दृश्यते। यतः मेरु महान् सर्षपस्तु क्षुद्र, अतः अवश्यमेव स्वीकरणीयं यत् अवयवधारायाः विश्रान्ति कुत्रचिदेव अस्ति, यत्र अस्ति स अस्माकं परमाणु। परमाणु एव अविभाज्य नित्य क्षुद्रातिक्षुद्र अंतिम अर्थात अंतिमावयव न तो अवयवी, यतः परमाणुतः नास्ति किंचित् क्षुद्रं। ततः आकांक्षा जायते परमाणु पुंजादेव स्थूल द्रव्याणां उत्पत्तिरस्तु, परन्तु तन्न समीचीनं। यतः न्यायवैशेषिकानां मते परमाणुद्वय संयोगात् अर्थात धाता यथापूर्वमकल्पयत् इति श्रुतिम् अवलम्ब्य अदृष्टद्वारा ईश्वरस्य इच्छातः परमाणु निष्क्रिय परमाणु स्पंदनं जायते। स्पंदनात् परमाणुद्वय संयोगेन प्रथमोत्पन्नं कार्यं दनुकम् एव भवति। दनुकं तु आद्यावयवी। अत्र आकांक्षा जायते परमाणुत्रयात् कथं न दनुकोत्पत्ति। अत्र उत्तरं तु कार्य परमाणुद्वय संयोगादेव कार्यस्य प्राथमिकोत्पत्तिर्भवति। अतः परमाणुत्रयतः चत्वार परमाणुतः उत्पत्तिर्नैव समीचीना। यतः कार्योत्पत्तौ परमाणुद्वय संयोग एव सम्यक्, अतिरिक्ते नास्ति प्रमाणम्। ततः आकांक्षा जायते दनुकत एव महद्रव्यस्य उत्पत्तिर्भवतु, दनुकत एव, परन्तु मध्ये त्रणुक चतुरनुक पंचानुकानां उत्पत्ति कथं स्वीकरणीया इति आकांक्षा जायते। इदमत्र अवगन्तव्यं यत् त्रणुकम् अस्माकं दृष्टिपथं पतति, अर्थात जाल सूर्य मरीचिस्थं यत् सूक्ष्मतमं रजः दृश्यते तत्तु त्रणुकं। त्रणुकस्य अस्तित्वे प्रमाणमस्ति। न्यायमते प्रमाणचतुष्टयमस्ति इति सर्वेषां सुविदितं। pratyaksham, anumanam, upamanam, shabdam cha. Tatra jala surja morichisthang sukshmatamang raja savayava chakshu sattvat iti anumana balena tronukasya savayavattang siddhang bhavati. Tronukasya avayava-rupena jat dravyang siddhang bhavati tat tu danukam. Ittatra akanksha jayate danukasya ostitve king pramanam tatrapi anumanam eva pramanam asti. Tattu tronuka vayavang savayavang mahat dravyarambhakatvat. Atah donukatrayatah eva tronukasya utpatti. Atra akanksha jayate donukadayat kathang na tronukasya utpattir bhavati. Kathang na bhavati. Donukadayat tronukasya utpatti. Atra idamatra avagantavyang jat tronuke mahat parimanam asti. Jatasya drishtipathang patati. Mahat parimanam prati karyadravyasya mahat parimanam karanam apitu karyadravyasya bahutta sankha karanam. Tasmat donukasya parimanam anuttameva. Tasmat donuke mahattang nasti evam donukadayadapi tronukasya utpattir na bhavati jatah donukaddaye bahutta sankha nasti kevalam ditta sankha asti.
Professor Kaur, let me ask Swami Narasimhanandaji translate, because all people may not be acquainted with Sanskrit.
Can you not speak in Hindi?
No. It's better to speak Sanskrit and then.
हिंदी में भी बोल सकता हूँ.
Okay.
So what Professor Gangadhar Karji, after greeting everyone and expressing his gratefulness to Nia for having arranged this meeting, after that he said that whatever he will speak will be based on the darshanas Nyaya and Vaisheshika, the Indian philosophical systems called Nyaya and Vaisheshika Darshana. According to these two darshanas, the visible universe is composed, or the entire universe is composed of paramanus. And 4 elements, Prithvi, Apa, Teja, Vayu, they have paramanus. So there is a paramanu for all of these elements. And then the question comes, what if we do not accept paramanu to be the building block of this universe? Then the answer is, there are differences we see in creation. A small object, and then there is this huge mountain, Mahameru. So if you don't accept the coming together of building blocks, these differences in sizes cannot be understood. So it is necessary to have a building block, and that, according to Nyaya Vaisheshika Darshanas, is paramanu. This paramanu is indivisible. And by itself, somebody will say that it is only a collection of paramanus which lead to the creation. That cannot be accepted, because paramanus themselves don't have any action in themselves. So according to the Vedas, quoting the scriptures, relying on the scriptures, we find that there is a adrishta, that means there is kind of a divine will, because of which paramanus come together and they combine into higher scales like dvanukas, tranukas or trasaranukas, etc. So why is the necessity of talking about dvanukas when we know that they are not at the scale of visibility? The necessity is because that is the first stage of combination. First stage of combination, that's why we have to acknowledge that first stage, and that is 2 paramanus come together and form a dvanuka. Now then again there will be a question that if that is the case, let us keep it at that. Let us say that there are dvanukas and this is all because of combination of Dhanukas. Now that cannot also be done because there is the problem of visibility. The first visible scale is Trasarunuka or Tranuka. Before that, nothing is visible. So that is why we have to bring another scale of Tranuka. And what is Tranuka, which we call colloidal level? That is the scale where we see dust particles in a sunbeam. That is the first scale. Nyaya and Vaisheshika philosophies or darshanas, they accept 4 means of knowledge: Pratyaksha, Anumana, Upamana and Shabda. So this Tranuka, we accept that as a combination based on Anumana. And Dhanuka also is accepted based on Anumana, that is inference. Now the question is, why should 3 Dhanukas combine to become a Tranuka? Why not only 2? So again the question comes that whenever we talk about visibility, for something to become visible, it is necessary that the building blocks be many in number. If the scale is low, of course visibility will not be there. So we see that Dhanuka themselves are not sufficient. There is not much quantity there. And so we say that there are 3 Dhanukas coming together when we can see visibility. This is what till now Karji has spoken.
Okay, next one. In science, we have the concept of scale of length, scale of time, and the scale like microscopic to macroscopic, megascope. So whether you have also that concept of scale, and as you said that the visible is Tranuka, which is 10 to the minus 6 centimeter, called the colloidal particle, which is much lower than what we call atom, 10 to the minus 13 centimeter, even much below the nanoscale. So one more issue is that whether you can or rishis, they conceive of kind of instrumentation to have the existence of paramanu, as we say that, or elementary particles like electrons, protons, photons, etc. Those are not also visible through naked eye. But we have some instrumentations by which we can have show the existence of, like say case of electron. Electron you cannot see through naked eye, or proton you cannot see. But there are some instruments like bubble chamber or cloud chamber, from where you can track the trajectory of these particles, from where you can say, okay, this is electron, because the entity, the entities, the electron has kind of attributes like charge, mass, etc. So exactly from the track of this electron, we can say this is electron, this is proton. So whether in Nyaya Vaisheshika, the inference in the sense of some experiments are there, and then you can say this is paramanu or this is Dhanuka, whether you have this kind of concept.
परमाणु अस्तित्वे धनुक अस्तित्वे अनुमानमेव प्रमाणम सत्यम तथापि वराहमिहिरकृत बृहत् संहिता नामक ग्रंथे तेनैव उक्तम परमाणु रजो बालाग्र लिक्ष युकं यवंगुल्लं चेति अष्टगुणानि यथोत्तरं अंगुलमेकं भवति संख्या। अस्माकं अर्थात न्यायवैशेषिक सम्मतं परमाणु तस्य वाचक शब्द न एटम एटम तु विभाज्य परंतु न्यायवैशेषिकानां परमाणु अविभाज्य इत्यत्र महदन्तरं विद्यते परंतु वराहमिहिरस्य बृहत्संहितात तेनैव उक्तम् अष्टपरमाणुतः एक रजः उत्पद्यते अष्टपरमाणुतः एक रजः उत्पद्यते अर्थात रजस्तु कार्यम अष्ट संख्यक रजत एक बालाग्र परिमाणम बालाग्र अर्थात केशाग्र अष्ट बालाग्रत एक लिक्षा परिमाणम उत्पद्यते अष्ट लिक्षा परिमाणत एक जुका परिमाणम उत्पद्यते अष्ट जुकात एक जब परिमाणम उत्पद्यते अष्ट संख्यक जबत एक अंगुली प्रस्थ उत्पद्यते एवं चतुर्विंशति अंगुलित एक हस्त परिमाणम उत्पद्यते वराहमिहिरेण एवं प्रकारेण उक्तम तस्य बृहत् संहिता शास्त्रे परंतु मतमिदं न न्यायवैशेषिक सम्मतम न्यायवैशेषिक मते केवलं साक्षात् परमाणुद्वयतः केवलं दोनुकस्य उत्पत्तिर्भवति न तु त्रोणुकस्य किमपि न परंतु वराहमिहिरेण उक्तम् अष्ट परमाणुतः एक रजः उत्पद्यते अष्ट परमाणुतः दोनुकं विना किमपि स्थूलद्रव्यं परमाणु समूहतः अर्थात परमाणु संघाततः न उत्पद्यते यत स्थूलद्रव्यस्य विनाशे किंचिदपि द्रष्टुं न शक्यते सर्वं विश्लिष्टं जातम्.
One more thing, like when you are saying that paramanu have they a kind of extension or have they size, because how they aggregate to form a bigger and bigger objects.
मतमिदं वराहमिहिरस्य न तु न्यायवैशेषिकसम्मतम्. वराहमिहिरस्य बृहत्संहिताग्रन्थे तेन एवम् उक्तम् एतन् मतं तु न्यायवैशेषिकसम्मतम्.
Okay.
परमाणोः निरवय तर्हि तस्य संयोगः कथं वर्तते?
सत्यं सत्यं समीचीनम्.
If the paramanus don't have parts, how is it possible for them to combine?
वसुबन्धु विज्ञप्तिमात्रता सिद्धि ग्रंथे वसुबन्धुना उक्तम षट्केन योगपत योगात् परमाणु सरंसता अर्थात जेन सह जस्य संयोग भवति सतु सावयव भवति अर्थात संयोग अव्याप्यवृत्ति न तु व्याप्यवृत्ति यथा वृक्षे यदा कोऽपि संयोग अस्ति तदा वृक्षस्य अग्रावच्छेदे एव संयोग न तु मूले तस्मात् संयोग अव्याप्यवृत्ति तो परमाणुद्वय संयोग यदि भवति यदि संभवति तर्हि परमाणूनां सावयवत्वम् अवश्यमेव स्वीकृतं स्यात्.
Monkey is one of branch of a tree.
थैंक यू स्यात्. अत्र वैशेषिकानाम् आचार्याणाम् उद्घोषणं सावयव द्रव्ये संयोगे अवयव एव अवच्छेदक यथा वृक्षे यदा कोऽपि संयोग अस्ति तदा मूलावच्छिन्न वृक्ष अर्थात वृक्षावच्छेदे संयोग अस्ति न तु सर्ववृक्षावच्छेदे. तो एतत् सर्वं सावयव द्रव्यस्थले परंतु निरवयव द्रव्यस्थले दिक् एव अवच्छेदिका अतः नास्ति कोऽपि विपरीतिपत्ति. एतत् सर्वं वैशेषिकशास्त्रे उक्तं दिक् एव अवच्छेदिका.
So Swamiji, you can, yeah.
Yeah, so
So your question was, Professor Roy asked, that science talks about scale, and what is the level of scale which is talked about. So Professor Kar, he cited a text called the Brihat Samhita, written by Varaha Mihira. So first of all, atom is not a synonym for paramanu.
No, okay.
That's what he said.
No, let me clarify in science.
Huh.
In the beginning, scientists, I mean, if you look at Rutherford atom or
Yeah,
before
yeah,
that,
yeah.
so scientists also thought that atom is a concept which is indivisible.
Yes.
But later, on the development of
Yes.
modern science or
Yes.
experimental verification,
Yes.
then they found no,
It
what
is
we
not.
called atom, what we thought atom, that can be also divided.
Yes. Yes.
And then electrons, protons, neutrons, all these come out.
Yes.
So we have a problem, like many elementary particles are discovered,
Yes.
but we do not know where the concept of the atom, what Nyaya Vaisheshika told.
Yeah, that's the point. That atom, as we know in science today, is not synonymous with paramanu, because paramanu is indivisible. It is the last particle. There can be no further going down. So that he clarified. And then in this text by Varaha Mihira, he says that 8 paramanus create one dust particle, Rajas, and Rajat. And 8 Raja create one Keshagra. You can roughly say the tip of the hair strand. Then 8 Keshagras create one Liksha. 8 Likshas create one Yukha, and 8 Yukhas create one Java. And 8 Javas create one Anguli. Anguli means this finger section. And 24 Angulis create one Hasta, which is roughly a cubit. So this scale is something which Varaha Mihira talks about in his text called Brihat Samhita, but that is not accepted by the Nyaya Vaisheshika Darshanas. So then the question came that if, which Ashutosh raised, if paramanus have no parts, then how come that they combine? This is a question which is also raised in the classical text. So the answer is that that is true. If paramanus, if anything has to combine, they have to have parts. So the example is given, there is a tree and a monkey is sitting on it. But the monkey is sitting only on a particular portion of the tree. It is not on the entirety of the tree that the monkey is sitting. And that is true when a thing has parts, like the tree has parts. But what about something which has no parts? So the logic given is, when there is a combination in a thing which has no parts, what is affected is only the direction, dik. It is not a particular part which is affected, it is the dik. And if you see Vaisheshika Darshana, it is based on the location that the paramanus combine.
So Professor Kaur, I mean to all here, when you say dik, if it is a point one, how do you find dik? How do you think of dik?
Ayam asmat parah arthat jeshtha, ayam asmat konishtha, jatha pita tah putra konishtha, putra tah pita jeshtha, evam prakareణ jeshtha konisthadi bodha asmakam sarveshameva bhavati. एवं प्रकारेण जद बोधो भवति एतादृश बोधस्य जनकरूपेण जा प्रकल्पिता भवति सा एव दिक्, सा एव दिक्.
Okay.
अहं इदमत्र अवगन्तव्यम् एतत्तु काल, एतत्तु काल, काल, काल न तु दिक्. दिक् तु अयम अस्मात् दूरम, अयम अस्मात् कनिष्ठम, अर्थात नियर, इट इज नॉट नियर, परत अपरत. तो दैशिक परत्व परत्वपि अस्ति, कालिक परत्व अपरत्वपि अस्ति. तो दैशिक परत्ता परत्तस्य स्वीकारेण दैशिकपरत्तापरत्वरूपेण जा स्वीकृता भवति सा दिक्।
अत्र क्लेशः भवति।
Dick is different. Dick is position.
अत्र क्लेशः भवति।
नहीं फर्स्ट is space, अंतरिक्ष. Dick is
दिक्,
position.
हाँ, दिक् इज पोजिशन।
Dick is position.
No, Dik, we don't say in science, we say position.
What you say position, that is called Dick in
No, but in science, when you say positions, we also introduce directions.
that is
So
Direction,
that
direction.
is not
Yes,
exactly position.
Yes.
Direction.
Dick or that is
Direction.
That is Dick.
Yeah. Yeah.
सः मत्तः दूरः अस्ति।
No.
जथा
That is.
No, I'm clarifying your point. I'm
But
clarifying.
Dick is position.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. सः अपि मत्तः दूरः अस्ति। सः अपि मत्तः
दूर
तत्तुल्यतः एव दूरः अस्ति। परन्तु तस्य दिक्तः भेदः अस्ति।
हाँ, भेदः अस्ति
विभिन्नः।
परत्तापरत्व अर्थात्
तत्र दिक् यदि अवच्छेदिका भवति
This is defined in Vakyapadyam. Vakyapadyam defines Dick.
वाक्यपद्यम् अस्ति, न्यायवैशेषिकशास्त्रे अपि अस्ति। तो
Okay. You can translate maybe.
So the issue here is that the issue here is that when we say like, if I am a paramanu, so the flow of logic is coming like this. My first objection was that if paramanus have to combine, they have to have parts. The monkey and the tree example was given. Now the reply to that was that no, even if it is partless, via conditioning by direction, there can be combination. Like another paramanu combines from my north side or from my east side or something like that. For which the objection professor raised was that if you have a point, then how do you talk of north or east or different directions of the point? For which the answer given was that the dik is in the sense of extent of separation. But for that my objection was, I'm coming to that. For that my objection was that you can have two entities equally separated from me in two directions. So
What you are telling, the Vakyapadya says this. If it is a
No.
dualistic.
Okay.
So
Now
Yes,
let,
yes.
let me interrupt. When you say the 2 points are far apart or closer, we don't say in mathematics or physics that there is a directionality there.
अष्टदिक् कथं
Yeah.
दिक् एका एव परन्तु उपाधिभेदात् दिक् दशविधा एवं अस्माकं कार्यसौकर्यार्थं व्यवहारसौकर्यार्थं परन्तु शास्त्रमते न्यायवैशेषिकमते दिक् एका एव.
And also, we say when you say dik, it's related to in science dimensionality. Like those dik, 10 directions. It's 10 dimensions. We say. So here, do you have this kind of concept of dimensions?
Yes. विस्तारस्य रथैवार्थ आयामेन प्रकाशित तथारोह समुच्चयो पर्यायो वाचिनो मतो व्यवहारानुसारेण प्रवदन्ति नर्चितो न. And from these are the 3 dimensions. The dimensions are not the modern dimensions. It is different. Vistara. Actually, parimana is the spread. It is the mana vyavahara karanam. It is the cause for measurement.
Okay. Yeah.
The basis of measurement.
Yeah.
So that is called parimana. What is the basis of measurement or the cause for measurement? So that has 4 types. So anu, mahat, hraswa, dirgha, comparative. When there is comparative, it is called hraswa, dirgha. This is smaller than that. That is bigger than this. This is hraswa, dirgha. Anu means not perceptible, and mahat is all perceptible. From nations to the
No, I think we are
Puri-
No,
shifting
we-
from one
yeah.
system to another.
no.
That was the point I was
No, no,
trying to-
Binoy.
He's talking from Nyaya Vaisheshika
Yeah,
perspective.
yeah.
You can't separate these things. Reductionism will lead you nowhere.
No, okay, we can go. Binoy.
That was my comment because we somebody said, let us take one system after another.
Yeah.
And let us start with the Nyaya Vaisheshika. अत्र नैयायिकानां वैशेषिकानां मते किं परिमाण अस्ति? So,
परिमाणम् अस्ति।
अस्ति। तत् किं दिक् इत्यस्य सम्बन्धं किं तत्र अस्ति?
अस्ति।
So, को सम्बन्धः?
So in case of two paramanu, what in your sense, whether you have a kind of measurability that how far they are when they will combine and make an aggregate. Let us try to understand step by step. Even in Nyaya Vaisheshika, let us try to understand.
May I add one point here? So one more point will be make this discussion bring more clarity is when Doluka is formed, you say that paramanu is not divisible, correct? So what happens when Doluka forms? Do they merge completely or they continue as different paramanus?
सत्यं न्यायवैशेषिकमते चतुर्विंशतिगुणा तत्र परिमाणं गुणपदार्थः अत्र परिमाणं चतुर्विधम् अनुत्त न तु अनुत्त एव परिमाणम् अनु तु द्रव्यम् अनुत्तम यत्र अस्ति स अनु यथा न्यायवैशेषिकमते मनसि अनुत्त परिमाणम् अस्ति तस्मात् मनः अनु एवं प्रकारेण अनुत्तं महत्तं दीर्घत्तं ह्रस्वत्तं परिमाण चतुर्विधं स्वीकृतं न्यायवैशेषिकै तत्र परमाणु अनुत्त परिमाणमस्ति तस्मात् न प्रत्यक्षयोग्यः इदमत्र अवगन्तव्यं यत् परिमण्डल शब्दस्य अर्थ गोलाकृति राउंड परंतु परिमण्डलस्य भावः पारिमण्डलम् पारिमण्डलम् इति शब्दस्य अर्थ अनुपरिमाणम् न कस्यापि कारणं यतः न्यायवैशेषिकमते नियमो अस्ति महदारब्धस्य महत्तरत्ववत् अनुजन्यस्य अनुतरत्वापत्ति तस्मात् परमाणु यथा अनुत्त परिमाणमस्ति तथा परमाणुद्वयतः यस्य उत्पत्ति अर्थात दोनुकस्य परिमाणमपि अनुत्तम परमाणु अपि अनुत्तम अस्ति दोनुके अपि अनुत्तम अस्ति दोनुकम अपि न प्रत्यक्षयोग्यम् दोनुकमपि न प्रत्यक्षयोग्यम् आदि कार्यं सत्यं परंतु न प्रत्यक्षयोग्यं जत महत्परिमाण विशिष्ट द्रव्यस्य एव प्रत्यक्षं भवति त्रोनुकत एव प्रत्यक्षं भवति
Maybe you can. Yeah.
Mic is nearby.
Ashutosh is near.
Because question is not asked to this property. I think तस्य प्रश्नः गणुकस्य उत्पत्तौ परमाणोः नाशः भवति परमाणु अनुवर्तते वा?
First you can translate and then.
So I will kind of summarize what is being told here. The question was what I asked, is there according to, so as I told you earlier, there's some kind of though he maintains that we need not have a distinction, but there are distinct schools of thought, and we are like shifting from one to another, what Binoy was also pointing out. So let us first go step by step. So is there a concept of parimana or dimension in Nyaya Vaisheshika schools of thought? He said yes. And there are 4 dimensions. So one is Anutva, Mahatva. The characteristic of Anutva. So Anutva is not Anu. Anutva is the property of being small or subtle. And as long as something is not visible, this property will remain. So both Paramanu and Dvanu.
Remain or ascribe?
No, remain. So paramanu and dvanuka both have the property of anutva, and hence both are anu. Paramanu is also anu, dvanuka is also anu. It is only at the level of tranuka that they become visible. So this is what he was telling. So that is why that then you cannot say, see, for example, in Nyaya Vaisheshika philosophy, there is a scale like Mahat, Mahatara, like that. So Anuttara cannot be said. Cannot be said. So Mahat, Mahatara means it is something great and size greater. But because Anu is beyond perception, it is imperceptible, you cannot have a gradation of scale there to the visibility level,
But you
perceptibility.
don't have a kind of numerical estimate when you say Mahat and Mahattara, whether you have a comparative scale for that.
Of course, it is there. It is there because, as he told in the beginning itself, there is a small particle. Say this Raja, which we say the colloidal particle. So the colloidal particle, and there is this big mountain Meru. So there is of course difference, but this difference comes only at the scale of perceptibility. At the level of Anu and Paramanu, there is Paramanu and Dvanuka, there is no perceptibility.
So we cannot say paramanu is half the scale of Renuka.
No.
I will explain. This cannot be explained by Nyaya Vaisheshika. I will explain it from the Veda itself.
No, that we can
That
go
will
later
come
on.
later, sir.
Let us exhaust one.
Cannot be explained.
No. Let us exhaust one paradigm.
So,
and then-
so because some people are new to the dialogue, I will repeat what I told when Mukunda sir was there, I think on the second dialogue, that in Darshana Parampara, and Professor Roy in his statement said that we want some kind of evolution. Unfortunately, we have not been studying. Till recently also people are working, and there are newer and newer kinds of perspectives coming in Bharatiya Darshana, Indian philosophical systems. If you go a little earlier to the previous century, people like Kalidas Bhattacharya, there are so many people, so much work has been done, continues to be done. So I always say that though there are 6 philosophical systems, we make it a point to not stop quarreling amongst ourselves. so and every day we come up with new theories, etc. Somehow this idea that Indian philosophical systems or Bharatiya Darshana Paramparas are static should be given up. It is not the case. It is not the case, because that is from where you are coming. You are saying there should be some evolution. It is already evolving. Only people are not looking at it. Because even now, if you go to places like the Sanskrit College in Mylapore, or to Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute, or the Adayar Library, they publish a book called, there is a periodical which comes from the Adayar Library. You will find so many papers, sir, where this Bharatiya Darshana is evolving. So any inquiry into truth has to evolve. So I'm just putting it a point.
So,
yeah.
Professor, from your passages and from Ashutosh's comment on that, I have a small clarification to ask. That you are talking about the connection of the paramanus as in terms of the measurability of the separation. But is there something called affinity also? Because Maharajji indicated the paramanus also aggregate because of a divine force and intervention. So if it's so, you know that in our room, not everybody is equally comfortable and equally frank with everyone. It is a law of nature. So like that, under a particular condition, is there something called affinity that actually binds the paramanu? So is there something equivalent in Nyaya Vaisheshika? I'm ignorant about that, so I am just...
Let me add one thing there, that in modern science, Mendeleev, he introduced the concept of periodic table, that is classification of the elements. But that time it was not understood the reason behind it. The only came after the discovery of Wolfgang Pauli, who won Nobel Prize, and he discovered a principle called exclusion principle, Pauli's exclusion principle. What it said, that say 2 electrons, they cannot stay in the same state. So with the help of this exclusion principle, whole periodic table can be explained. And this is the foundation of modern chemistry. So this might be an area where maybe we have a kind of dialogue between you people and scientists, a kind of issue in the platform, whether you have also this kind of affinity, or if there is affinity, what it means.
Also, to add to question of Sir Roy, you said that the atoms are only existing in the first 4 Panchamahabhuta, right? That is Bhumi, Apo, Analo, Vayu. But there are no atoms in the case of Akasa. That also I want to know why.
आकाशस्तु नित्य तस्य परमाणु नास्ति उत्पत्ति अपि नास्ति विनाशो अपि नास्ति आकाश एटर्नल अतः अस्माकं यत् परिदृश्यमानं जगत् तत्तु भूत चतुष्टय परमाणुतः क्रमानुसारेण उत्पन्न न तो साक्षात् परमाणु संबंधेन परमाणुत दोनुक तत्रनुक तत्र भवतं उत्तरं तु त्रोणुकं सावयवं कार्यत्वात् त्रोणुक सावयव उसमें कार्यत्व रहता है इसके कारण त्रोणुक सावयव है तो त्रोणुक का अवयव रूप में अस्माकं दोनुक को स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा तो ये दोनुक में अनुत्त परिमाण है वो दिखाई नहीं देती तो दोनुक का अवयव स्वीकार करने के क्या मतलब है तो इसमें उत्तर है दोनुक महत् परिमाणारंभक है त्रोणुके महत् परिमाणम अस्ति त्रोणुक में महत् परिमाण है तो त्रोणुक महत् परिमाण का जो उत्पादक है वह भी सावयव होता है त्रोणुक परिमाण का जो उत्पादक होता है वह भी सावयव होता है अर्थात महत् परिमाण का उत्पादक द्रव्य सावयव होता है जैसे घट का उत्पादक द्रव्य कपाल वह सावयव है कपाल तो इसके बाद तो दोनुक का जो अवयव है वह भी सावयव होता है तो दोनुक का अवयव जो परमाणु है उसको सावयव स्वीकार करने में अनवस्था नामक दोष आता है जैसे वही मेरु सर्षपय समान परिमाणत्तापत्ति इसलिए परमाणु में अवयव धारा का विश्रांति स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा उत्पादक मीन्स माने समवायी कारणम दर्शनांतरे उपादान कारणम
No, there lies the difference between science and here. Yeah, because they said in Nyaya Vaisheshika that why atoms combine. They say because of desire of Ishvara. And when Newton came, he just discarded it and so science is separated from philosophy itself.
I have one point here.
Yeah.
When we say desire of Ishvara, which is in a scientific sense, it is a spontaneous agency. We don't have to bring in anthropomorphic entity at this point. All we are saying is there is a truly random, truly spontaneous, initially present agency.
No, then the whole structure cannot be formed in that way. If they are everything random.
No, but if we
I mean, Drobbo, when Donuko is formed, there is a.
No, idamatra अवगन्तव्यं यत् केवलं ईश्वरस्य इच्छा तो दोनुकद्वयस्य संयोगो न भवति जीवानां अदृष्टं द्वारीकृत ईश्वर एव परमाणुद्वयस्य संयोग प्रति कारणम जीवादृष्ट द्वारा idamatra avagantavayam.
Okay. So maybe we are at a certain stage that we still don't understand from both the perspective how they aggregates.
No, here the idea is that it is because of what you call, you can say the fruits of the actions of the jiva, and because of that the divine will. It's not just because of divine will that they are living.
অদৃষ্টস্য নিয়ন্তা ঈশ্বর এব, অদৃষ্টস্য নিয়ন্তা।
Okay.
What
Yeah.
is the Ishvara? That's you see, this cannot be explained in this way. This can only be explained with Sankhya, not with
No, no, okay.
नहीं
we are
नहीं नहीं
just in
नहीं
the
नहीं
paradigm.
नहीं नहीं
What is Ishvara?
ক্ষিতি
What is Ishvara?
ক্ষিতি সকর্তৃকা কার্যত্বাদ ঘটাবাত।
No, no, what is
না,
Ishvara?
হোয়াট ইজ ঈশ্বর?
Because Ishvara is Ichha na. So what is Ishvara?
Huh.
Has to explain that
Huh.
scientifically.
যত্তু কার্যং তত্তু অবশ্যমেব সচেতন কারণমস্তি, কার্যং প্রতি সচেতনস্য কারণত্বাৎ।
Talking about Ishvara.
परन्तु परन्तु सृष्टेः प्राक् यदा पृथिव्याः प्रथमोत्पत्तिर्भवति तत्र जीवा नास्ति, सचेतनो नास्ति। पृथिव्याः उत्पत्तिर्भवति क्षिति सकर्तृका कार्यत्वात् अथवा क्षित्तङ्कुरादिकं सकर्तृकं कार्यत्वात् घटवत्।
This is
गङ्गेशोपा
explained in Sankhya, not in Nyayavasajika.
No,
न न
we are-
न्यायवैशेषिक
we are
न्यायवैशेषिक
considering
गङ्गेशोपाध्यायेन उक्तं,
न्यायवैशेषिक.
गङ्गेशोपाध्यायेन उक्तम्। अन्नं भट्टस्य
I have read all those.
तर्कसङ्ग्रहे प्रथमे एव अस्ति, एवं विश्वनाथस्य भाषापरिच्छेदग्रन्थस्य प्रथमे एव अस्ति क्षितिः सकर्तृका कार्यत्वात् घटवत्।
Maybe Mrityunjay has.
अर्थात्
He is a
अर्थात्
physicist
निमित्तकारणरूपेण ईश्वरसिद्धिर्भवति।
What he is saying is, generally when paramanus aggregate, I'm just translating, when they aggregate, it is because of the fruits of actions of a jiva, but because of that, that is brought into effect by Ishvara. Now the question was, who is Ishvara? So whenever there is a action which is happening, there is a cause, and this is done because of that adrishta. But before creation, there was no jiva. So where will this fruits of action or adrishta come?
Huh?
And so how these four elements starting with Kshiti came. So then the question, then the answer is that is Ishvara. And that is he said it is a Sankhya viewpoint. So he said no, it is not Sankhya viewpoint, it is the viewpoint of
देव एक ईश्वर विश्वस्य धर्ता भुवनस्य गुप्ता वेद प्रमाणम ईश्वर अस्तित्वे अनुमानमपि प्रमाणम। अत्र अत्र विरुद्ध पक्ष
I am telling what is Ishvara scientifically. That is my question.
Scientifically, we
जगतः
don't
निमित्त
understand
कारणत्वं
Ishvara.
यत्र अस्ति।
No, okay, we will.
न्यायवैशेषिक मते जगतः निमित्त कारणत्वं यत्र अस्ति।
Right. Firstly, with all due respect, sir, I think I'll first like to make a strong objection to the statement in the first session, which is that the Vedas have everything. I think, well, that is an interesting statement, but till there is clarity and rigor on that front, I would have serious reservations against a statement like that, because it delegitimizes all the efforts that others are doing on various other fronts to really look at the interface. So having said that, I think very important is how we look at matter and these particles, how we detect it in modern science, and what it is essentially. What is the constitution of it? Is there an expansion to it? How do we determine whether a particle is there or not, right? So today, as we know it, particles are not actually looked at as, balls or, round-shaped units, essentially, right? They're looked at more as properties, as a collection of properties. The trajectories are not defined per se. There is a probabilistic aspect to that as well. So the way we look at pratyaksham and anumana, right, the inference and observation itself, there is a dialogue there that I think needs a little more clarity from both the sides, right? Because when we say that we are looking at a high energy physics experiment, let's say, right, we are looking at, let's say, the Higgs boson or some other kind of particle, there are various levels to that. There is calorimetry, there is magnetometry, there are many different degrees of freedom which we look at and then determine that yes, there is a particle of that kind at all. There is an inference that is assumed from certain signatures that we get in certain experiments as such, right? So the whole idea of how we determine and define these particles, right? The anu aspect of it, right? How do we say that there is something visible or not, right? This whole concept of visibility, right, has different degrees of freedom to it, right? In certain experiments, something is visible, to me, essentially, right? So if there is, like, say, an electromagnetic kind of experiment, there is a weak force experiment, right? So a neutrino will never show up in certain kinds of experiment. It's almost invisible for that. It's not even there, essentially, right? But for others, it will be very much there, right? So the degrees of freedom aspect of things and how we define physics and nature in terms of that, right, is a very, very important part of science as it stands. So I would like to know from you if we have any such conditional degree of freedom-based perspective on how we look at pratyaksham and how we look at anumana, how we infer what we are seeing and how we are characterizing it.
I can add something. This is not the whole story. Story is like when you say that elementary entities, whether they can be observed even through instruments. There are debates. The debates he has not mentioned, but he knows it very well. Say, in the atom, in the sense of modern science, there is electrons orbiting it, and inside is a nucleus, where neutrons and protons, there are particles. And these neutrons and protons are composed of more subtle particles called quarks. So the issue is that the quark is not freely observable. I mean freely in the sense like electron, you send it to a chamber, cloud chamber or bubble chamber, you can get a kind of track or kind of trace by which you can say this is electron. But in case of quark, the issue is how they are confined. So they are not observable at all. So in science also, something is there which is not observable, even with the most sophisticated instruments.
And there, I mean, uncertainty, we can bring in aspects of uncertainty.
No, that will bring it later. No, that will bring later on. So even we agree with you that in some cases what you say paramanu, but in our case we don't have this kind of concept. But still we have some entities which we cannot see with any sophisticated instruments. But they build up the entities which we can observe. So, and also these entities have not only a localized, I mean localized in desho, in space, but they have also associated kind of wave. Wave is spreading all over the universe. But if you want to look, then the wave collapses and comes to a point that we say electron, that we say neutron, that is a proton. So the issue is whether this kind of duality is there in case of Nyaya Vaisheshika, Paramanus or Dhanuka or Thenuka.
I want to say one question to that as well. Sorry. I just want to add to that. There is a preferential manifestation that is being talked about. Where does that preferential manifestation come from? That's really the connection between what you just said, between quarks and subsequent quarks and higher, and what he's talking about.
No, preferential manifestation we say depending on the observation process.
That has not stated. That is
No, that we are coming, that what is the role of observation process in detecting Paramanus or Dhanuka or Trenuka. We are coming to that.
So to what Mrityunjay said, the degree of freedom, kind of the blurring of boundaries between inference and perception, according to even Nyaya Vaisheshika and other Bharatiya darshan, when we say direct perception, we mean direct perception either with instrument or without instrument. So we don't have this degree of freedom where you can, like physicist, I always envy you, where you can kind of shift between inference and say it is direct perception. We don't do that. We are more honest. If we use the instrument, then and we can see. And so there is one thing which I want to bring here, that the concept of paramanu, all the authors and subsequent commentators reiterate, it is the point from where it is indivisible. So that means if now we are going to go to a further scale, that will be the scale of paramanu. So what I understand, it is dynamic, it is not static.
No, even that paramanu is not observable
No. They are not. That is, two things are given. That is, they are imperceptible. They are not observable. And second, that is the last scale.
So we are saying.
Prakriti Laya. That is called Prakriti Laya.
No. We are saying, Swamiji, that here we have a situation where the particle called quarks, though it's a elementary entity, it cannot be observed with any kind of instrumentation.
Yes. So paramanu also cannot be. If anything can be observed.
I mean, we cannot refute that it is not observable. So let us negate it. In our case, we have.
No. What I'm saying is, just like in physics, it is quite dynamic. What you were saying earlier, we thought that atoms are there, and then we now know that there is. Then the boson is there. This is also dynamic because the point is, paramanu is not a scale. It is the criteria. It is the criteria of indivisibility and non-perceptibility.
This is post facto definition.
There's a question.
Post facto definition.
There's a question here.
So,
for instance, in quarks, right, the way we went to quarks in Murray-Gell-Mann's period was with a very specific kind of degree of freedom, again, color, basically. Right? Now, this whole assumption of a unit, ontologically speaking, one unit, essentially, instead of it being in some other form, let's say that's a fundamental question physics is also dealing with, right? Strings or fields or waves or what is it? Right? I would like to know from you why you went in that direction in the first place, right? Because that is a very fundamental question, because you're saying that there is no visibility, there is no definition in terms of expansion even, right? So the very idea of units and discreteness against something more continuous, right? Could you please give me a little bit of that?
Let me repeat, if I understood it correctly. Your question is that why do we go to that scale? What was the purpose to go to that?
Even defining a discrete unit.
No.
Like
Why was it necessary?
Right? That is something which in physics there have been multiple traditions, corpuscular versus
Of
wave
course, of course.
Have been back and forth all through the ages.
Of course.
And even quarks are defined in a very specific manner because of a certain kind of symmetry.
Okay.
Right? Orthogonal symmetry and color degree of freedom. Right? So there's a very specific way we have reached there. Right? We do not assume that there are quarks beforehand. Right?
Yes.
So the point is, why are we going from that a priori assumption, and what is the premise? What is the motivation for that assumption?
So if you study the original Nyaya Sutras and Vaisheshika Sutras, both begin with this question that this study is an inquiry into the nature of things to get rid of suffering. So that's why whenever we talk about empirical dialogue like this, our preference to Indian philosophical systems will be Nyaya and Vaisheshika. Because the goal of Nyaya and Vaisheshika schools was to understand nature, and the philosophy behind it is that if I understand something properly, the suffering from that will be reduced. If I understand something properly, so it is almost similar to physics. If I understand something properly, nature of thing, then I can maybe use it better, understand it better, and the suffering or the obstacle caused by that will reduce. So that is why this a priori. Where do I start from? And that is again dynamic.
I wanted to ask.
No, another point is to Mrityunjay, one second. The principle of Occam's razor. Which is applicable in physics, right? So here also in Nyaya Vaisheshika, what at least they would claim is that this satisfies the principle of Occam's razor.
And I wanted to ask, if I might, on the point that was made, this point that you're saying about suffering. See, the frustration of non-understanding can cause suffering as much as suffering per se. Now that is not about that. Sorry?
We are talking about suffering per se.
So therefore there's a gap between getting to the frustration of non-understanding not necessarily leading to suffering.
Yeah, no, we are not talking about that. We are talking about more an empirical kind of
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to say a few things after listening to the Nayayika. See, the Kala also has a paramanu, right? Kalepi paramanu svikrite na. Kale avayavaha na sant.
परंतु अतीतादि व्यवहार अस्माकं कृते
क्षणसमानः।
किन्तु
कालस्य परमाणु अस्ति
परमाणु
तदा यदन्तु अवैदिकं भवति खलु
Yoga Sutra, what you say is right. Yoga Sutra says Kala, Krama, Antarjatma, Anantarjatma. Krama, that means the minimum object, minimum position, when it first shifts to other one, that is called Krama. And this Krama, continuation of the Krama.
That I agree. No, that I agree.
This is how Yoga Sutra defines.
But when the Dik comes, when two paramanus and they combine because of the Dik, action is there. Bina kalam na bhavati kalu.
कालो हि जगदाधार काले सर्वं महाकाले सर्वम् अस्ति उत्तम च भाष्यपदीयकारेण भर्तृहरिणा न सोऽस्ति प्रत्ययो लोके यत्र कालो न भासते माने अस्माकं एवं विधं ज्ञानं न भवति यत्र कालः नास्ति सर्वस्मिन्नेव सर्वत्रैव काले देशकाल सर्वत्र अस्ति.
So Ashutosh, you can translate it. Yeah.
So Professor said that nasosti pratyayo loke yatra kalo na vidyate, which means that without the presence of, or without the presence of time, there is no perception or any vritti in the mind that is possible. And the question...
No, but the scale that was being discussed about space, what Varahamihira said, there is a similar thing about time also. Right from the Vedas, Suryo Yonihi Kalasya, Tasya Adityat Purvam Akala Asiti, Maitrani Aranyake Bhavati Kalu.
Vyasa has defined it in Yoga Sutra.
So, okay.
So without time, the combination of the
combination एक कर्म क्रिया क्रियैव काल क्रिया कालं विना क्रियाया अस्तित्वं नास्ति.
No, kala is accepted. It is not that it is not accepted. You are talking about the kala as paramanu.
It means the following, that we are discussing two different categories of knowledge. One is the modern science, what you are telling. Another one is the Nyaya Vaisheshika particularly, which is again a model, they have developed over centuries to come to that. But if that has to be discussed further, Paramanu Shabdasya original meaning was what? From where did the word Paramanu come? Paramanu comes from the Vedic concept only, from the Pratishakyas only. Tatra kale Paramanu bhavati. Samavede, in one matra, there are 8 Paramanus. Whereas in classical language, matra is the minimum. Guru, Lagu.
Then comes measurability.
The measurability comes, and this is a sequence for thousands of years which has come. Now the Nyaya Vaisheshika is in the common era. So the common era concept, the vocabulary, Sanskrit vocabulary, they have developed multiple meanings because the polysemy is very common in Sanskrit. But what was the technical thing behind that? That has to be seen. That kala comes only from the Vedas to the extent I have understood.
Yes, kala has a very precise definition in the Vedas and Shastra, which can be compatible with modern science. It is like this: there is a cause and an effect. Now we take the paramanu of kala, which is kshana, the smallest unit of kala.
Yeah, that is the definition.
Now how we define this in terms of causality is, there was a primordial cause, then the first effect. Or you take any cause and effect pair. What is the antara, in interval in between? That is defined as one kshana, the smallest discrete unit of time. So is this...
that cannot be measured.
Cannot.
Yeah, if it has to be measured, you have to go to the akshara only.
Yes.
The akshara is the fundamental
Kala
unit.
has two divisions.
Sure, maybe.
Kala has two divisions. Murta and Amurta. So that Amurta Kala is not measurable. Murta Kala is measurable.
We are working only in Murta Kala,
Right.
not in Amurta Kala.
Karan
So let us
Karanatmaka. Yes, Karanatmaka Kala hai. Karanatmaka means measurable.
Correct.
But that minimum is not a constant.
No, sometimes it is.
No, but that's the point that is being made. Depending upon which particular Shana you're talking about,
Krama.
even that minimum, the measurability of that minimum is indeterminate in terms of its size, so to speak. I mean, I don't
And
know.
it is a infinite continuation, but it is there, unity is there. Basavasya.
Never mind the unity.
दार्शनिकानां मध्ये मतभेद अस्ति
It's not- A second is not a second in any definitive form. The Shana that you're talking about is a variable Shana.
क्षणस्तु न smallest.
No, I just want to clarify. So the kshana I spoke about is not the
स्मॉलेस्ट न्याय वैशेषिक मत में स्मॉलेस्ट इज लबो लबो तो बृहत् निमेष अक्षिपतन काल निमेषतः क्षण मतभेद अस्ति न्याय वैशेषिक मते वैशेषिक दर्शने लब माने स्मॉलेस्ट टाइम लब स्वीकृतो भवति इदमत्र
Should I read from Srimad Bhagavatam the description or the discussion between Maitreya and Vidura? So it says atomic time is measured according to its covering a particular atomic space. That time which covers the unmanifest aggregate of atoms is called a great time. So if you look at the total description, because I have, so there are two aspects to time. One is the experiential time. You experience time in terms of past, present, and future. So that is the description that's given here, how you measure the time. But then, what you said in the beginning, that time is a ultimate causal factor, which is always existing.
That is Amurta Kala.
So there are two aspects to time. So one is time that we measure in terms of our perception of past, present, and future. And that's how it will come to the Ghatika.
घटिका second month.
Before that, yeah.
The smallest unit of time, as discussed in the Tattvarth Sutra of 8th edition, is Samay.
तत्तार्थाधिगम सूत्र उमास्वाति
Umaswami or Umaswati. And it is explained that the time taken by a Pudgala from smallest speed from one Pradesh to another Pradesh is Samay. And uncountable Samay. Samay is the smallest unit, etc. And it will go up to very large number, Achalatma, etc.
Even in Tattvarth Sutra,
In Tattvarth Sutra, they mention
the smallest interval of time, which is beyond the smallest interval of time what we have in physics, called Planck's time.
Yeah.
So how they arrive at that methodology, we want to know. We don't.
The same thing is available in the Panchastikaya of Kundukund and its commentaries. The detailed description, I am preparing a note on 2-3 points which is mentioned in the first phase of this discussion. So, the Pradesh, Samay and the Paramanu. The Pudgal is the smallest unit. And the present day,
according to the Jaina philosophy, Pudgala is the smallest. But Nyaya Vaisheshikanang mate Pudgalastu no smallest. Pudgalastu karyam.
No. In the Panchastika, it is mentioned that the Pudgala is the smallest particle, and uncountable number of Pudgala, when combined, then will come Skandha. And Skandha is visible. And the methodology for combining may be linear, may be non-linear. That's what is mentioned.
I talked to Muni Mahendraji
Yeah.
regarding this, but still the methodology is
methodology is not explained.
Given in
Okay, I have a request before we move to heterodox schools. Let us complete the orthodox
No,
schools.
because now we are discussing about time divisibility and time unit. So now different schools will come.
Okay, no, I thought before we can finish yoga and.
No, here I would
that
like
way you
to,
will lead nowhere.
I would like to, which we were discussing, bring that point, that across these measurabilities or quantifications, say in space or length, mass or time, we find a enormous amount of or the magnitude going to a very lower scale. In some places we also found, when we were studying this book by Brajendranath Seal, which you mentioned in the concept note, we found that they have gone up to the scale of 10 raised to the power minus 63 of an inch, which is really a low scale. But the point is, whenever we encounter this question, what is the methodology or were there any instruments? Many people, including in our previous dialogue, they said that it is because of yogis' experience. I think that needs more clarification and more exploration. I don't think it is so vague a thing like yogis' experience. 1 minute. So we need to explore, because we do on one side find texts like Surya Siddhanta or Shilpa Shastras or this Brihat Samhita, where people, the technology part of ancient India, where people go to really lower scales. So really there was a methodology, and definitely there, because when they are talking about this also Kala, there is a unit of Kala which what he was also referring to, which is the time taken for a atomic particle to go, etc. So how did they even using the way of that blurred distinction between perception, direct perception and inference, did they have any methodology or any instruments? So I think we need to think about that.
I just have one query from Kar. Is there any differentiation between the three atom, the Apo atom, or this
परंतु जैन मते परमाणुनां भेदो नास्ति जः खलु जल परमाणु स एव पार्थिव परमाणु परंतु नैयायिकानां मते परमाणुनां भेदो अस्ति गुणवैषम्यात् इदमत्र अवगन्तव्यं यत् शृण्वन्तु तत्र भवन्तः इदानीं घट तदानीं घट एवं प्रकारेण अस्माकं बोधो भवति अस्मिन् बोधे घट एव विशेष्य एवं इदानीं तदानीं पदेन ज द्रव्यम अस्माकं स्वविधे उपस्थितं भवति तत्तु काल परंतु इदानीं प्रश्न जायते कालस्तु विशेषण घटस्तु विशेष्य तो विशेष विशेषणयोर्मध्ये कश्चित् सम्बन्धः अस्ति यथा रक्तं पुष्पं रेड फ्लावर रक्तं पुष्पम अत्र रक्तं विशेषणं फ्लावर टू द्रव्यम अनयोर्मध्ये समवाय संबंधो अस्ति यतः गुणगुणिनां यः संबन्धः स समवाय तो अत्र पृच्छा दो इदानीं घट तदानीं घट एवं प्रकारेण ज अस्माकं बोधः भवति इदानीं पदेन कालः ज भवति स तु विशेषणरूपेण आयाति तर्हि घटेन सह कालस्य संबंध अवश्यमेव स्वीकर्तव्य अन्यथा विशेष विशेषण भावं न भवति तर्हि सूर्य परिस्पंद एव क्रिया तत्र तेन सह घटस्य संबंध अवश्यमेव स्वीकरणीय अत्र संबंधस्तु सूर्यस्परिस्पंद स्वपदेन गृहीतव्य शास्त्रय संयोगी संयोग नामक परंपरा संबंधेन सूर्यस्परिस्पंद क्रिया सह घटस्य संयोग अस्ति यथा शास्त्रय संयोगी संयोग स्व सूर्य परिस्पंद क्रिया शास्त्रय सूर्य सूर्येन सह कालस्य संबंध अस्ति যতঃ কাল বিভু, বিভু শব্দস্য অর্থ সর্বমূর্ত সংযোগিত্বম বিভুত্বম, তর্হি सूर्यः मूर्त पदार्थ, तर्हि कालस्य सूर्यस्य संयोगो अस्ति, परंतु कालेन सह घटस्य संयोग, अतः संयोगी संयोग इति परंपरा संबंधेन सूर्यस्य परिस्पंदेन सह घटस्य संबंधो अस्ति.
So this is very important thing. Swamiji may translate it.
So the question was, is there any difference between paramanus? So he said, according to Jaina philosophy, there is no difference. But that is what he said. Yes, yes.
In the Thought Sutra, chapter 5, it is mentioned as Sparsha Rasa Gandha Varna Vanta Pudgala. So there are infinite attributes of a Pudgal. Sparsha, Rasa, Gandha, Varna. So whenever there is different attributes, then the nature of the Paramanu Pudgala, which you say Paramanu, will be different. So, as you sir said, that all the Paramanu are same, it is not correct, as per Jain philosophy.
Okay. So what he is saying is that there appears to be a difference among Jaina philosophers.
But
some say that all the paramanus are same, but as you said, some accept that there are different types of paramanus.
On the basis of the three philosophers, Acharya Kundakunda, Acharya Umaswamy, and Nemi Chandra, three is of the opinion that there is difference in the paramanu, and they have explained type of sparsha, snigdha, ruksha, varna. There are 6-7 type of varna, rasa. There are तीखा, मीठा, लवण, ये सब उसके भेद उन्होंने बताए. एग्जैक्ट मुझे पूरे डिटेल्स नहीं मालूम है, लेकिन और उसमें कॉम्बिनेट्रिक्स भी लगाई गई है, मैथमेटिक्स लगा करके उसके नंबर ऑफ कॉम्बिनेशन भी बताए गए हैं. देयर मे बी पॉसिबिलिटी. मैंने पूरी
So anyway, coming back to what अस्तु, तत्र तु न विषयः, अधुना भवतां विषये अस्ति. So coming back to what he was talking about in response to what he said, of course there is difference according to Nyaya Vaisheshika philosophies like Gandhavati, Prithvi, etc. depending on the lakshana or guna of the paramanu, depending on the characteristics of a paramanu. Now later on what he said was, when we see a pot, now you might be already aware in Indian philosophical traditions we have a penchant with pot, cloth and a person called Devadatta. So Devadatta is what we use for Mr. X. Instead of saying Mr. X, we say Devadatta. And always there will be a Ghata and Pata as our example. Of course in Vedanta we have Rajju and Sarpa. So Ghata, so there is one Ghata, that at that time one Ghata was there, one pot was there. At this time Ghata is there. So when we say like that, we automatically associate time with pot. Now, but how did time come? It is because of the contact with sun rays that time came. Then we say that time, that then and now came because of sun. So then there is a connection between, that was what he was explaining using a maxim of logic, that there is a connection between sun and time. So by that logic, by that connection, we can say there is a connection between the pot and sun. So that's what he was explaining. Sun kriya, spanda kriya, that is the beam of the sun or the contact with the sun. And also with that same logic, we can say that that kriya was caused by sun. So there is a connection between the pot and the sun. Up to that he was saying. So this kind of, logically bringing up a connection, that is what he was explaining.
Yeah, I am little bit confused at this point.
Yes.
You keep the criteria non-divisibility as the criteria to define paramanu.
Yes.
Then you say that there are 6 types of paramanu.
No, that's not divisibility.
So is
That
it
is
the
not
divisibility
divisibility.
of certain senses, like time paramanu or no,
And not
yes,
6,
there
4.
are different.
4 types, not 6 types, 4 types.
Sorry, 4 types. So then why there are 4 types of paramanu if paramanu is non-divisible or the finite material of anything?
No. Paramanus are indivisible according to the concept. But there are maybe many paramanus.
Different kinds of paramanu. The
Types.
Types itself is a division, correct?
In science.
So why there is nothing? Is it like, you know, the quarks or something like that?
Science.
Yeah.
Hydrogen atom. You can have many hydrogen atoms.
It's different kind of atoms that they are saying. Like
No,
4 different kinds of paramanu.
That is different. But what you are saying, if they are not different, how can you think of four
See,
paramanus?
you're talking, Binoy, you're
So I'm talking
about
like a higher level reductionist.
Yes.
You reduce, and reach to a point that atom which cannot be further divided. So like that, if that is the ultimate thing which created everything, why there are 4 kind of that?
No, we are not saying that.
You
That
are
is
talking-
something
you
you have
are
added.
No,
talking of
but 4 types of paramanu.
Quality is different, magnitude is
See, you are mixing 2 things. One is the magnitude,
magnitude is
and
different,
another one is the
quality
quality.
You can
They
have
are
different
two-
qualities,
two
it cannot be
things.
divided.
So, but when you say atom, sorry, or a non-divisible thing which creates
That is at
everything,
the level of scale,
That is
magnitude.
on magnitude. See, we are talking on the aspect of the
Magnitude.
criteria of magnitude.
Scale.
This does not automatically tell you there cannot be different qualities, and different qualities can have same kind of property not being divisible. See, indivisibility is different. Individuality, or let us say uniqueness, is different. You can have 10 unique things, each one indivisible. What is your problem? That division is not in the paramanu. In the single paramanu, if you make it into 4 types, then it is divisible.
Even in science.
Science also same thing.
See, color you take. See, how do you have color, or how do you, let us say, different things? There can be different entities. The entities can be different. Property of an entity we are talking about. Divisibility is a property of an entity. All entities do not have the same property, and you can have multiple entities.
so that brings the question why there are only 4.
That is the reason.
Because-
there is a reason for it.
Is there
No,
anything
because
which goes
there is a
further
reason
down?
for it.
because going by the same reducibility thing,
yeah.
Nyaya Vaisheshika Darshanikas, they have reduced it to 4. So the 4, yeah.
Yeah.
Here also.
In our modern science, we create science based on experience. So basically, what he's saying is, that is the question I asked. So we have 5 categories of experience, and those experiences are smell, taste, vision.
No. Let me interrupt you. Science does not, science, now at the present day science, does not know what is experience. So we cannot say that science is based on experience.
No. But what I'm saying is that you have certain experience. You cannot say that you are doing science without an experience. I'm not talking based on this experience, because so observation.
Okay,
Okay, let him.
No, these classification is not based on experience. For paramanu classification, to na anubhava ashrita. Na. They are anubhava bhavati tatra, but they are not. So these four classifications are they are not based on a particular experience of somebody.
Yeah, Laghava.
Laghava. So they have been
But you differentiate, Professor Kar.
Yeah, same category.
Professor Kar, you differentiate between Bhumi and Apa.
Yes.
Based on these 2 experience.
No, qualities. That's what I'm saying. It's not experience, quality. They are not experience. For example.
But that quality is an experience, right?
No, sir. They are not objective. See, for example.
Okay.
Pashyatu tatra.
Yeah.
Karma mahasaya. Atra pashyatu. So if there are, I am giving a hypothetical.
Here, Asian Ghost of Satyendranath Bose from Calcutta. He propounded a theory, which the first theory was accepted by Einstein and jointly published. That is called Bose-Einstein statistics. Yeah. Then comes his next theory, which he thinks is very profound. But then it was sent to Albert Einstein, and Einstein did not accept. When Bose went to Europe and met Einstein, he asked a very interesting question to S.N. Bose. S.N. Bose was a young man. Einstein said, suppose if there is nobody in the earth, nobody in the universe, then Bose told in his later life, at his older age, he told, I was not able to answer it. But if you ask me the same question now, I would say, Sahib, if there is nobody, who is going to observe it? So he raised a profound question, and you will not be there, I will not be there. So whether atom will emit or not, how
who is going to observe it?
Yeah, okay. Small kind of caveat here. So in quantum mechanics as well, when we talk about 100 years of quantum mechanics this year, UN has recognized it. That's the new quantum theory, right, which is given by Heisenberg, not by Einstein. Right? So Heisenberg says we are not concerned with what is, but we are concerned with what we observe it to be. Right? And we don't care about the ontological orbit perspective or whatever, right? I mean, so he only cares about transition probabilities, spectra, for instance, and so on and so forth, right? So we have taken a fundamental ontological jump, right? Where we are saying that maybe indeterminacy, right, and uncertainty in terms of determining or defining what is the ontology of the system is fundamental, right? And there is something that is contingent, which is useful as a theory, right? And that is all we have. Right? So quantum theory as it stands, a new quantum theory, not the semi-classical approximation, talks about it in that language. Right?
No, this is even that is one story behind it. I mean, which is very enjoyable, that as soon as Heisenberg discovered this uncertainty principle, he was feeling very discomfort, that everything is indeterminate. So he came to Calcutta. He met Rabindranath Tagore, and he discussed, Santiniketan, he discussed it at length with Tagore, and then I told, I feel comfort now by discussing Indian philosophy. So the indeterminism or indeterminacy with Heisenberg principle is associated, that is a kind of area where we can also discuss with the Shastra group.
Indian philosophy.
Indian philosophy.
I'll just translate this. Atra vastunah atom ityasya athva whatever particle tasya astitva tasya swarupa स्वतंत्रतया एव भवति अथवा दृक्परतंत्रतया भवति.
परमाणुना अस्तित्वं प्रलयकाले स्वतन्त्रमेव भवति. तत्र प्रलये दिक्कपि अस्ति, कालोपि अस्ति, नित्यत्वं शतं नित्यं प्रलये अस्ति. परन्तु प्रलयकाले परमाणु चतुर्विध परमाणु स्वतन्त्ररूपेण स्थातुं शक्नोति. परन्तु सृष्ट्वादौ अदृष्टद्वारा ईश्वर इच्छावशेन स्वजातीय परमाणुद्वय संयोगेन प्रथममेव यत् कार्यद्रव्यम् उत्पद्यते तत् दनुकम्. दनुकतः प्रणुकम्, दनुकतः चतुर्णुकम् एवं प्रकारेण महापृथिवी. शृण्वन्तु, मम समीपे एक मैंगो अस्ति, आम मैंगो. एके वदन्ति मैंगो माने इस फ्रूट में पार्थिव पदार्थोपि अस्ति, जलीय द्रव्यमपि अस्ति, तेजसमपि अस्ति, वायुपि अस्ति, आकाशोपि अस्ति, पंचभूतात्मकं. परन्तु नैयायिकानां मते शृण्वन्तु, आम्रफलं तु पृथिव्यां तस्य उत्पत्तिर्भवति. पृथिवी खलु भू, अतः भूतः भूत नहीं, भू माने सिंहस्य सन्तानः सिंह एव भवति तर्हि आम्रफलं तु केवलं पार्थिवपदार्थं तत्र जलीय दोनुकत्रमुखादि अस्ति सत्यं वायव्य दोनुकत्रमुखादि अस्ति सत्यं गौण आम्र गौण नहीं निमित्तमात्र निमित्तं परन्तु पार्थिव दोनुकत्रमुखादीनां संख्याधिक्या पार्थिवं वदति परन्तु ते तु मुख्य परन्तु तत्र जलीय दोमुखादि अस्ति तेजस दोमुखादि अपि अस्ति तत्तु निमित्तम् अतः मैंगो केवलं एकभौतिकं न तु पञ्चभौतिकं मनुष्यदेह तत्र वायुपरमाणु अस्ति तेजसपरमाणु अपि अस्ति अनुभवतः जायते तत्र आकाशोपि अस्ति सर्वमस्ति तथापि मनुष्यशरीरं न पञ्चभौतिकं दर्शनान्तरे पञ्चभौतिकं भवति परन्तु न्यायवैशेषिकमे तु एकभौतिकं यतः कथम् एकभौतिकं वैज्ञानिकानाम् उद्घोषणा यावत् द्रव्यभावी यः गुण मनुष्य मृत शरीरेपि शरीरत्वमस्ति तत्र तापो नास्ति तेजसो नास्ति जलीय गुणस्योपि नास्ति परन्तु गन्धः यावत् द्रव्यभावी यावत् शरीरभावी परन्तु न्यायवैशेषिकानां दृष्टिभङ्गी अपरापर दर्शनतः भिन्ना अत्र वैमत्तं भवति सत्यं परन्तु न्यायवैशेषिक दृष्ट्वा
अधुना अनुवादः आवश्यकः. So what he is saying is the question was that whether he raised the same question what Professor Behra is it not?
I just translated what Vitinda was saying on quantum mechanics.
Yes,
that
yes.
An object doesn't have intrinsic existence.
Yeah, same thing.
Appearance.
So the question or the point he raised.
No, this is not true. Because if you look at any textbook, quantum mechanics textbook, they differentiated two properties, intrinsic property and extrinsic property. Intrinsic somehow not
So what he said was at the time of dissolution of the which we call pralaya, when the entire creation is dissolved. So at that time also these four paramanus continue to exist because they are eternal, nitya. And because they are eternal, they continue to exist and they independently exist. But they, because it is all dissolution of universe, they are not visible obviously. And when in the beginning of the universe, because of these jivas coming into existence and because of their fruits of actions, with the help of Ishvara, it is formed into Dvanuka and then Tranuka like that.
So we can say.
So these, what he said was, these things are all the properties. They have independent properties and independent existence. These four kinds of paramanus. Another thing what he said was, which he gave the example of mango. When we have a mango, we generally say that. So this is the standpoint of Nyaya Vaisheshika philosophies. Other philosophical schools will differ. So when we say mango, we will say that it has got properties of all the 5 elements, major elements, but not according to Nyaya Vaisheshika. Nyaya Vaisheshika will say mango is having only the property, or it is the property of Prithvi. And because it comes out of Prithvi, this also, it's not just property, but it is also Prithvi. And though it has water, it has air, and it has also heat, all this might be present, but they are secondary. The primary and also the what you call quantity wise also, that is more. Prithvi element is more, so we call it Prithvi. And then he gave the example of human body also. By experience we know that contains all this Vayu, heat, etc. But according to Nyaya Vaisheshika, body is also considered something Prithvi, Parthiva. Why? Because when the body dies, when a person dies also, body emits smell, Gandhavati Prithvi. That's what he told till now.
Now, Professor Kaur, I have some issue which is very much relevant in modern science regarding measurability. When we say measurability in microscopic domain,
I mean in the domain of electrons, protons in a very small scale, then it is found that there will be disturbance in the state of that entity, and you only through measurement you can get some knowledge. But if you ask that person what was there before measuring it, they say we don't know. So that kind of thing, whether in Nyaya Vaisheshika you have regarding perception and knowledge, those kind of things are.
ন্যায় বৈশেষিক মতে আত্মা
Maybe,
সোল
maybe that, yeah.
Suddenly this finished, there are two.
Yeah.
Online complaining that we can't hear anything.
Yeah, where is that?
It is being charged.
Charging time.
Charge. We should make it
Can
before
declare.
Okay.
ন্যায় বৈশেষিক মতে আত্মা হলো জড়। ন্যায় বৈশেষিক মতে আত্মা হলো জড়। চেতন্য চৈতন্য যোগাৎ চেতন চৈতন্যস্তু জ্ঞানম। ন্যায় বৈশেষিক মতে জীবানাং অবস্থাত্রয় জাগ্রত স্বপ্ন সুষুপ্তি। জাগ্রত অবস্থায়াম আত্মনি চৈতন্য তস্মাৎ আত্মা চেতন। স্বপ্নাবস্থায়ামপি অর্থাৎ হাফ জাগ্রত অবস্থা হাফ নিদ্রিতাবস্থা তত্রাপি জ্ঞানমস্তি যত স্বপ্নদৃষ্ট বিষয়ম নিদ্রাভঙ্গানন্তরম অহং বক্তুম পারয়ামি পরন্তু সুষুপ্তৌ আত্মা পুরিততি নাড্যাম প্রবিশতি। তস্মাৎ একে বদন্তি आत्मन संयोगात ज्ञानम उत्पद्यते परंतु एतत् न समीचीनम्। तंग मन पुरीतोति न ज्ञान तत् नास्ति। तर्हि केवल सुषुप्ति समये ज्ञानम अपि नास्ति तत्रैव समये आत्मा जड़। परंतु वेदांत दर्शने सुषुप्तानन्तरम् अस्माकं अनुभवो भवति निद्रा अतीव सुखकरा आसीत्। तर्हि निद्रावस्थायामपि मम अनुभव जाग्रत आसीत् तत्र कः साक्षी। एवं प्रकारेण तेषां मते ब्रह्म चैतन्यस्वरूपं परन्तु अस्माकं मते चैतन्यं गुणपदार्थ एव ज्ञानं गुणपदार्थ।
तत्र तस्य प्रश्नः तु न तत् प्रश्नः यत्र पदार्थः अस्ति पदार्थः अमेय अवस्थायां बिफोर मेशरिंग तत्तु भवति परन्तु भौतिकानां मते फिजिसिस्ट तेषां मते मेयकाले ड्यूरिंग मेशरमेंट पदार्थस्य स्वभावः तत्र परिवर्तनं भवति। एतादृशी किंचित अस्ति किं न्यायवैशेषिकानां
परिवर्तनमस्ति यतः दोनुके अनुत्थ परिमाणमस्ति परन्तु दोनुकतः यदा त्रिमुखस्य उत्पत्तिर्भवति
न तु तत् ड्यूरिंग मेशरमेंट मेयकाले मेयत्वं भवति। मेयकाले किं परिवर्तनं जायते तत्र That's what he said.
Which is observing
something.
Sir, he has a question. What he is saying that science have this.
Science feel that
because
of measuring something changes.
Something
changes
because of
measurement. Because that's what you said.
Because you are measuring something changes. It is something like say some photographer comes. Your behavior changes because you feel somebody is going to. Is that way?
Not at that scale. Not at that
scale is different. Is it conscious? I'm saying. No, is it conscious?
No, let me clarify your position. Because in quantum theory or in microscopic domain, unless you measure anything, you cannot say what is that. But if you ask him what was before, they say we don't know. But in Newtonian paradigm, in classical paradigm, this is not the case. There is also perturbations or disturbance which can be reduced to zero in principle. But in quantum theory, you cannot reduce to zero, and Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
So basically, quantum physicists will say that if I measure something, it changes.
No, yes. So there's a caveat here. There's a caveat. Yes, one more. So there is this concept of superposition, right? Which is that multiplicity of states. There can be multiple states, right? And they are in a linear combination. They are in a combination of those, right? Till the point of measurement, and then it leads to one specific state being chosen and seen in the experiment. Okay? So that is why we say it changes. Technically, it is a superposition of possible states, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the possible states it can have. And there is a probabilistic aspect, as in, if I do this experiment multiple times, I will not get the same result. Number one, right? That is a very, very important part. Right? So
this is a wrong concept. Can I explain?
Okay.
This is a wrong concept.
Okay, please tell me.
First thing is, what you measure a particular state at a particular time.
No, we don't measure any particular state.
What is measurement? You compare something, that reply comes back, then only you declare. You measure at time t, that information comes to at t1, at t2 you declare, this is the state. That is a thing,
No. This is wrong.
Then what is it?
Look at it. What called Heisenberg microscope is a Gedanken experiment.
Heisenberg is nothing but karma neva vikara.
No, that will come later. That will come later. Let us see what science says.
Okay.
So in Heisenberg experiment, he said you want to locate the position of an electron.
Right.
What you will do? You will use a microscope. So from microscope, light will come and falls on the electron. And as soon as it falls to the electron, the position, then its momentum will change.
Right.
So in that sense, you cannot determine exactly the positions and momentum.
Sir, my question is, what is an electron? What?
Electron is a well-defined quantity.
What is that?
It has a specific charge. It has a specific.
Can you predict the position of an electron?
Yes.
Predict?
Yes. With Schrödinger equations, we can do it.
That is probabilistic, not.
No. You are wrong. No. Let me tell you.
So I have another question.
No, let him finish. What the probabilistic aspect does not come from Schrödinger equation. It's a perfectly deterministic equation. Only probabilistic aspect comes when comes measurement. Okay. So you cannot. People say, no. People say, well, quantum equations are probabilistic. No, nothing. This is wrong. Only if it comes to measurement, then comes the probabilistic.
We are talking about measurement only.
No, not only that.
Now we are talking about measurement.
Not only that. If we come to the measurement question, then of course, the question is whether that kind of perturbation or disturbances happens also in measuring Tronuko, or the observable particle consisting of several paramanu. Those kind of concepts are there or not? That is my question.
I think he has answered. I think he has answered.
Just a moment. प्रमेय
न तु प्रमेय भवति
न्यायदर्शन अनियत पदार्थवादिना तत्र पदार्थस्य संख्या नास्ति प्राचीन न्याय परंतु वैशेषिक सत्य पदार्थवादिना तत्र निर्दिष्टमस्ति पदार्थ सत्यविध परंतु न्यायदर्शन परंतु विशेष प्रमेयस्तु द्वादशविध आत्मा शरीर इंद्रियार्थ बुद्धि मन प्रवृत्ति
तत्र शृण्वन्तु तादृश प्रमेयं नास्ति मेशरबिलिटी परिमाणकाले पदार्थस्य परिवर्तनं भवति किम्
পরিমাণ কালে পদার্থ সম্পর্কনে বসছে প্রমাণ পরিমাণম চতুর্বিধম ন্যায় দর্শনম ওকে পরিমাণম
ना तो तत्व नॉट डायमेंशन मेजरिंग जैसे मैं बताता हूँ আপনি তো বাংলা বোঝেন একটা জিনিসকে আমি মাপছি तो যখন আমি মাপছি क्वांटम फिजिक्स ओके हिंदी जब मैं किसी चीज को माप रहा हूँ तो जब माप रहा हूँ क्वांटम फिजिसिस्ट बोल रहे हैं कि हो सकता है कि उसके कारण उस पदार्थ में परिवर्तन होगा
No, even that statement is not right. We do not know whether पदार्थ
मतलब होगा कि नहीं पता नहीं
Yeah.
अनिश्चित है वो कि उसमें परिवर्तन होगा कि नहीं अगर आप
We
किसी
cannot say anything of the state before the measurement.
यस
We cannot say anything.
एक पदार्थ को मापने के पहले आप अगर एक फिजिसिस्ट से
परिवर्तन किसका
उस पदार्थ में
गुरुत्व का
गुरुत्व का ना कोई भी परिवर्तन
और परिवर्तन तो होता है
नहीं मापने के कारण उसमें वो लोग जो बोल रहे हैं मैं उसको बिल्कुल वैसे ही उसका अनुवाद करता हूँ कि वहाँ पे बोल रहे हैं कि वही मैं संस्कृत में बता रहा था कि वहाँ पे बोल रहे हैं कि आप जब एक पदार्थ को मापते हो उसके बाद आप क्वांटम फिजिसिस्ट से पूछोगे कि आपने तो माप लिया और आप बता रहे हो कि इसका ये गुरुत्व है ये है पर इसके पहले ये क्या था तो वो बोलेंगे कि हमें नहीं पता उसके पहले नहीं पता क्यों ऐसा बोलते हैं क्यों ऐसा बोलते हैं क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि हो सकता है प्रोबेबिलिटी हो सकता है संभावना कि जब हम इसको माप रहे थे इसमें कोई परिवर्तन
I want to add couple of things here.
But superficial is also a wrong concept now.
No, we will
Very interesting discussion. And first of all, in quantum mechanics, when you describe things in terms of wave functions, the wave function is not real. It's a complex
function.
There is an imaginary component in it.
No, again, if there is a mathematician here, say complex number is consist of two real.
Yeah.
Okay, so you cannot say that it is fictitious or anything.
Imaginary.
No, I am not saying fictitious. I am not
There is
saying
imaginary
fictitious.
component also, there is a real component also. Real plus imaginary
cannot
is
say
Two
that.
real components.
Complex.
It's a complex.
Imaginary is not fictitious.
True.
It's not fictitious. That's
Also
not the
has to
point.
be clarified.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't kind of twist my thing. So that complexity, mathematical complexity in the wave function, you cannot interpret directly in nature, in our real world. Okay, let me speak.
No, let him finish.
Let me finish. Then you are speaking lot of time. I will go.
Incorrect concept, sir.
Come on, little bit quantum mechanics. I also know. So let me say something. Okay. So you come into the probabilistic description, and that requires doing a modular square or something like that, and you arrive at probabilistic description of the universe, of the whatever process you are studying, whatever object you are studying. So in quantum mechanics there is an uncertainty, but even then you can predict things very precisely. You can measure things very precisely. It's not that you do measurements every time it will come out different. It's not like that. Whatever quantity you are measuring, it will come out same every time. Okay. So let me complete. See, it is an imaginary nature of the thing that introduces many things. Now in Jain philosophy, this comes in automatically in terms of when you describe things in the what is called the principle of Anekant and Syadvad. So Syadvad is the way to say things. So there you describe things in sevenfold ways, and there is one of the components is avaktavya. Something that you cannot say, you cannot put.
It's a very interesting topic, but
Yes.
which is beyond. And let me just tell you one or two sentences. This seven-valued logic in Jain philosophy, and Chatuskoti in Buddhist philosophy, and Boolean logic in normal computer science.
Yes.
So, when quantum mechanics was born, the Boolean logic is not accepted, then a kind of three-valued logic. Okay, but as soon as you go for measurement, again it comes to the Boolean domain. So that is a fascinating area. Maybe in some dialogue we'll try to discuss. Try to discuss the logic, Indian logic, and join Buddhist and quantum logic. Okay.
Couple of
Yeah.
So firstly, I think there is some confusion regarding complex numbers. That has nothing to do with complexity to begin with. Complex numbers.
No, he was telling very.
My word.
Yeah.
Complexity doesn't mean the complexity.
And imaginary numbers are not fictitious as well, right? So that is number one. Number two,
I didn't say fictitious. You were saying.
I stand by. Just one moment, sir. I stand by what I say. Every time you do the experiments, you may get a different result. That is established quantum physics, right? If anyone else says deterministic quantum mechanics, none of the experiments till date in quantum physics will attest to that. None.
You cite an example.
I'll give an example. Hitachi
Give an example.
in 2000. I'm giving an example. Hitachi in 2022 did an experiment with electrons in a double-slit experiment 1,60,000 times, and they got different result 1,60,000 times with a statistical distribution. They got an interference pattern.
Oh, that is okay.
Right?
That is okay.
Multiple runs gave different results.
See, you are confusing now.
What am I confused?
You are confusing.
No, okay.
You are not making proper.
I want to hear. Please tell me what am I confused?
Measure electron property. Measure its charge. Measure its magnetic moment.
That is not what we
measure
talk
its
about.
mass.
That is not what we talk about.
No,
Why?
We say
These are the things of
Professor Joy,
Sir, I think I don't know.
Yeah.
What he was saying.
I want to ask you.
Yeah, this is going now beyond the domain of this discussion. We will discuss later on. Those very important issues. Yeah.
The thing that you are measuring
Yes.
in terms of some quantity,
Yes.
if it is an irrational number, you have to get different values every time.
Sir,
you do it.
Yes.
Sir, that is not what we are talking about.
Yes.
We are saying
No,
that there are
that I am
different-
questioning that.
Yes.
So if you get like that, do you call it deterministic or probabilistic?
No, again.
Within it is statistical, I agree.
No, again. There are some issues which maybe many of us know, that even within the deterministic paradigm, a phenomena called chaos theory has been developed. Yeah. So there you can get a time series. If you do time series analysis, it's very difficult whether the system is probabilistic or whether it is deterministic.
Correct.
So basically, for scientists, it's very difficult to understand the dynamics of deterministic system itself. Not difficult to understand probabilistic system. We will discuss maybe in some other context. Yeah.
I still have one question. You were mentioning observer.
Yeah.
Observer influencing the observation or the result.
Yeah.
I have a question. If the observer is not known to the observed object, something like a surveillance, see, you do not know, but there is a CCTV somewhere. That CCTV can also, let us say, direct towards the same object. You are consciously doing something and it is visible. That is, it is a subject to your experiment. It is an indirect subject to the same experiment, but some other place. Then what happens? See, observer, there are two observers. One is a paranoid observer. Another person is a physical, specific observer. He has an interest in this. He also has an interest, but maybe different purpose.
Yeah,
then what would happen?
You raised a very fascinating issue. Like many people, many quantum physicists, now they are discarding the role of observer in the sense that instead of the physically placing an observer, you place a registering instrument. Then it does not need any kind of things, but you can get the results. So,
but is there an effect? It's a basic question. Having an observer, known or not known, does it have an effect on things? Is the question.
We don't know. We don't know.
Does it have a causal relation? Then nothing lasts.
What is measurement? That is first point. What is measurement? It is a comparison between similars. Compare has to be done by an observer.
Yeah.
So does it mean the observation is showing light? That is not.
No, the issue is
so how
not,
can
no, the issue is not like that. I mean, if you say what is observation and what is the instrument of observation.
is a comparison between similar?
Yes, it is comparison like if you want to measure the mass of the electron or charge of the electron, you can compare with some scales, okay? But you cannot say that, I mean, what is your question now?
My question is, when you say throwing light disturbs that, that is not observation. We are observing the state, not by a particular...
No, we are observing the attribute.
Attributes, yes.
Attribute.
By
No.
which by measuring, comparing with a similar attribute, think of similar attribute.
Yes.
So, how does light play a role, or how does observer play a role?
No,
Except measuring,
here
comparing.
again the question what Professor Behera was raising, that here the observation process is a kind of macroscopic process.
It is a comparison.
No, it's not comparing. Macroscopic, we have a definite scale.
It's an issue of scale then.
Scale, huh?
Yeah.
Scale means comparison.
It is an issue of
Comparison
No,
is a scale.
no. We can say comparison in the sense that when you say microscopic scale, we have very specific number. Say if it goes beyond that, we say these are microscopic scale. If you go to a certain scale, we say this is macroscopic.
Right.
So we have a distinction. Now, your question will fascinate many people when they say if the observation process or instrument of the same size as that of the object to be measured. Richard Feynman, he raised these issues, and then there will be interference between the instrument and the observed object. So, in that case, according to principle of physics, you cannot observe anything because of the interference.
Can I give one example from the past, from Eddington? Eddington once told two of his students to measure the wavelength of sodium light.
Yeah.
Both came back with two different results. One is the standard result, one slightly different. Eddington asked the other person, how did you come at this? He said, I also had the same result as him, but since Earth is moving, the sodium light source is also moving at the speed of light. So I applied the length contraction, treating between as static, and Earth is moving according with reference to that. So I applied that length contraction, so I had a different...
So what's your problem?
Many, bless me, justice. That. So he said that's why I have come to a different number.
Yeah.
So Eddington said, no. You always should treat both the object being measured and the observer. Both should be moving at the same speed. That is the principle. Then now go and come back with the new measurement. So both went back and came back with result infinite.
What do you mean infinite?
So Eddington was sketched.
No, Eddington, you forget about Eddington.
Explanation suniya. So they said, when asked, they said, you said both the objects to be measured and the observer, both should be traveling at the same speed. In that
there is no question of traveling of the same
speed. This is what has happened to him.
Relevant things.
No, these are not, we can discuss it.
Eddington.
No, okay, Eddington wrote it, but in the context, it very much depends on the context. Okay, so...
maybe we should clarify what is superposition so that the dialogue can move.
Yeah, I think so.
I can
think
clarify from Vedas.
No, superposition, we don't have time now for discussing superposition because it will open up a new vista.
Can we go to Gunas of...
Professor Roy, I think the question which we had in the list of questions and also in the concept note,
I'll go there.
whether the methodology, what was the methodology to arrive at these scales, not just in mass or length, but also in time. Like there are various systems we were also talking about.
Professor Iyengar is here.
Yes,
he is
sir.
working on
Yes,
time
sir.
part he is doing. So what is the methodology
methodology and whether there were any instruments.
Even our
whether there were any instruments.
joint scholar is there. They have also very definite measurement of time scale. So both of them can enlighten us.
Yes, sir.
What is the methodology?
Methodology for measurement of
Measurement time. Yes.
See, as I see, there are 3 scales of time which is prevalent amongst us. One is the long one, extremely long one, going up to Parartha and all that. The second one is the intermediate, what I would call the historical time.
Yeah. If you can tell us the
Historical
school also,
time.
from which school this idea has been taken, it will be helpful for us.
Sorry?
Different schools.
To which school or tradition the argument belongs?
I don't belong to any school. Okay, I'm basically retired as professor in IASC, Engineering Sciences.
No, measurement of time.
It is
have
Siddhanta.
different schools.
Siddhanta school, Jyotisha.
There is no school, there is only one school.
Okay.
That is the one which has come historically right from the Vedic period onwards.
That is
up to
Siddhanta.
the present time.
Siddhanta.
Till about 17th century also. The measurement methods have changed. The instruments have changed, which have made more and more accurate depending on the particular person. Whether he was a poet, whether he was an astronomer, or whether he was a philosopher, or whether he was a musician. So that is how things have changed. Otherwise, time, as we all know, is the same thing for everyone. Right from the measurability of numbers, starting from the Rigvedic period onwards, it has remained the same. We all know what is 1, 2, 3. The same words are used in the Rigveda also. So there is going to be no difficulty with the numbers. But when you come to time, measurement of time, as I see from the evidences that are available, I have written on that. If somebody is interested, I can pass on that. Research very recently published. There are, so somebody was mentioning about lava. Lava. And the Purana said lava is same as nimesha, that is the eye wave. 13,500 nimeshas is going to be equal to 1 muhurta as per the Puranas. 13,500. And the same thing is there in some of the other texts also, like the Sushruta Samhita and also in the astronomical text. But the question comes up, what is this nimesha? Now, can you make anyone sit and count 13,500 times? That is not possible because the muscles get tired and you don't get the answer. So they had the alternates called the prana and the asu also. And from there, again the question is going to be, what is the long time and what is the short time? The unit is sunrise to sunrise. Sunrise to sunrise is the day. That has been the fundamental unit right from the Vedic period as I can see. And that was divided into 30 muhurtas. Why 30? Why not 15? Why not 16? These questions come up. And they are all mentioned, they are given in terms of stories in the Shatapada Brahmana and also in the Rigveda. And I can't go into the details of that. There is a story which is said that, Prajapati tried 720, he wanted to divide by 2, 3, 4.
So that's why we wanted to know how 30, how 2, how 3.
Why that? Why this?
Yes.
So finally he says 30 was also the fundamental number. It was 15 because 15 is the Paksha concerned with moon, as we can easily see, the Shukla Paksha and the Krishna Paksha. That as an integer they took it. So Prajapati declares that it is 15. So that is why both Amavasya and Purnima is called Panchadashi in the Vedic parlance. Not later on, but in the original parlance. So 15, then 30, then later on it became 60 in the common era because they wanted the 60 Ghatikas they wanted. Whereas originally it was 30 Muhurtas. Now, how did this continue further? In short, I will say that. And that has been done by both Aryabhata, Varahamihira and Bhaskaracharya They are all equated 60 Gurvaksharas. Gurvaksharas is going to be equal to 1 Vigatika, he says. That means if 60 Gurvaksharas is a long syllable, and they made a shloka for that, that is there. I didn't bring my recorder, otherwise I could have recorded it, or somebody can read it, he will get 24 seconds time. They have measured that statistically for about 60 people. That shloka is Makante, Pakshasyante, etc. It comes. That is in the Leela Khela Vritta. Leela Khela Vritta in classical thing is going to be 15 Gurvaksharas for each quarter. So it will be 60 Gurvaksharas. So what these astronomers said, if you can make a Ghatika, that is a part with a hole, and if that sinks 60 times from sunrise to sunrise, it is going to be 60 Ghatika, 1 full day. But how do you do that? That is a calibration. That is the calibration that you need to measure something. Then he says, you repeat this shloka 60 times.
And there is a logic behind 60.
That will be 3600, that will be 1 Ghatika. And the part should, the Shilpi would be watching that, he would tune it so that it sinks within that time. When 60 times the Shishyas are repeating this shloka.
That is the logic for 60.
Sorry?
Logic for 60 and 360.
Yeah, everything is there. That is,
I can tell it.
No, it is starting from the Vedic period, 15, then 30, then 60, it's a sexagesimal measure. It is not a decimal measure, let's understand that. And that is coming up to this. See, the length of the year is a different issue. I will not go into that. Then, Samvatsara and those things come up. I will not go into that. This is only measurement of time, the smallest time. How much we can do. And that Gurvakshara is 0.24 seconds. That is what we can measure by this. Not by simply uttering something. And it is the same thing if you can see the heartbeat and all that. It's about 15 or I don't remember right now. It comes to 21,600.
No, let me interrupt. When you say 0.24, actually in modern neuroscience, the cognitive time of the brain is 10 to 14 milliseconds.
That's quite possible. Actually, this is phenomenal time what I am talking.
Okay.
This is phenomenal time what the astronomers wanted, what the others wanted, and the priest wanted. In fact, the interesting thing is much more. That is how the Rig Veda is repeated. Even today in this country, it is at a speed of 7,200 aksharas per muhurta on an average in the south. In the north, it is about 14,400, it is double that. So there are 3 speeds for all. This is where Kala comes into picture. For astronomers, for musicians, and for philosophers also, there is an average time, there is a Druta and there is a Vilamba.
So reason is there why in the west, in north and south it is different because of the...
No, it is not different. Let me tell you, I think your question is very right. Actually, there are perceptions that, the Rig Vedas have so many syllables and all that. If you want to see the diagram, it is here. Why it is a linear scale? It cannot be a non-linear one. Generally, what happens in all natural processes, when something extends, it gets curved. It won't remain linear. Whereas here they have tried, whether it's a short mantra or a long mantra, it has to be in the same speed. That is the kind of training that is given in terms of the Pratishakya and Ganapata, Chatapata and so many things. The original concept was Rig Veda had to be finished in 24 hours, sunrise to sunrise. Even now in some of the Somayagas, they do it like that, I have heard. Now if it has to be done like that, the speed has to be about 14,400.
One interruption, why you say linearity?
No, linear means, you see, if you need a measurement, you need something like a foot scale.
Yeah.
That means I measure this much, I put the same thing 100 times, and measure the long one.
No, again, the issue is, this is in Euclidean geometry, this kind of linearity. Now, if you go to a sphere, then that kind of linearity does not hold.
No. See, this linearity is in sound.
Okay.
It is in sound, let us understand that. How many aksharas per thing, it is not spatial.
Okay.
It is purely mental. See, the depth of thinking of what he was telling about Srishti, so many things, and then how the combination happens, how these things come up, and you raise the question of waves also, apart with time. That is all connected with this. So, if the time has to be, you have to measure it linearly, so that later on the astronomers could devise these spots, where also you need linear measurement for practical things.
No, let me ask you one more thing. Have they considered the measurement of time in the brain, human brain?
In
human brain?
Measurement of time in human brain directly in terms of discrete. That is something discrete. That is something which is what you may call today a delta function, a direct delta function.
Okay.
Whereas the swaras are all continuous.
स्वयं राजते तंतु स्वरवाह स्वयं राजते इति स्वरः
टाइम का जो मेजरमेंट इसमें शंकर मिश्र वैशेषिक दर्शन का उपस्कार जो लिखा है उसमें कहा चक्षु का जो निमेष है वह लव 3 लव से एक निमेष होता है 3 निमेष से एक कक्ष 3 कक्ष से एक काष्ठा 30 काष्ठा में एक कला 30 कला में एक मुहूर्त 30 कला से एक मुहूर्त 30 मुहूर्त से एक दिन और 60 मुहूर्त से एक अहोरात्र इस प्रकार सप्तयुग जो भाग है 17,28,000 বৎসর মনুষ্য পরিমিত जब 365 दिन में मनुष्य परिमित 1 बच्चर होता है लेकिन मनुष्य परिमित 30 दिन में पितृलोक का 1 दिन है और मनुष्य परिमित 365 दिन में देवलोक का 1 दिन है एवं प्रकरण भाग है
तो ब्रह्मांड पुराण में आता है
ब्रह्मांड पुराण में वैशेषिक सूत्रोपस्कार में कहा सप्तयुग का परिमाण 17,28,000 तो त्रेता का 12,96,000 द्वापर का 8,64,000
all the logic is given why this kind of number we are dividing this and this. That methodology is well defined or yet to?
No, well defined.
No, that has been described.
Well defined.
That is defined.
That is
We
described.
get all these details in this book called Mensuration in Ancient India by Sharda Srinivasan. So length, mass, time, all these various divisions from numerous sources. They have all been.
No, this is an older scholar.
This published in
Sharda
1979.
written a book Mensuration in Ancient India, and that was published by Ajanta Publication in 1979.
Okay.
And they have given a detailed study of the length unit, time unit, and measurement unit.
Their methodology.
Some methodologies are given, and she pointed out that in different regions the length units are different.
Yeah.
For example, Bigha, a very common. So Bigha is different from Bundelkhand to Ruhelkhand and Gujarat and Maharashtra.
So the regional variations
very good book,
are all given in this book. They have all been well documented, and is also based upon epigraphic evidence. So a good deal of epigraphic evidence where these units of measurement have been employed and have been analyzed by archaeologists and epigraphists and so on have been very well detailed in this book. And all the divisions and subdivisions of length, mass, time, etc. So as per the various texts in Sanskrit and even in Buddhist texts have all been detailed in this book.
What's title? From your perspective.
This is called Mensuration in Ancient India by Sharada Srinivasan.
So anybody worked out on the chronological order?
Yes, yes.
Because you know, we talk about the temporal, the spatial variation. Is there any
The two very important articles published, one by Professor P.M. Agrawal of Oklahoma State University, United States, and another is Dr. Rajmal Kothari of Indian ISRO. ISRO now he is retired. And the article of Rajmal Kothari, Rajmal Jain, is the length and time units in Indian tradition. And I will provide the copy of that very paper. Okay. And as sir mentioned that from Nimish to year, the time units are same in all the tradition because they are used in astronomy. Muhurta, day, night, paksha, varsha, these are common. There is no difference in other traditions.
Swamiji, yeah, we learned from BNC.
So we have this book, it's an amazing book by Brajendranath Seal, The Positive Sciences of the Ancient Hindus. And incidentally, Brajendranath Seal was a classmate of Swami Vivekananda. And he used to teach Western philosophy. He was also the Vice Chancellor of Mysore University. But it is amazing how he has gone through all texts and commentaries on all texts. When I say all, it means actually all. And he is, it's an amazing book. So there we do find these terms used by different scales. But then what the term signifies, for example, this lava has been used in 3 different models, but then their unit is different, measurement is different. Same with Nimesha. One school tells Nimesha is something else, another is... Sir, I have a question to you. You were mentioning very nicely how they use this chanting, particularly of the Rig Veda, of that particular shloka and other ways. So using chanting or sound as a measurement of time, that was one way. And then you also mentioned about Ghatika, how they had one pot with
hourglass kind of thing.
Hourglass kind of thing, yes. So, did you in your research come across any other instruments other than these?
See, there is a book by one ЩАСТРАJñA, who was professor at Aligarh University, now he settled in Germany. About all astronomical instruments in India, he has an encyclopedia, where he has collected some of the instruments which comes in the Jain literature and also in the Samarangana Sutradhara for measurement of time. So that information is available. Whereas my interest has been, because people are working on it, like Professor Kannan was mentioning about Sharada Srinivasan, this is all about applicable measurements. That is day to day. Whereas in science, what we have been, I thought we were discussing, was philosophical issues, which are more esoteric kind of thing. Obviously, this country has been measuring and has been a great country, there is no doubt about it. Whether it comes to time, whether it comes to this or whatever it is. That is where...
No, this is not strictly rigorous in the sense that in science also, scientists discovered the smallest unit of time called Planck time in terms of 3 fundamental constants of nature.
Actually, that's what I'm trying to say. If such issues have to be found out, we have to go to the Vedic text only.
Vedas will be the beginning.
Vedas will be the beginning if we want to do that. We get these very specific issues, like what is the connection between space and time. It is a very important issue. Of course, Nayayikas also discuss it. It is from the Akhyanas or from the stories, they develop that. There is a homologation which is done. The number of aksharas in a mantra has to be the same number of bricks and all that. And there is a story for that. And from that they develop the connections on these things. That is how the measurements are developed. And also the smallest one you were asking, there is a very interesting statement in the circular thing. He says, sun has 360 Rashmi rays. So this circular chiti will have 360 bricks, but in between you have to put the Purisha, because sun is not discontinuous, it is continuous. So the circle has to be continuous. It is avyavachinnam. So that is how it has to be done. So that continuity, how do you bring it? These are all concepts. This is like some history of ideas, may not be history of science, but that ideas may lead to something different.
Yes, we need that kind of thing.
It may lead to something
Because,
different.
sir, it is important, as we were discussing, based on this book and other books, it is important because there is a prevalent notion that in ancient Indian traditions there were no instruments at all.
Very good article.
That's a very prevalent notion.
Professor S.R. Sharma is originally from Andhra, and he was posted in Aligarh Muslim University, and he written a very good article in Indian Journal of History of Science, IGHS, astronomical instrument in India. Astronomical instruments in India. This is a very big article written by S.R. Sharma and published in Indian Journal of History of Science. And
he has written a whole book, Rajesh.
Yes,
It's a 5,000-page book. It's not just a small article.
Not only an encyclopedia on that. What I was referring to, what Swamiji's question about this, the instrument could have been mental instruments. No, that is what I am trying to say. When the Akshara came up, how did they do that? If you see in the Vedic period, how did they measure time? How did they do that? It is in the Atiratra Yaga, there are so many mantras which come, and it is a 3 paryaya they have to do in the night. And these 3 paryayas have to be of equal length. He says that, the mantra says that. Sayanacharya explains this in great length, why it has to be. He says it has to be of 10 gatika, Dasha gatika. Sayana had the gatika yantra in Vijayanagar. So he would have used the gatika yantra for the Atiratra Yaga, I have no problem with it. But what were these people doing in the Rigvedic time? It was the Prataranumaka, he says. It is there already. The Prataranumaka, Brahati Sahasram. Brahati has 36 aksharas. 1000 Brahatis, it has to be said from midnight till the Pakshi's call. That time.
So I would rather call it not mental, but they were using sound as a measurement.
Sound as a measurement.
Not when because these are all very skeptics we have in the room. They are not very open with their skepticism. So when we say mental, they will say, oh, these people did not have any measuring. That's not the thing.
Something more than that. What Majumdar was mentioning, they developed actually the concept of swara. Swara. That swara is a wave actually. When you come, finally even today in music, swara is going to be only a wave. I will not go into that.
Yes. So they relied on sounds more.
Yeah. And the way they said, Akasha is not taken as an element because there's no sound. Sound is eternal. That's what they told.
Sir, what were you saying?
Why is that microphone?
Microphone charge. So much.
বেদস্য সরঙ্গ অস্তি শিক্ষা কল্প নিরুক্ত ব্যাকরণ ছন্দ এবং জ্যোতিষ তত্র শিক্ষাগ্রন্থে কল্পে এবং ছন্দে এবং জ্যোতিষ গ্রন্থে অপি প্রাতিসাক্ষ্য তত্র উচ্চারণ কাল যথা হ্রস্ব দীর্ঘ পুত স্বরা হ্রস্ব দীর্ঘ
Anani has mentioned Ukalaha Ach Sarasya Dirgha Prutaha. He is giving back there is a Ajyoki Diksha saying
অতি সূক্ষ্ম কালস্য ব্যবহার অস্তি একমাত্রং ভাবে হ্রস্ব দ্বিমাত্রং দীর্ঘ উচ্চতে ত্রিমাত্রস্তু প্লুতজ্ঞেয় ব্যঞ্জনং চার্ধমাত্রকম মাত্রা শব্দস্য অর্থ প্রতি সময় উচ্চারণ কাল সর্বম বৈদিক যুগে
Shatrimsa Jivita Dharmaha. For every Vedic letter, 26 parameters are listed. We have done even programming, I would try to see that this is exactly matches this. In ISC also we have done this earlier. Electrical engineering department we have done this kind of studies. I can try to say Udatta Akara different from Anudatta Akara, different from Sarita Akara in this bandwidth. This is possible. Maybe it is depending on the speaker or the reciter to an extent. There is bandwidth of maybe 2 to 3%. But it is still within a range. This is possible to have exactly the replica possible. And this has been recorded.
So you have done with computer?
Yeah, we have done it to some software here with A.J. Ramakrishna's lab. We have done this in electrical engineering. Yes, this is possible. Whole issue is people try to expect, I want to have a stand, I want to have some box, I want to have some installer, I want to have a software, etc. That is not only what is instrument. The instrument, karana as a word, It's a karaka. It's a karaka is a concept. It's a concept that by which I am able to do. Sadhaka tamam karanam. And what is sadhaka need not be only in somebody's imagination, it should be this form, etc. It is not that, but still we had karana. We had karana ever since creation for different subjects, different ways. And there are sophisticated ones which were scholarly. And there were things that were used by common people. Now the issue is like Dr. Iyengar was mentioning, ideas. Ideas come in the mind. And ideas have measurement as an idea also.
Yeah.
Yes. See, Hasva Dirgha Plutta is like what he is trying to say, the Tala, the Raga. Now, how does somebody have this concept of time? Concept of time applied to different things goes in different form. But it does not mean that without measurement it is possible. And without repetition, if you find an apaswara somewhere, how do you find an apaswara? What is the reference against it? I have been asked this question. I am a Vedic teacher for 55 years now. Someone asked me, if you failed a person only for swara, instead of udatta, he mentioned anudatta, then how will you convince him or explain to him, you should have said this, you have said this. I can say this again. You said this, I said this kind. Now, can you put it in a machine or kind of instrument kind of? The machine exists within us. In fact, the entire process is there. Panini has explained in Panini Shiksha, there are 8 steps before a sound gets produced, and in each step it is possible.
You know, there is one incident, Piaget, that famous psychologist, Western psychologist, he first arranged international conference on psychology in Alps, and the main guest was Albert Einstein. So they were discussing the psychology, time in psychology, etc. But the main theme was how child conceives of time.
Yes.
And Einstein, later on, he said, it's haunted me for many, many years.
Yes.
So, sir, this leads to the connected question that because Dr. Iyengar, sir, I'm asking you this question here. So, this leads to this which you were mentioning in the passing, that how was a standard created? It is there in the Vedas, of course, but in practice, how was it created? What was the process of standardization of this sound?
Can I add a question to Simran?
Okay.
So, like in your sets of literature, did you see any other yardstick than the bringing of the eye? Other than the bringing of the eye?
Other than?
Bringing of the eye.
No. Yeah. That's what I said. There is a asu, breathing, and prana, heartbeat, or you can say pulse. There are also measures. They are given, the numbers are given, they are available. I have given the references there. But finally, they decided for measurement, at least up to the common era, it was the akshara, guru akshara. Whereas you can see the aksharas in classical Sanskrit has multiple meanings. You have the guru and you have the lagu. So in the various chandas, in classical Sanskrit, you have in the Vritaratnakara and others, you have so many things. And you can read them. You can read and enjoy the thing. You need not even utter it. But here, you have to utter that. You have to say that, the shlokas. That is what the astronomers fixed up. Even before Aryabhata, it would have been there. And there are many, why this was important, this is also practical time. There is a text called Muhurta Chintamani, where he discusses that in marriage, it used to be done even about 200 years back, now no more. A Gatika Yantra has to be established. That had to be done by the bridegroom. The bridegroom will go with a Gatika Yantra. Early in the morning, he would fix that because he is getting married. And then, when that Lagna time comes, the Purohit would know it has happened. For the Vigatika, he would use the shlokas. There are 6 shlokas given in the Gatika Yantra Vidhana Vidhi. We have that manuscript also with us. And how many times he utters it, he knows how many Vigatikas have happened. And that has been the thing. And even today in West Coast, during the marriages, the priest does the Gatika Yantra Puja. But to the bridegroom, a wristwatch or something is given. As a dowry. But it is the connection. Like sun is connected with the ghata. Now the Kala is connected with everything, like this. That is the Gatika story.
And just to continue with that, this is blinking of the eye. I think it's 1/6 of a second, right? But how they exactly measured that time? There is no such measurement.
No, there is no measurement. It is multiple. You measure, as in astronomy, a long number. And then, you divide it, you get an average value. That is how it is decided. Because there's a decimal point measurement was not there in this country, Only recently it has come. So even the astronomers, when they wanted very accurate things, they would make rational fractions of large numbers. It's the same way. You measure it so many times.
But pi was there in our...
Pi was there up to how many decimals? 22/7 in the 4th century. Only in the 15th century, Kerala mathematicians gave it a longer thing. So these things are always there.
Okay.
But the concept was there. That this was irrational was there even in the Shulva Sutra time. In fact, the Shulva Sutras is one of the very important things. Not this Brihat Samhita definition of space and all that. They measure it from the Tila, Yava, and then the Angula comes. And the Shulva Sutras are better things because they're standardized. Everything is standardized.
So again the question, what was the process of standardization of this chanting, which you came up?
Because it's subjective, right?
We have to work. No, we have to work on that for some time. Then in every areas we are going to get it, and there are things which we have not understood fully. I want to show you one thing, which because it was mentioned about Vedanga and Jyotisha. What is Vedanga Jyotisha? This is the only Vedanga Jyotisha which has been published only about 4 months back, published by the Central Sanskrit University. Mahasalilam. The usual Lagada and others, that Vedanga Jyotisha is a name given. It doesn't say anything about planets, doesn't say anything about creation, doesn't say anything about... This is from the manuscripts.
Oh, okay.
This is done from manuscripts in our group.
Sure. Our suggestion.
No, what I am trying to say is, there are new concepts which we will get only from looking into the ancient. Starting from the Veda, from Agnimirya Purohitam, we have to start. Then only we get new things. There is a question about parimana. How does parimana arise? How does that come up, measure? He was also asking about measurability. What is the concept of measurability?
Sure.
Seed is the mana is the word. And mana is also a word for Agastya. Why? Agastya was rising only to a particular mana, only at a sharp hand in the south. Then he, sets down. So that is why he was called mana and manya. And so that was considered a height. One particular height may be this much. Unit. So that is how the concept of mana comes. Concept of height.
So this is very fascinating discussion, and we also feel hungry. And
Hungry for more discussion.
no, and my request to all the persons here who are discussing whether they can share their knowledge to us, and because it's a continuing discussion, it's not the end or not the beginning even, but we need your help, and if maybe we can make a Google group, so that you can share your knowledge.
Let's break for the lunch.
And in Bangalore it is available.
Okay, let's break for the lunch.
Yeah. So we'll come back by 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Yeah. Thank you for a really lively discussion.
You mentioned the Sukhavathi. You mentioned the public
response to the client's maybe expression of their feelings, thoughts, etc. and all. And if you see, these practices or these research methodologies are quite intensive, needs a lot of work, lot of commitment by the researcher over time. So documentation again and again over like months and sometimes even years, one has to keep doing that. And then the you can see like certain patterns emerging and like even growth happening. One of the things which you can say that there is also a concern, a few methodological concern which comes in that. For example, the issue of privacy. So nobody wants to have their journal, personal journal like shared with other people. So that is one thing. When it comes to intersubjective work, one has to also look into whether the person has that kind of deep trust, where two people coming together in a dialogue, talking about their internal processes, can be frank and open about those things, what is happening within them and how this like, if there is a small group, the dynamics are very fragile to like change. As we were talking about, for example, in quantum mechanism and all, I'm not going into that, but if you look into it in terms of the human mind and interaction between two people or a group of people, just because of one person's internal dynamics or one person's expression of maybe likes, dislikes, raga, dvesha, ahankara and all, it can actually change the phenomena for everyone else in the group. So one has to also remember some of these limitations or difficulties when it comes to work like that. Same thing in the first person research also, there is an issue about, you can say, it has to be validated and seen consistently, maybe by advanced practitioners across like maybe different places and all, because you don't get similar kind of like-minded people. And not the phenomena can also happen like in a way which can be replicated easily. So one also notices that there is a chance or like you can say error of self-deception. So a person who is not having the like fully honest with themselves about these phenomena can also lead to you can say error in the results which is coming together, because if you are doing a work, then we need to also look into the quality of the results which are coming. And another thing is that the third person methodology, which is the quantitative kind, which is like common in the mainstream psychology research, for example, making a scale and asking people to answer them. When a person is answering a questionnaire like this, for example, how happy you are in general, you have to remember that what happens inside the mind is generally people come look into their discrete moments of happiness or joy, make an average, quickly respond to a scale between 1 to 5. And yes, in that sense, the recent memory of their happy times can actually influence their response to what has been happening in their last 6 months, or in general how their like life in fact. So there are a lot of limitations here also. People do criticize that how can you give a mathematical number to a emotion or like we found that there is a beneficial effect, the depression is lifting, although the amount is different from like rater to rater. So some maybe a person says that I have improved a lot more as compared to how like their family member says, but the improvement, the direction of the improvement stays same and remains statistically significant. So this is one way of like looking at the data triangulation.
Sure, yeah, I have a little query. I mean, all these are somehow related to subjectivity.
Yes.
So, as a clinical psychologist, okay, you can look at the behavioral things, but from neuroscience perspective, how far it?
Okay, so there's a lot of studies which have been done in the field which has found that psychotherapy, which is like a talking cure you can say, actually leads to changes in the brain also. So in the structure of the brain, and that has been measured in various studies. And along with that, you can see at a cross-sectional level. So because I'm a clinician, I'm looking mostly on the how things change over time through intervention longitudinally. However, like there is a lot of studies which looks into EEG or like neuropsychological test, attention test, memory test, executive functioning test, both self-report as well as performance-related test. So these are different methodologies which have been used in the field for assessment purpose, and each one of them will have their pros as well as cons. So it's always good to have multiple methods coming together when we are trying to measure something like mind, which is like a lot more abstract as compared to physical realities.
So let me ask now Professor Kaur, from NAYA perspective, you have any idea?
According to the NAYA philosophy, न्याय फिलोसफी मत के अनुसार मौन स्वीकार करने का एक युक्ति है। युक्ति ये है कि सभी कार्यों का एक कारण इंस्ट्रूमेंट है। विदाउट इंस्ट्रूमेंट कभी कार्य नहीं हो सकता। तो आत्मा का जो विशेष गुण है सुख दुख, वही सुख दुख का साक्षात्कार परसेप्शन हम लोग का होता है। तो नैयायिक ने कहता है कि सुख दुख का जो साक्षात्कार वह सकरणक है। जैसे वह जन्म सुख दुख साक्षात्कार है, जन्म नित्य नहीं जन्म, तो उसका कारण स्वीकार करना चाहिए। तो सुख दुख का साक्षात करने का जो कारण है वह बाह्येंद्रिय चक्षु कर्ण जिह्वा नासिका त्वक ये नहीं हो सकता है। इसीलिए कारण के लिए अंतःकरण मन को स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। तो हम लोग का जो ज्ञान का उत्पत्ति है आत्मा में, न्याय वैशेषिक मतानुसार ज्ञान आत्मा का एक धर्म है, गुण है, तो विशेष गुण है। तो युक्ति है कि आत्मा मनसा संयुज्यते मन इंद्रियेण इंद्रियं विषयेण ततो ज्ञानम उत्पद्यते। अर्थात आत्मा का साथ मन का संयोग, मन का साथ इंद्रियों का संयोग और इंद्रियों का साथ विषय का संयोग होने पर आत्मा में बहिर्विषय का ज्ञान उत्पन्न होता है। तो अभी भी प्रश्न होता है तो मन को स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। तो मन का साइज कितना है, इसमें न्याय वैशेषिक का कहना यह है कि रूप रस गंध स्पर्श शब्द ये 5 विषय सम्मुख में है और 5 बहिरिंद्रिय के साथ विषय का संयोग रहने पर भी हम लोग का सिमल्टेनियसली जुगपथ 5 विषय का ज्ञान आत्मा में नहीं हो सकता। एक माने 1 by 1 ज्ञान होता है हम लोग को। इसका कारण क्या होता है? इसका कारण यह होता है कि आत्मा का परिमाण अणुत्व है, अर्थात आत्मा अणु। इसके कारण आत्मा मनसा संयुज्यते, मन का साथ जो इंद्रियों का संयोग, वो जुगपथ 5 इंद्रियों के साथ मन संयुक्त नहीं हो सकता। जब जत इंद्रियों के साथ संयुक्त होता है तभी वह इंद्रियों से ही ज्ञान उत्पन्न होता है। जैसे हम लोग जब टीवी देखते हैं तब चक्षु का विषय भी है और श्रवण इंद्रिय का भी विषय है। दोनों विषय हम लोग का ये मालूम होता है कि दोनों विषय का ज्ञान जुगपथ होता है, एक साथ होता है। लेकिन न्याय मतानुसार ये नहीं हो सकता, दीर्घ शस्कुलीन न्याय, तो एक साथ नहीं हो सकता। तो मन इतना चंचल है, माने विश्व में जितनी गतिशील द्रव्य है सबसे फास्ट होता है मन। इसीलिए मन युगपथ आँखों के साथ और श्रवणेन्द्र के साथ इतना माने संपर्क होता है कि एक साथ कभी नहीं, इतना संयोग होता है कि हम लोग को मालूम होता है दोनों ज्ञान एक साथ ही साथ उत्पन्न होता है, लेकिन दोनों ही नहीं, एक 1 by 1 होता है। इसलिए मन का परिमाण न्याय वैशेषिक मतानुसार अणु अर्थात अणुत्व परिमाण विशिष्ट होता है और अति द्रुतगामी है। जैसे नैयायिक ने कहता है कि उत्पल माने लोटस का जो लीफ है, फूलों का जो पापड़ी है, वो एक कर 100 पापड़ी को लेकर जब हम सुई के साथ ये करते हैं, हम लोग का मालूम होता है एक सेकंड में ही, 1 सेकंड भी नहीं, इसके माइक्रो सेकंड में 100 पत्रों का भेद होता है, लेकिन ये नहीं 1 by 1 होता है, एक साथ नहीं, हम लोग का मालूम होता है एक साथ, लेकिन एक साथ नहीं, एक पर एक होता है। इसी प्रकार मन भी 5 विषय माने बहिरिंद्रिय 5 का जो 5 विषय सम्मुख में रहने पर भी जुगपद ज्ञान नहीं हो सकता। जिस इंद्रिय के साथ मन का संयोग है, केवल उसी इंद्रिय से ही विषय का ज्ञान उत्पन्न होता है। हाँ।
Dr. Rohit Prakash, you tell me, okay, yeah.
See, if you take how actually these sensory inputs are processed in the different areas of the brain, I mean, taking the brain as a substratum or the biological entity to process this external, say, information that comes. So all the, say, different sensory inputs that we get, it can be, say, vision, hearing, touch, all those things. These information that is processed in the brain has a different speed of processing. It's not the same. Vision, the process which the visual information is processed is at the fastest. Maybe next comes the sound, next comes the all our somatic sensation and all those things. So from that perspective, so if we, whatever the Dr. Carr has said, that at any given say point of time, all these different entities are processed independently in different areas of the brain. Yes, this is a fact. But when it comes to our experience as such, we never experience vision separately, hearing separately, or whatever the inputs that are coming separately. Because see, now I am speaking, you are seeing me and hearing me, and you are experiencing that, of course, all these things are happening as a single, at a single time point.
Yeah, so
now,
it may be due to the fact that if you consider brain as an instrument, it has a resolution capacity, 10 to 14 milliseconds. So maybe all the processing happens within 10 to 14 milliseconds. You cannot distinguish.
No. Now the work has shown that the neural frequency that happens at gamma range, okay, maybe at locally or at globally at the global at the brain level, or local at the local region at different say where the sensory input comes. This gamma range is what that binds the different components as a coherent thing.
Yeah, that corresponds to 10 to 14.
Yeah, that corresponds to the 10 to the 14. So at this point of time, the degree of our experience, or even difference about the quality of our experiences, it depends on how intense is our, say, gamma frequency, whether it is global or whether it is local.
Yeah. Okay. Dr. Rohit Prakash, would you like to comment?
Yeah, but any specific things you would want me to tell? Any specific topic in which comment?
No, I mean, if you can say that what is the processing time for different input from neurological point of view.
Actually, it will be very difficult to answer this question according to me. Because the processing time, when we talk about what is processing of what? And who is processing? If you, for example, say touch sensation, processing is happening at multiple levels. It is happening at synaptic level also, at the neuronal level. It is happening at spinal cord level. It is happening at basal ganglia level. It is happening at cortical level, subcortical level. All of the levels are different. I think that consciously what we perceive, it has definitely got to do with the cortical level of summation. Cortical level of summation, when it happens, then only it is perceived consciously. I think that the subcortical processing, some of them, they have conscious ability to be produced at a conscious level. For example, intense emotions. Now we talk about emotions very vaguely, but emotions also have different levels. Some of the emotions are the emotions that we carry when we are doing everything else. It is called pervasive emotion, which is already there. In more psychiatric level, it is called as mood. Mood is the tone of emotion that we are carrying all the time. Then there is a wave of emotion, which comes as the external stimulus comes. That is what most people are talking about. External stimulus comes, it creates a wave of emotion inside us. But that is not the only emotion. Beyond that, there are levels of emotions which we do not understand also.
No, I can give you one example,
Yeah.
very simple example. This is called problem of simultaneity.
Problem of?
Problem of simultaneity.
Simultaneity, yeah.
If you just throw a stone and at a particular instant, the stimulus is coming and it falls on the retina, then because of the millions of actions, the conduction speed will be different. But still we think that it happens at the same instant.
That is true. That is true. The perception will be the same. But I think that the perception that we are talking about, it is already very delayed. I think things are happening in microsecond level. I don't think millisecond is good enough, according to me, because studies have shown that when a sensation is perceived, not only the pathway through which is going, but independent brain areas, they start getting activated. And they all join together. That is called as electromagnetic summation, which we do not understand why when temporal area is stimulated, why cortical area should start firing immediately. Means immediate summation, I am saying that it is happening and it summates to the EEG recording which is happening. So I think that the electromagnetic field structure of brain is such that it is very difficult to comprehend that from where something is coming. And given the scale of the neurons that we have 100 billion, 80 billion to 100 billion neurons, which neuron is contributing how much to one kind of waveform. Waveform is also a big number actually. Wavelet, if we say, maybe Dr. Ravindra will agree, that wavelet analysis when we do, maybe that can contribute a little bit to our understanding. Yes.
I have one observation. Four steps here involved. Abhagraha, Iha, Abhagama, Dharana. These are the four steps. So the Abhagraha is when external sense. When the external sense is received, that is called Abhagraha. When that is processed by the particular sense organ, that is called Iha. When that is processed internally, that is called Abhagama. And when finally we perceive it, that is called Dharana. At Dharana, everything combines, so it looks simultaneous. But there are these three steps are there. So in these three steps, they occur at different times. But Dharana is at the one time. So there is no contradiction among whatever you are tell, what he said, or you raise the question, all are resolved, because these involve four steps and not one step. And each step is different, so each takes its own time, but final dharana is one. So it appears as if whole thing
I wanted to ask the timing for each processing.
Processing different, but final dharana is same for all.
In which text is this given? In which text is
Mimamsa.
And this Iha,
Yoga Shastra. Yoga Shastra.
So maybe Dr. Ramanujam, specialist in Mimamsa.
What we are now discussing here is not, it is something like an action in general has intention phase, execution phase, then the resulting phase has two aspects. It has been done, it doesn't recognize. Now what happens is these are specifically given different names. For example, of sankalpa, say when a person does the sankalpa, that is the beginning of an action. He mentally wants to do this. Now sankalpa itself is further split down. Okay, sankalpa karma manasam is the basic definition. Sankalpa is a manasa karma. So you don't need any external instrument for this. You think you want to do, you intend to do something. Now from then onwards, what happens is now this has got a parallel distribution now. This drives various other things. Maybe each one is required at different time. Each one is.
I can remind you the famous Libet experiment.
Sorry?
Libet experiment. Libet starts by. Yeah. I mean, you think something like before marathon, or before
Ha, ha, ha.
you think something, make a sankalpa.
True.
Then the starting.
So, yeah, even like the Dr. Iyengar was saying, see, the chanting also, the chanting or even the intention to be expressed takes its own process basically. What happens is some things are just, rendered mentally. There is nothing additional. Iddhi manasa dhyayati, tad vacha vadati, tad karmana karoti. This is what Vedas have said about yajnas. You have to first determine mentally, manasa dhyayati. Then vacha vadati. It is also necessary to see that, there should be a kind of correlation. The correlation establishes, yes, you are really intent and you are also following up whether this is happening. See, the whole question is now the brain has got multiple responsibilities. Brain is not looking at individual episodes. Brain has its own plan. See, there are two things. Brain's own planning, intentional acts or something. Things that are forced on it externally is another thing. Now, brain has to process both. Now, when it is processing both, one set is known and one set can also shut down the others. See, it is also possible, in the Upanishad there is an example, a person talking to a friend of him, both of them are walking, and in front of them some person is coming, he is just wanting to ask for a location. He is asking, where is a big banyan here? Now, this person has been talking, he has come through this, he has seen, but it has not registered in him. He says, I do not know. And after these two people who are speaking, they finish this, one of them returns. When he returns, he says, this is the thing I saw while going also, but when he asked, I was not able to respond, simply because it was anyamana abhuvam. This is what the Shruti uses. Anyamana abhuvam. Now, the individual senses have worked, they have reported, it has not got registered at all. Now, not registered because brain has received, but it has put it on hold. Now, it has been continuing something which it was interested in. Now, these are the two things. One, he initiates, the person initiates, the other one, he receives. Now, the receiving thing is not under his control, but his own thing he is able to, if he wants to continue, he continues. Otherwise, of course, he can give place for the external thing to take a break from his current thing. That is where the Shrutis have two distinct things. Whatever happens by default or by reflex action is not counted. See, when you make a theory, it is not possible to make for all situations. So what is done is intentional acts. Intentional acts, you want to do this. You keep, of course, following up. You keep, assessing where are we, where did I start, where am I now, where am I to reach, how much is left, etc. Now, like what he said, this Pratharanuvaka is one good example. 36,000 characters are to be mentioned from midnight onwards before the first rays of sun come up, before the birds start chirping kind of. Roughly about 5 hours time, let us say, 4 hours or 5 hours time. 36,000 characters in this time, now it actually binds a person not to look at anything else. Specifically, the time is given in the night simply because the disturbances will be less. Disturbances will be less, there will be a calmness, silence kind of thing. Even then, Shruti mentions this specifically, Manas is not conditioned by external things. It doesn't require external silence or whatever. It can by itself create things and then keep on following. Now, you have a duty to maintain. So many letters are done, so much time is there, am I going to complete or not? This is to bind you to something that specifically you are set to do, complete this. Now that practice, slowly what happens is, this person is able to separate out one's own voluntary thing and things that come from external things.
Yeah, so thank you, Professor Ramana. So I will first start addressing Mam's the question that Professor Roy asked, quantification, and then I will tell some of the research work we are doing on the mind-brain consciousness issues. So first, let's address her what the quantification. You see, we did one intervention that in IITs the students are very distracted; they can't focus, right? And then there are some students who are very traumatized because of certain things that has happened to their near dear ones or something. So we had these two categories of subjects, and we administered Mishra Jogia for those who are traumatized, and Rag Darbari for those who are distracted. two different music, and this is administered for half an hour. So we took the EEG signal after the intervention was given. So what we found, of course, we used there is a software called S-Loretta. So when you take a EEG signal, 256 channel EEG signal, so what it can do is that S-Loretta can find out these signals are coming from what sources, and you can create a brain network, how they are connected. So we found that in both cases, when you are traumatized or you are distracted, every part of your brain talking to each other. A lot of crosstalk is happening. And hence, you are not composed. So when we gave these, and this is based on, the Raga Shastra, which raga has to be administered for whom. These are all there. This is not our invention. So when we did it, what we found is that this crosstalk stopped. That we looked at, only the part of the brain that needs to talk to each other are active. All others are finished. So this shows that what is there in our Shastra, we can really quantify using the modern technology. We can really see what's happening. Now, the point here is that how do we study mind and consciousness using the physical imprint? Because we have only access to the physical imprint, right? So how do we study mind? Because mind is something very subtle, and even the consciousness is subtler than the mind, right? So here we were talking about this frequency, right? Our brain is 100, maximum 100 Hz frequency. It's very physical, right? Whereas mind is, so if you look at our Bhagavad Gita, there are three energies in this body. One energy is physical energy, and the other energy is a mental energy, which I call it, I have coined the word called semantic energy, because mind makes the body to work. How the body?
Why you call semantic energy?
Semantic because it knows what it does, right? It
interprets.
Yeah, it interprets. It is aware of things, because that is the first cognitive element, because mind in entangled with the soul, it attains its cognitive status. And again, the body being entangled with the mind also attains the cognitive status. These are all very important aspects we have to understand. These three energies within the body, they are entangled in a very subtle way. Like, for example, in our Shastra it is read, the mind is so subtle, it gets entangled with the Sukhmendriya. We don't know what is Sukhmendriya. That has to be deciphered. Sukhmendriya is so subtle. So what is the Sukhmendriya? This has to do with the Pancha Mahabhuta, because that's where the senses are existing. So there the entanglement is happening, because energy of the similar type, only they can get entangled.
Now, there are some issues. Like when you say mind, again Shastra says mind is also matter.
Mind is matter.
But that matter and the matter we deal in physics is the same?
No, different. They're different. So what is happening now, these three energies, they are so entangled, the observer, which is covered with the Mahatattva in different level.
These energies are physical energy?
No, there are three categories of energy. One is the very gross energy, but we say still cognitive energy. So the cognitive energy, the Atma is pure cognition, right? It always knows itself. But its covering, its knowledge is covered, being entangled with the mind, which is a physical energy, but being entangled with the pure cognition, it has a cognitive status.
No, so one energy is not physical.
The senses are physical, so also mind is physical.
Yeah.
But the gradation of cognition is different.
But their energies are physical, or someone is physical, someone is not physical?
No, all are physical.
Okay.
All are physical, but this physical energy has a, okay, let me explain to you. One physical energy, see, one is that physical energy, but the other is cognitive physical energy. Cognitive.
What do you mean by that?
Cognitive physical energy means, for example, when we say Pancha Mahabhuta, the water has memory, the earth has memory. So memory brings in the aspect of cognition.
No, again, these are very debatable issues.
Uh-huh.
That earth has memory, water has memory.
Uh-huh.
Because
But if we have to bring in, because see, earth, water, air, fire, ether, if we start interpreting simply based on our physics or chemistry, you cannot decipher what is earth, water, air, fire, ether.
So, this is
What do you mean by memory here? For making the discussion more.
Okay.
What do you mean by the memory?
So memory means, for example, we had invited Professor Rumiana Senkova from Japan. She has developed aquagram model of water, and using saliva, she can actually tell that what kind of disease is going to happen to you. Right? That means the water is carrying certain memory.
No,
and
let me tell you. There were some experiments in Malaysia long before, and the physicists claimed that water has memory. So what do you mean by that? They said there is very low dilution, the water molecule clusters, and that cluster is associated kind of memory.
So the confirmation of the
Confirmation. Yeah.
It also forms a structure, but this water is not the H2O that we normally refer within our. Yes.
Regarding the semantic energy, because in physics we have directionality. It's more from entropic perspective. There are many other reasons why things go in a certain way. Energy by itself is not directionally kind of semantic in that sense.
Yeah.
It is definitely flowing. It's definitely moving. There's flux, everything is there. But there's no aspect of meaning that or semantics that comes into the picture from the physics perspective. So because you mentioned that this is also physical, I'm just trying to understand how one can kind of, even conceptualize.
Yeah. Okay. Let me put a problem here. Let's say there is a tree there, right? And you are holding a stone, and there is a mango in that tree, and you are throwing the stone. It hits the mango, and mango falls down. Now, in classical physics, what you can do? You can only do the point of throwing of the stone. What is the momentum? If you get that, then only you can create a projectile and see whether it will hit it.
Right.
But as far as you are concerned, when you threw, you don't know what this is. It's happening from the deeper state of your, this is also a state of energy. From that state, there is an intentionality. That intentionality is causing, and this momentum is coming at the physical level. Now I'll explain to you what we did started a work because some question is there, how mind is computing. I always, this is my speculation, I said this is a semantic computing, and we have to now establish a relation between semantic computing and a pure physical computing.
No. There are some bigger issues, like computation. Even brain works with analogous way or digital way, that is still debatable. In 1952, there is a big international conference in MIT, and the participants were John von Neumann, McCullough, and other people. Their issue was whether brain acts digital way or analog way. After 3 days meeting, they told, we don't understand. Now, after almost more than 70 years or 60 years, do you understand that whether brain acts in a digital way? Because
yes.
I give an answer.
Yeah. Okay.
Jadavpur University, I see myself, the professor has done a work. He just puts a rope in your hair.
Yeah.
You think, and you can move a rope with that. That means the functioning of the brain, what brain goes to mind, has been completely understood, digitized, and it goes to the signal.
That is different. No, that is different. No. Let me finish. You see, how do you decipher, there is a computation is happening. All of you recognize this, right? At the level of ideas, some computation is happening. And as you saw that that computation takes your hand and throws the stone and hits the mango. So there are two things. And we did an experiment. Of course, much better understanding has to be developed. So, for example, you have a flock of birds. So what is happening? A bird maintains the flock. How? Not because he measures every bird's position and takes a decision. No. He is taking a perceptual decision.
No, even in the very mundane scale, you are driving in Bangalore street and with a great speed, and then someone is coming and trying to cross the road. He immediately stops the car and the man jumps from mid to the footpath. Now, if I ask whether the driver calculated the speed with which that person jumps, etc., no, we don't know the answer. Okay.
So this exactly I was trying to point out. There are different levels of hierarchy of calculation. Computation is happening. I'll take very common example of breathing. So we know that we can control breathing, but not all the time. Breathing itself has two components. One is subconscious. That is why no one can commit suicide by stopping his breath. Once he tries to stop, the medullary and the areas, they will overtake the normal voluntary breathing which is coming from cortical area. So that is also a computational thing. It is calculated that how much of pressure is required in the diaphragm to be generated so that the lungs can expand. And it is completely calculated at subconscious level. So I am saying that, for example, I'll take the example of somatosensory evoked potential. Sir may be knowing that. So we are talking about sensation. Let me talk about electric sensation. You give an electric shock here. Within a fraction of a second, your brain knows. But we do not realize that before that only, it is already integrated at spinal level and a muscle contracts here. This contraction I am not doing. This contraction is being done at the muscular level because of the integration that is happening at spinal level. So that is also a calculation. If I would be dead, it would not be happening. So somewhere consciousness is helping there also.
Yeah.
So there are hierarchies of
computation.
No, even at the very basic level, when some stimulus comes and action potential is there,
yes,
neuron.
that itself is a calculation.
Yeah, because at a certain level, neuron fires.
Yes.
So unless it reaches the threshold, it won't fire.
Yes.
So it's both act digitally and analogous.
There is no doubt that digital and analogous both are there. There is no doubt. But I think it is something beyond that also.
Yes.
In some quantum level, I think, or maybe electromagnetic level, I'm not sure. But these two are definitely there, sir.
So we just have a result on this. I just want to finish. I have a flight also to pick. So what we did is that you created, for example, a bird looks at the neighbor. He may look at 2 neighbor, 3 neighbor, 4th neighbor, depending on in his periphery how many neighbors. Let's think of 5 neighbors. So what is his choice? His choice is either he follows 1 of them, or 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them, or all 4, 5 of them. You create a superposition of that, right? You want to create an entanglement, also fine, right? Non-product state. Now once you create, that decision is within him. That is in decision space of his person.
No, but again, if you look at the unicellular object like bacteria, unless they reaches to a particular threshold number, they won't talk to each other. So that is called quorum sensing. Okay. So here, what do you say? That at the single cell level, it does not happen.
So let's go, because the science doesn't develop only considering everything. I'm just giving a simple example. So what happens is that now bird, when he looks at its neighbor, his state is like a superposition of many possibility of decisions. It's very simple, right? Now what my student did is that he created a perceptual operator. That is again unitary operator. This unitary operator has to apply on this. And then he created quantum dynamics.
So this is called quantum cognition.
Quantum cognition.
There are 6 group of people along Europe and USA. They did experiments with Daniel Kahneman, who was a Nobel laureate. He also was in the group, and my book 2016 described all.
Okay. So now what is great thing is that, when you apply this operator and do certain quantum dynamic evolution and average it and bring out a classical behavior.
Again, big issues which normally we try to forget it. Even at the anatomical level, you can describe a geometric structure. That is a big issue, and in a couple of years before, in science, 2 great neuroscientists from USA, Rudolfo Linus and Buchaki, they published a paper in Science. There they shown that with the current understanding of physiological data, we cannot say brain can construct, we can construct a geometric or space-time structure within brain. But maybe, again, it depends on the hierarchical structure. At certain level it may happen, but it's still yet to be. So in that sense, even defining operator, that's a very, very big step.
And there are 4 operators. So, Antakarana Chatushtaya, Mana, Buddhi, Ankara, Chitta, Karanam, Antaram, Sankalpa, Vikalpa, Garbha, Smarana, Visaya. These are mind, intelligence, Ankara, egotism, and memory, Chitta, memory. Their functions are different. Mind only Sankalpa. Whether these are.
No, when I was saying operator, this is he was talking about quantum operator. It's not like.
Mind is also quantum set.
Okay, that is debatable. That is.
No, but Professor Roy, let me tell you. See, the quantum is something that we are trying to understand, still we have not understood. But one thing very, very sure, that the energy at a very gross level goes to subtle and subtler and subtler.
No,
so
we need to identify.
We need to identify.
The characteristics of
Yes. So these are the point that we have to work. We scientists have to work.
When you talk about computation and information, we know von Neumann entropy, we know entanglement entropy.
Right.
They are entropic. They may use energy, but they are not energy by themselves.
Right.
So there is a fundamental kind of dual between the information dynamics and the energy.
Right.
Now people are talking about ADS, CFT, and whether correlations in CFT can give.
No, you forget about this stuff because most of us don't understand.
But the point is that when you say semantic energy, right? My question is whether the energy is what is kind of has a semantic aspect, or is it the entropic aspect of that system, which is actually encapsulating and using the energy for whatever it is doing. There's a difference between the two.
No. When I say semantic energy, this energy knows the objective.
Can we describe it mathematically?
Otherwise, it's not precise.
And also, first, brain and mind should be discriminated.
Yeah. And I will. And I would like to give you some information now that we have developed a megahertz probe, right? I run a Gurukul in Vrindavan. So there are 30 students. They have been trained. You blindfold them, and they can read exactly what it is.
No, that I can tell you. In Bangalore, in ÉSVASA, Swami Vivekananda Yoganusandhan Kendra, Nagendra University, they made an advertisement couple of years before, whether that kind of children are there, and 25 children responded that with the blindfolded, they can read it. So 10 of them ultimately appeared, and they took EEG data, but we don't know the result. But this is not the end of the story. In Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, the scientists invited senior PC Sarkar, that magician, okay, and they asked that we will blindfold your eyes and we will write something, can you reproduce it exactly? she told, you have written something which I don't know, which you have written, but I can reproduce. He reproduces that. That is Schrödinger equation. But he told there is nothing miracle. It can be explained scientifically. So, I mean, this is not very reliable.
Some more points.
No, it's not a question of reliability. What I am trying to tell you, for example, this simple experiment. We took this megahertz probe and we showed that in this Agya Chakra, there are signals. That signals you won't see in EEG. So that means there is a possibility, it is a speculation again, that the body doesn't have, is not only about brain, is something beyond brain, and there are varieties of frequencies of signals are already in the body. Depending on the level of the meditation, we have started already, there is a meditation group in Kangra, they are coming, and we have created the mega probe, and they will meditate, and we will see whether meditators can demonstrate this kind of megahertz in their body. Because normally,
I can tell you, you won't find much information from that.
Let us see.
Region I will explain it.
So starting from 1 sec.
As a mega probe is just like EEG, is collecting 100 hertz, maximum 100 hertz signal. So this is.
So starting with.
About is Annamaya Kosha, while we are talking about Manomaya and Vijnanmaya Kosha, so there's a category error here where we are basically coming back to body and Annamaya level of
I have an answer. The Manasollasa answers this.
Let me
see. Shloka goes like this. It says.
Okay. See 1 point.
रथांग नेमि वलये कीलिका इव कीलिकाः नाड्यो अंतःकरण सूताः जाल संस्यूत सूत्रवत्. Nadis we understand to some extent, that's responsible for all the processes throughout the body from toe to head. Now how it describes the mind, antahkarana, is the mind is like a net. So the mind is like a net, jala, and the threads of the net are the nadis. So nadis are proximally connected with the body through all the processes. Now between the mind, because you said all other kuha, everything, all other nadis. The whole 72,000. So the whole 72,000 are like the threads of the net. The net is the mind. So this is the connect between the mind and the body.
Okay. So let me start with, I have some other questions in between this so-called midbrain activation thing came. So the people, this was a question, if somebody blindfolds and can they read? So I will give you 2 examples. One is from the martial art tradition, because you will see people going there and cutting the cucumbers and all that after blindfolding. So generally when somebody comes with an argument like that, what we say that close your eyes, put some sand on that, then bind it, cut it. You won't get anybody doing that. So this midbrain activation has been a big industry in Kerala. Many students were joined for that, and they were reading many books. So we have a famous magician called Mudukat, Gopinath Mudukat. So amongst magicians, there is an agreement that you are not supposed to disclose the tricks, because that is your bread and butter. So he came to the public and suggested that this is a trick, this is a kind of cloth we use in magic, and he disclosed that, and that industry is no more now. So that is like as a science communicator, I am adding I'm doing a fact checking here. Second point, when we talk.
What is the sand part? I didn't understand.
Yeah, so because eye is working on visual signals, correct? If you block that visual signals, you cannot read anything. So what they say that once you close the eye and put sand on that, if you open the eye, sand will go inside. So you cannot open the eye.
Can I add something?
Yeah. So that last point, So when we talk about computation has another element, because we think that brain has unbounded rationality. But we are working with a system which has the bounded rationality. So that's why Kahneman says that even though if you have to go for a choice of 4 combination, the amount of cognitive resource you will have to spend is too high. So they talk about heuristics. This is not a new idea. The idea comes from 53 when he got Nobel Prize for economics. So what they do, the brain do that, it is not going for all the computation, it makes the shortcuts, the rules of thumbs. So along with going for a computation-based model, if you are going for a decision-making analysis and all that, you'll have to consider the heuristic-based models also, which does not require this much kind of computation at all.
So we have sir, see in clinically, okay, we have some condition called blind sight, right?
Yeah.
A fully cortically blinded person.
Yeah.
So it means his say occipital cortex, visual cortex is not working. Still he can bypasses the, or you ask him to go through a maze, he can comfortably go through a maze. It's very simple. The thing is, if you study the say visual pathways that in the brain, so there are two visual pathways in the brain. One, we have a very primitive visual pathway that it takes the information, right, and it has a preliminary processing, but that processing stops there. It doesn't go to a reportable thing.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't.
So therefore, so even in the cortical blind person also, he can comfortably navigate through the maze, and he can bypass all the difficulties and everything, because this particular information, okay, it is going to his occipital cortex and it is getting processed, but that information is not going to your associative areas to report it.
Now you are talking about the work of Humphrey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
but
what.
in the case, you can see that all the monkeys he used had the eyes open. Because if in order to get a stimulus, in order to decipher a stimulus, we need to get an input, correct?
Yeah.
So the input comes from when the eye opens.
Yes.
Otherwise, that information will not go inside.
Yeah.
So these people were saying that they activate pineal, or that was the kind of system coming there. So even it became a big industry in
So we
Kerala.
can go for tea and then come back.
Yeah. So I had some other points also we will discuss.
No. Yeah, even I have some interesting interaction with these people.
Tea can be brought here and
reading and all.
Tea can be brought.
We can go out.
Market.
No, we can continue with this.
No.
People are into market.
No, she didn't come. But it was not. No, she had some problem with, their administration. Where are all the neuroscientist people?
Neuroscientist was not there. The most
Robbie was there and Probin Thomas was there. Okay, we'll start at 3:30.
The mind is defined.
Somebody has what is mind? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that is. So I would
what is matter? Never mind.
I would just say no matter, never mind.
Mind has two definitions. Mind has two definitions. What you call mind is called Hrudayaksha mana. That other mind is the universal mind, that is called Svavasyas mana.
So where is the
has a
people?
very precise definition in Shastra. Kama sankalpo vichikitsa shraddha ashraddha dhir hrir hrir ityetat sarvam mana eva. Kama we understand.
Mind is.
I'll just complete. Kama we understand. Desire. Sankalpa.
What do you answer by kama? What is kama?
The aprapta vastu prati ichha.
Where from it comes? Where from it comes?
From our samskara.
Where it is generated?
In the manas.
In the manas.
No. Where it's generated as.
This kama generated where?
No, this we understand. When we say I have desire for chocolate, I clearly understand that I have desire
And
for
where?
Hello,
Your
where
desire
are you?
comes?
Where is the desire coming from?
Where the desire comes?
Where it comes from my
Comes
samskara.
from. It
So you
is
will
only
repeat.
by mind.
Yes.
It is only by mind.
You want to believe now? You want to believe now? Or
नहीं संगा उच्च संगा मन प्राण वाक ये तीनों का संगम संग होने से प्राण without prana mana cannot exist.
Yes. Yeah, that's clear.
Mana prana वाक they three must be together always. They cannot be separated.
You are asking from where what comes? See, what cannot do something, prana cannot do something, what mana
Then the function of prana over mana is
both of them
kama.
left.
Who?
Dr. Ravi Prakash and Dr. Probin Thomas.
Okay.
So we have another.
Yeah. So we. Ball comes to your court. Now the cross is in your shoulder. Yeah.
Mana prana वाक together.
Let us start, sir.
Okay.
And also, Josnaji, forget about what we are talking in darshanas, but do you have some concrete, like a scale kind of, like centimeter, inch, meter, to measure things, psychology-wise, also neurology-wise, in the mind?
Okay, we'll
there are different scales, different measuring systems.
We will come to that. Let us start with the session. So, again, Professor Agarwal, let us start with the things like, can cognitive models explain all aspects of mind?
It depends on which cognitive model we are talking about, but I'm not sure, like now we have reached a place where we can definitely say that it can explain everything. Because one thing is that many of these models are emerging, which like popular in the mainstream psychology, are emerging from a particular European American kind of context, and there are certain assumptions about human being behind those theories, and therefore I don't think it like comprehensively covers every aspect of human mind, which has been also described in the Indian psychology. Giving an example, for example, intuition. So intuition has been understood in the modern psychology from a very unconscious perspective, which is can be seen as reductionist from an Indian psychology perspective. On the other hand, there is a lot of different descriptions and layers of consciousness in the Indian psychology related to intuition. For example, Sri Aurobindo has spoken about one entire layer of consciousness as intuitive mind. And same way, if we talk about dreams, so even from the modern psychology perspective, dreams also have been analyzed from a very, you can say, reductionist perspective. It expands in the theories from the transpersonal psychology. However, from the Indian psychology perspective, there are a range of, you can say, consciousness which can explain different types of dreams. And in fact, there are ways to work on one's own dream, like sleep yoga and all, where you actually go beyond just Yog Nidra to work with the dreams and how do you use it for many other kinds of experiences or like the development of consciousness and all. So coming back to your question, I think current models are not enough to explain every human experience at the mind level.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Krishna said. It's about, it's not possible to explain every mental phenomena with the persistent cognitive model. So, the fundamental issue, I think it will be for two important things. One is about the reportability of a perception. Another thing is you can be in a behavior or in a state where there is a perception but reportability is not possible. Say for example, I'll take an example, say from the clinical perspective. So you take many of these disorders of consciousness, I'll tell you. So means, say somebody is in a comatose state, right, or minimal conscious state. So do we think do we say that he doesn't have mind or he is not perceiving anything? No. Mind is functioning, he is perceiving, he has emotions, but his biological the substratum that is needed for reportability is not functioning properly, therefore he cannot report.
Now, how do you know that he is perceiving? Huh? Then how do you know that in the first place?
No, yeah. So there are many experiments that have been done, right, to tell that, I mean, and it has been documented that, okay, the person can really perceive the things. Say, for example, a simple experiment is that with a minimal conscious state in an ICU, okay, you, through earphone, okay, you give him certain commands, right? So certain commands like, okay, you give the name or somebody who is near and dear to him, right? So his whole, his physiology will change as soon as he hears his, say, the name of his mother, father, wife, or like that. And even with the imaging, it is being shown that, right, in the same areas of the brain will be activated, of the same area where the person who is completely normal and where he's hearing the same, say, the stimuli which is very favorite, say, for him. So therefore, perception is there, but the next level of hierarchy of where he can report, it is not there. So therefore, all our cognitive model at this point of time, probably it is based on the reportability and the behavior aspect, but not to the, say, the lower level of the things. So therefore, for us to understand so many other aspects of consciousness that is there, say, in our philosophical wisdom, so probably we need to expand the existing, or maybe the new thing has to come.
So when they come out of coma, they don't report anything about that phase, you're saying?
No, they can report.
But have they reported, like in this experiment, for example, or in a similar one, if someone has come out of coma and when they were in coma, such things were done, or did they report anything about their experience in the coma state?
Yeah.
And did they report any perceptions?
Perception, see, it is not about perception of an external stimuli.
or
anything.
sensation.
It is about their feeling when they heard some name or something.
They recalled it.
Yeah. Memory is intact.
Memory is intact.
That's what I'm getting.
So it registers.
It registers.
Processing is also impacted.
Yeah.
So Professor Kaur, would you like to say?
So, sir, can I add one more point here so that it can be taken together? So Dr. Jolson was saying about Indian psychology. What is the difference between the mainstream psychology in Indian psychology?
You must answer, then I also want to address that question.
Yeah, because there is a difference between Indian mind and European mind. So how we can say that brain is the mind?
Okay.
When you say mind, it is same whether Indian or Western. But when you talk about mana, our Shastric concept of mana is totally different from your. Our Shastric concept of mana is totally different from Western concept. Here, when we talk about mana, mana is never alone. It is always associated with prana and back. What is back? These are you imagine some central nucleus and that energy flowing, and it goes up to some electron cell. From there, it don't go ahead, it returns. So these three can be visualized: nucleus, mana, energy, prana, and that end point from which we see the things, that is back. It is called back because we point out this is that.
B-A-C-K or?
B-A-A-K. Whack. Whack. Acha. I got. So it is called back because if I say bottle, what you say, understand is not this one. It is Maharishi Patanjali has defined, given elaborately. So when I say back, you remember you have seen something like this, which is called a bottle. This is like that. So this is a bottle. So that means the bottle is not this. Bottle is a concept in your mind, and this is without this you can't visualize that. So that this is called back. This you use this as in a word, so it is called back.
What is the difference between Indian point of view and European? In this example there is nothing new. It is same everywhere. But the concept of mind, mana we use, that is different. Mana is the centrality, from central point from which all action begins. Without mind, no action can take place. And mana is always associated with prana, that is energy. So only when mana wants something, then desire, kama, then energy goes to do that. And when energy is exhausted after doing something, that is called back, effect. So these three are always together.
Coming to the question about Indian psychology, actually it is a field, you can say subfield of psychology, which has been developed over last many decades and has many books and articles, and it's like a movement. And it is based on the idea that entire psychology which is generally practiced is Euro-European, or you can say Euro-American, and the assumptions of a human being is slightly different there. In fact, that can consider as an indigenous psychology coming from a Euro-American context, while Indian psychology is based on the psychological insights from the ancient Indian text as well as living tradition. So it is, in a way, you can say that takes up the psychological insights from all these darshanas, and also beyond that many living traditions and all. It is not limited to the psychology of Indian people, because the theories have been studied across the world. For example, mindfulness. The idea differs here because when we are talking about mindfulness, after a decade some work started coming on non-attachment, after another decade some work started coming on equanimity and all, which one concept at a time comes into the mainstream psychology, while when we are studying from the context itself, all these concepts or psychological constructs are, in fact, you can say connected. They are like a network of concepts. You cannot talk about one concept, in my understanding, without talking about the other concept. When you are talking about tapas, you have to talk about vairagya, you have to talk about shraddha, and each of these concepts have other concepts connecting together. And therefore, there is a slight difference when same concepts are also studied in the mainstream psychology. The other idea is that when we are talking about each of these cultures, there is something which is decolonizing about when we are talking about Indian psychology. It is about that, yes, India also and Indian psychological insight has something to say and contribute to the global psychology, which can actually help not just the Indian people currently in the modern times, but also people who are maybe some other part of the world. And we have had a lot of interest in collaboration about the work we are doing internationally. This is one more thing that when we are talking about indigenous psychology, there are many ideas which are there in, for example, Asian countries, different countries and all, and the idea of happiness, for example, the idea of what contributes to one's happiness, the idea about how important the family self is for a person's happiness as compared to the individual self. So there can be many different ideas behind it. And there is also a clause that yes, there is no single one Indian psychology, it is psychologies, because there are different schools of darshanas, there are different kind of each family and each community and each region may have certain unique ideas also. So there is a cultural aspect to it, but then there is not just the culture when it comes to Indian psychology. And there has been, you can say, Pondicherry Manifesto in 2004, where a lot of major psychologists in India came together to talk about how what is Indian psychology, how do we take it further, and it became it's not that before that psychological books have not come based on Indian psychology. Dr. Durganand Sinha, Dr. Jadunath Sinha's books and all articles have come up, but since that time 2004 there is a lot more of movement, you can say. And there is a lot of work and you can say both theoretical work as well as application-based work also has started coming up in the various journals and all based on Indian psychology. So this is a broad general overview, but yes, we can always have a more discussion about it.
And the main difference between Indian psychology and others is that we have Antakarana Chatushtaya, Mana, Buddhi, Chitta, Ankara. And Mana, mind, takes alternatives, whether it receives the impulse, then decides whether this or that, this or that. Buddhi determines finally, this is to be done. Then Ankara, that is Garba. I know this or I will do this. That part is Ankara. And Chitta is Smriti, Smarana. So, what we know about that, how we work is on Smriti Purvanubhutartha Vishayam Jnanam Uchyate. Smriti Purvak, अनुभूत अर्थ का ज्ञान विषय के साथ प्रेजेंट को मिलाना, ये उसके बाद निश्लेषण करना, दैट इज ज्ञानम. On based on this jnanam, we take action. So whatever somebody does is related to his past experience, stored in his memory, which he recollects when he sees something, and then takes a decision accordingly. So this is one fundamental difference between Western and Eastern psychology.
So Professor, how is that last bit? I don't see the difference. This last bit that you said about one following the other. That's not different in the two.
And we have clear-cut 4 divisions, Antakaranam Chatushtaya.
You may have whatever.
Do they have it?
That doesn't matter whether they have it or not. The question is whether the particular psychological being behaves in a particular way given a stimulus. That's the issue.
Yes, because he behaves according to his past experience stored in his memory.
That's a cultural trait. That's not necessarily psychological.
The main difference we have to remember, nobody pointed it out, is that in all the Indian systems and also in other systems in the East, manas is not part of the brain.
Nah.
That's very important.
Brain is
and
bhuta.
manas is not part of the body also.
Yes. That is
Manas
Bhuta.
is not part of the body.
That is Bhuta.
Even once.
Mana is Indriya, that is Bhuta. Sarva is brain is
So
Bhuta.
even a person dies, in these system philosophical traditions,
Antakarana
they
Chaturtha goes.
maintain that this antakarana passes from one body to the other.
Yes.
Okay, that's how samskaras go. So this is the famous duality problem. So here in Indian philosophical traditions, or even in Buddhism, all other Southeast Asian traditions also.
And also it is, just I want to add to that, it is still part of Prakriti, it is not part of the Purusha. So here again, like, no, it is some subtle matter, but not
why are you bringing Prakriti?
No, I'm just saying that, like, no, when we are talking about when we are talking about the brain part, because brain is considered to be the part of the Prakriti, but yes, even the mind is considered to be subtle matter.
There's a difference. That manas is not part of gross body.
Yeah, no, it is
No, it is not.
That's what I'm saying.
So it is not. It is part of Sukshma Sharira. Okay. And all these Shariras are part of Prakriti. They are all dull. They are all matter. Chetana.
All agree. One person viewpoint from Nyaya Vaisheshika, another joint.
I want
So,
a question.
Sir, I'll answer your question.
No. One second. Agreeing to all that, how does it affect clinical psychology?
I'll answer that. Now, the difference between, as I understand in my limited knowledge is, in the West, one identifies with the mind. I am having problems. I am having sorrow. In the Veda, the mind is a jada entity, sentient entity. So all of the issues, etc., that are happening in the mind are not my issues. So there is this separation, viveka, that exists in the Veda. This special viveka does not exist, as far as I know, in.
But rationality, CBT talks about rationality.
It does, but however.
Their CBT is based on rationality.
However, when in, I'm not the experts must correct me, but when you go to a modern psychologist, he treats your problem as your problem.
Yes.
Rather than I have got nothing to do with that problem. My Swarupa is.
Problem of this body.
Yeah. And the yukti, the logic given in the Veda is, as soon as one goes from the waking state to the dream state, all of the afflictions, addictions, etc., which had come to the body were not there. I was there in the dream, but my addiction to smoke was not there, for example.
But when I wake up,
All
same
of
thing
that
comes back.
agree.
Comes back.
How did you say you don't
Sorry.
answer the question?
No, your question. Your
Sir,
question.
in a therapeutic setting, when a patient comes to me and says this is the problem, just go to the second chapter of the Bhagavad Gita and see. That was also a clinical setting. We don't look at it like that.
Yeah.
When Arjuna was facing the problem, he said, "I will not do work." It's a typical symptom of depression.
Tamas.
Okay. Correct. Please engage me. So, please. They will say, no, like it's something. So, please, for some movement, indulge me. So that is also depression. That is what you call Gandiva Samsate Hasta, etc. What does Sri Krishna tell in the second chapter? He does not say that you go and do war, you are supposed to fight the battle, what are you saying? Nonsense. He says who you are. So this is where in a therapeutic setting it is very important. Instead of saying that you are all doomed because of this particular state of your mind, Indian psychology based therapist, which is not yet a thing in vogue, will say that see, this is not affecting you because this is not your persona. Your personality is not dependent on your manas. It is like, sir, I will give you an example. If my pen, this pen I am using, if it stops working, it does not affect my nature. It is an instrument. Similarly, the manas is an instrument. You are the owner of the instrument. When I put it like that, in a therapeutical setting, which I have been using this in a therapeutical setting, it helps a lot as compared to, as opposed to conventional or Western psychological therapy.
Maybe I'll come for this. I will answer directly from Vedas. Manas, what is it made of? Or what is it composed of? Or what is it controlled by? This is the question. For that, Annamayamya Somya Manaha is the answer given. Manas is made of what a person eats. Now, why do you have a chapter on Sattvika Ahara, Rajasa Ahara, Tamasa Ahara? The difference between West and here is very, very simple. You eat anything that moves or lives or whatever, but you do choose what do you eat. In fact, I choose what water I drink. I don't drink water outside at all. But this has been actually once questioned. In IIT Kanpur, I was asked this question. Why do you want well water? Why do you want to stay so far? I gave an experiment and also told them this is the reason now. Water conditions the mind. Water is of 120 types mentioned in just Taittiriya Samhita alone. I just tried to explain to people how does a person's conditioning happen. Mind is required for the conditioning. He said, of course, you think that mind is not yours. That is not that simple. Now, how do you actually bring it in? Is by Sattvika Ahara. Ahara Shuddhau, Sattva Shuddhi, Sattva Shuddhau, Dhruva Smriti, Smriti Lambhe, Sarva Granthina, Vipramoksha. All your afflictions go away. So you start not from the disease, cause of the disease. The cause of the disease is what you have been eating, how you have been eating, how many times you have been eating. I just told you a very, very simple example. Water. Water has got rasa as the guna. These people know. Now, about rasa, these many types of rasa, this is what Shruti mentions. Water's rasa is of multiple types. This is there in the Shruti Vakya directly. Where is this found? Is in a ceremony that is normally done before Upanayana kind of thing, Udaka Shanti. We have a ritual called Udaka Shanti. Udaka is water. Now you create Shanti is to prepare the student. Yesterday he was different, today he will be different. This we have actually shown in certain cases. Why? Because the mantras that are used there specifically invoke this.
No, let me finish. You gave an example of water.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the Japanese are producing alkaline water and they claim it gives a lot of health benefits.
Yeah, they use mantras. See, that's what I am saying. I have seen this experiment.
I don't know whether they use mantras.
No, I do. No, I have seen. I have a report. I have also interacted with people. See, people are asking me about recite different mantras. The water will reflect the meaning of this in its own way, in its structure.
No, even I can give you an example. I have seen the experiment in university. They called nano water.
Water?
No. And they did the experiment that if the nano water bubble passes through synapses, the squeeze, I have seen the whole experiment. And even if there is inflammation, it goes away without using antibiotics.
Yes.
Okay, so what do you mean by
I'll tell you. See, that's right. See, I'll tell you.
What do you mean by nano water?
Oh, okay. You can break the water bubble into smaller and smaller parts. And
It's like potentiation.
no. There is a difference because normally the water bubble, if you look, it comes to the surface, it bursts. But at the nanoscale, it does not burst. And you can condense it and make it water. I have drank that thing, and to me it does not have different taste, but it has a lot of health benefits. So,
yeah, see, basically there are 4 words used in one of the mantras. Just one mantra, 4 lines. It uses 4 different things. Water, when it is flowing, has a different rasa. Dravane rasaha. Drava is when it is liquid. Apam dravane rasaha is one word. When it is flowing water's rasa is different. Second, urmav rasaha. If there are waves, then the rasa in the waves is different from the rasa when it is flowing.
Somebody told me here in this last dialogue that water has 200 meanings in different contexts.
That's what I'm basically saying. See, 200 properties I'm saying.
Yeah.
About rasa, see in Gita Krishna said, Rasoham apsu kaunteya. I am rasa among water. Rasoham apsu kaunteya is mentioned in Gita. I am rasa in water. Now, water's rasa is not singular. That is where I am saying 120 different words just in Taittiriya Samhita. Other Samhitas have other things to add. We have listed on. In fact, one experiment was also conducted. Specifically for my case, people said, why do you want well water? All the But finally people agreed. What they said was, when a scientist comes from Germany and wants mineral water from Germany, we get him. Why should we not do for you? You are asking local well only. What is your problem? At least we know. No, people at least agreed. I am just saying people agreed. Just because the convincing answer was given. I just said, flowing water has a different rasa. Urmi, that is when it is a wave kind of thing.
Foaming water.
foaming water.
Foaming kind of. Urmi generally is about when there is a flow and it is stopped, let's say rocks or something, then it comes back and there are layers of water. Now the rasa changes. The third one, it says, if there is a pond kind of thing, which is very deep, in the depth of the, that is called madhyato rasaha. When it is in a very deep collection, then at the depth of it, the rasa is different. And the last one, it says...
No, so does it indicate memory?
Yes, no, it gives you there are correlation to the behavior. What it says is, the dravane rasaha, it is creating tejas in the person.
Yeah.
Now, urmi creates ojas. Tejas is your own strength. Ojas is subduing the other person. This is from urmi. Now, madhyataha, it says, it gives you pleasure, happiness, and let us say, equanimity kind of thing. It gives you shanti. Now, there is a fourth one, that it says yajniya rasa. Yajniya rasa, this is like when you go to a temple, you take water. That tirtha, when you say, it is along with mantras that is recited, if the water is used, that in the yajna, when water is used, then it is yajniya rasa. What does yajniya rasa do? It gives you longevity. Now this longevity, it says, free of all diseases. Now you live 100 years, but every day you take medicine is not what it is saying. It is just saying, Ayushe dirghayutvaya. Ayush is different, dirghayush is different. Now you remain the way with all your faculties intact on the 100th birthday or 101st birthday. That is achieved by yajniya rasa. Now why do we do achamana, etc.? Why should we recite mantra? Which mantra for what? This is the explanation. This is where I said there is one full book we wrote, about 200 pages.
Have you done experiments?
Yes, I have. In fact, that is what was done in one place called FRLST. If you have heard of this in Yelahanka, there is a Transdisciplinary Institute. There is a university is now working on multiple areas which are related. So about the Ayurvedic side, once we were involved, and see, I had this problem. I usually carry, if at all I have to stay for a long time, I carry water myself from my house, well water myself, and that should be in a silver vessel, and it should be pure. And there are a number of ways. I
Then
could
you
not
can
do
buy a machine from Japan, and where they produce alkaline water. It has a lot of good quality.
No, that quality is not mechanical. See, the whole issue is it should come from mantras and it should not from lechas. See, it should not come from lechas and it should come from mantras.
No,
See, Japanese is a lecha for me.
No, maybe
American is a lecha
maybe
for
that
me.
quality is produced by mantra.
Quality,
also.
I'll tell you about quality also. There is one experience I have. There was one statement in the Vedas which says even if a person dies, he will sit up. No, this was one in the yajnas. Then one person was having doubt. This was to be tested. Come, let us, how do we do? You kill a person, if the experiment fails. This is the kind of situation. Now what, I'll tell you, no, this actually happened. I'm saying in 1990 in Pune, when I just joined CEDAC, we had people from the Ayurvedic community we were working on. And they said Veda and Ayurveda was the topic. I said, I know Veda, yes, no problem. I can list out all this. Now the Ayurvedic expert was there, some 80 years plus, some person was there. Dr. Nanal, he was a very famous doctor in Pune. We both sat together and said, Swami, I have faith. And you have the experiment or you try out. I am prepared to be corrected, no problem. But the issue is, can it be tested with the way it is given? Fine. Now we said, 90 minutes is the time, Shruti mentions, after a person dies, after the pulse goes out, 90 minutes, in that interregnum, he can be made to sit back. For that, this yajna is mentioned. There is some material used. The material, the dravya is important, devata is important, mantra is important. Fine, we said, okay, we will simulate this. Now, when you simulate, what happens is, yes, two cases, a doubter and a believer. We had a cases where, of course, it had gone beyond the medical situation. Anyway, the person is going to die, let us try this out.
No, one more thing.
Yes.
Right? You are talking about 4 phases of water.
Yeah, specifically 4 properties in that mantra it is mentioned. There are also 200 other things I am saying.
sure.
Even in flowing water.
Have you studied chemical properties of that?
Yeah, that's what I am saying. In FRLST, what was done was about this particular water property, along with, see, where do you store it? How do you clean the storage part? This was the point we took specifically about if you store it in a silver vessel, it will have its property for 24 hours. Every day, once you do, it is sufficient. If you store it in a copper, then twice you have to do. This is how we have been
what's
following.
your sample size?
Right.
How many people you have tested?
Sir, I'll just give you the report because see, I didn't do this thing myself because I'm not a medical practitioner. Yes, There was one Dr. Padma Venkat who was helping, heading the center. About 100 people, the team is there. I have the report, I can just give that to you. This is just to tell you about the effect of the kind of metal, its interaction with water, water taken from this source, and then trying it for so many duration, etc. Now, ultimately what happens is, water is got conditionability, and water conditioning happens through. Water is one of the ingredients when you are taking. So, Sattvika Ahara includes water. Water has got some specification. Ahara has its own specification. These are Sattvika. Like Krishna said, Rasya, Snigdha, Sthira, Hridyaha, Ahara, Sattvika Priya. There is also Rajasa Ahara, Tamasa Ahara, etc. Now, Manas is directly formed, or its characteristics are decided by Annamayam Manaha. Then Apomayaha Pranaha. Why water is important is, even though if you don't have food, solid food, water is needed. It is more important than that. So, Apomayaha Pranaha. Your breathing is dependent on what kind of water you drink, what kind of breathing you have. Breathing also, if it is controlled, your eyes improves without any difficulty. So, these are because of mantras, fine. So, somebody who does Veda, Jnana, continues all his life, does not maybe visit a doctor. My father was a great scholar, he never visited a doctor all his life. It is possible. He knew some difficulty, he would recite some mantras and all that, okay, this has got this curative power, etc. Though not to that level, because today's world is different, pollution is different, lots of other problems are there. I am not saying that whole thing will work today, but it is possible is one thing. And when we talk about rishis who don't require external instrument, etc., we are talking about instrumentation. See, a person lives on the banks of a river and he keeps himself to certain very, very strict, disciplined regimen in his own way of life, and his thought process also is focused and specific about, let us say, good for all. He doesn't have any selfish interest. Then what happens? Many of these things become purifiers about the process. It is, instead of curing, you avoid getting it. So this is the basic difference. In the Indian system, it is called swasthya. Swasthya is remain in what yourself is. Arogya is opposite to this. You get roga, get rid of the roga. Anarogya. Arogya is without having roga, but you have a negative thing which is to be countered. Whereas swasthya, never get into roga at all. If you don't get into roga, that is, prevention is better than cure, kind of the principle.
Now let me ask you a very naive question. During those times, rishis were there.
Yes.
That time, the pollution of the water was not so much like this time. But even that, why they consider a process of purification?
Yes. Now the point is,
even Purana says many of these Mahapurushas getting health issues.
True, I'll tell you. So, yes.
Even in Mahabharata says Pandu got.
No, why? Even Krishna has got. See, I'm wanting to come to that. See, Krishna also suffered. Krishna took over the others. It is possible. What happens is, now you do something for yourself, you do something for others. There are two things. Even in Nyaya we say Swartha, Parartha. Even in Anuvana, Swartha. See, your own knowledge, you do something. Your own thirst of knowledge, you want to learn. You want to teach others. Both are there. Now, certain subtle things cannot be taught unless you also experience what the other person wants. Now, this is again, by volition it is possible. By willingly someone can take up somebody else's affliction, cure him of this. Come on, you cannot endure, so I will remove that from you. I am able to endure because I have a better ability. I will take this up. This is possible. I think even in Ramakrishna's Charita, this has been mentioned in some case. There have been Mahapurushas who have been able to take over others, let us say sins. Sins can be transferred. There is also a theory in the Vedas about somebody's action, someone else gets the result of the action. This is possible. Transferring of this, see, Sankramana, Karma and Karma Phala, their Sankramana, this is talked about. Because of that only it becomes a total theory. If there is a theory which says this is the cause, this is the effect, can cause and effect be in different locations? These are the kind of questions that, and there are answers given similarly. Even Krishna says, if a bhakta of mine creates some, undesirable thing, I still can pardon him. But okay, you pardon, but action has to give a result. Then who has to experience that? I will take it over. Now what happens is, it is like somebody has got a loan, he is not able to pay back, you pay for that. It is possible. It is not that it is impossible, but now such a concept, even at the conceptual level, at the theoretical level, Vedas, that is why I try to say, Punya, Papa, or Sukha, Dukha, when their relation is mentioned, Samskara comes from Manas, Manas has to come from proper Ahara, So you start from Ahara Shuddhi. This is how Chandogya Upanishad started saying, begin with Ahara Shuddhi. Now, why do people don't eat with others? Why do I don't not take, coffee, tea, etc.? Not with the same vessel, same set of people. Every one of that contributes. See, people can have a Western view of looking at things. Indian view of looking at exists. See, you agree, disagree is a different thing. It exists is something I am just wanting to say. It exists. Maybe it has worked. Maybe it would work. See, that we do not know. See, we don't judge. We only want to understand or enrich, enlighten ourselves. Yes, 100 people are there. Some are never prone to some difficulty. What should be special with them? It is worth knowing, worth investigating. From that point of view, the Vedic system can be for example, the Bhopal tragedy, people were saying the gas tragedy was there. Some Agnihotris were not affected. Now, this could be that because of the kind of smoke every day, both the times they create, this keeps them in check. Maybe it gives you immunity. And now, I am just saying this way it is possible. In fact, yesterday, when the aircraft crashed, one person alone lived. How do you explain to them? I am just saying science cannot come to help out. Only one person, he just escaped or survived. He survived from the same set. The whole difficulty is what is common to all others and not to him. So this
no, I mean there are a lot of explanations.
Whatever. No, I'm saying one of the explanations possible is, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. You have to consider all on the table. So one thing cannot be pushed down. One cannot be rejected, I'm saying.
Okay.
I have one.
Yeah.
Can I ask one question to all the scholars?
Yeah.
Yeah, sir, good. You are told anything about the, just my observation about the dietary practices and water and all those things. Yes, now even in the medicine also there is an emerging concept, something called gut-brain axis, because your type of diet, in what type of diet that you use, that the bacterial flora of your gut will change, and that has an impact on the brain, so on the mood and all those things. So that's a different issue. The fundamental question to all the, say, from the philosophy side is that, so all the schools of philosophy, they say that mind is not, biological in nature, and it is there everywhere, right? Is that an assumption? If that is an assumption, why that assumption was there in the philosophy when it is not, or because it is not an empirically provable thing? Why that assumption was there in the philosophy?
Of course, in our view, in our Siddhanta, it is not accepted. Manas is to each individual. It is attached to every individual. There is no universal manas. As per ŞÄSTRAJÑA. See, there are different views of thought. ŞÄSTRAJñA system, it is attached to each person. It is because of his past karma. It carries its samskara. It cannot be global. One person's thing cannot become global. So, manas is as much as an indriya like the others.
No, okay. If you say manas is associated to individual,
yes.
So kind of individual constraints if they are, so it is not ubiquitous or all pervading.
No, it is not. It is not biological also. It is not physical.
Jiva and Ishvara, they are different. Jiva, mana for Jiva is limited, but mana for Ishvara is universal.
No, we are not talking about the manas of Ishvara, we are talking about the manas of the individual, which is very much individual.
One who can get a disease that requires a solution.
So for a different person, different manas. But the problem here is that the manas is not connected to this. It of course affects the body, it affects the brain, etc. But it is separate from the brain. Means it is not, when a person dies, this manas will go to the next birth. That is.
That is an assumption.
No, it is not an assumption. That is what I am saying. This is not an assumption. Please. So this is not an assumption, because if you read the Mandukya Upanishad with the Karika, Mandukya Karika, and also what he was quoting Chandogya Upanishad when he was saying that your water affects or food affects mind. There, Shvetaketu's father, he teaches him across many Upanishads. This has been tested in a very rigorous manner. Okay, so again I want to bring out this thing. Somehow when we talk about Indian knowledge systems, there is this underlying undercurrent notion that their things are all quite hazy, and there is no experimentation, which we have seen. Thorough experimentation, rigorous experimentation has been done, and Gaudapada's Mandukya Karika also, if you go through it thoroughly, it is proven that mind works, but the body is incapable of acting. but then mind is working in the dreaming state. Now, I don't know the parallels with neuroscience or whether there are parallels, but it was not at all an assumption. And across traditions, even in Buddhist tradition, even in Jaina tradition, this has been thoroughly experimented, rigorously experimented, even in traditions like Shintoism, etc. So it is, by not a long shot, it is never an assumption. And that is why it has been kept, because one of the main things for this, if you read this book by Evan Thompson called Waking, Dreaming, Being, there he points out this very thoroughly. So, and also there is the other book by James Austin, Zen and the Brain. So, there they found that somehow a body which was not responsive to stimuli, but at the same person, there are things happening at the dreaming level. And this has been empirically observed, of course not with all the paraphernalia we have today, but they have observed it in a detailed manner across cultures. So you will see all these Eastern cultures talking of these things, and across Eastern cultures this remains, even in Buddhism, Jainism, etc. It remains that that this mind, manas, is different from this body, gross body. So manas of course will affect the body, it will affect the brain, but they are different. They are not the same thing.
No, so the issue is, if manas is different from body itself,
yes.
So how it constrains, how the body constrains manas? If that
body does not constrain, sir. The constraint here is in different languages, different ways, according to different philosophical school they will say, but they will all use the word in their own way, ajnana. What happens here is ignorance is what constrains, and because of ignorance, avidya, ajnana, maya, whatever you call, different terms are there, adhyasa. So because of that ignorance, the bigger question is different. The bigger question is, there is, suppose in Sankhya we say, and yoga, prakriti, purusha, etc. Why, when there is a bigger reality, a meta-reality, why do individual instances come? Why there is jivatma? That is a bigger question. And that why has been answered as, this comes because of the ignorance of the bigger reality. So you can put it in different ways.
One explains, there are factors that can shroud. That can shroud something. Something exists. For example, there is a lamp and there is a pot over there. It is not visible.
No, you are saying that even the water can put some constraint.
That's what I'm saying. Water can be purified.
So the issue is more fundamental. Like if it puts some constraints, if it is not matter, if it is in the sense of scientist, if it is not energy in the sense of scientist, how it would constrain?
No, mind is very much matter.
Which kind of matter?
Not this physical body. Mind is matter. That is what was explained. No, that is what was explained by. No, whatever it is matter. That is what was.
There's no problem about it. Manas is a dravya. Dravya is a substrate. It can hold attributes. It can. Manas is a dravya. Atma also is a dravya. Atma also is a dravya. What happens? Dravyas are of many types. See, bhutas are dravyas. Manas is a dravya. Atma is a dravya. Now, dravyas can be of multiple types. Dravya means something which is mass. It has got mass, it is matter, it can be moved, it can be modified, evolved, transformed, all those things. See, there is a definition properly about dravya, and manas is a dravya, there is no problem about it. Sharira also is a dravya. Now, this dravya is made of different things, see, like panchabhautika dravya, now trigunatmaka dravya. See, there are two differences in the prakriti itself. One that has got shabda, sparsha, rupa, rasa, gandha, this is panchabhautika. This comes from the 5 elements. Whereas, there are triguna, sattva, rajas, tamas. It don't depend on these alone. Even when these don't exist, sattva, rajas, tamas is going to exist. That is Prakriti's own guna. Prakriti's guna gets into 2 stages of evolution. One is Prakriti, Vikriti, then of course only Vikriti. This Prakriti, Vikriti stage, when you have this transition, those 3 get mapped into these other 5 things. This is gross body. Now, what is happening is a subtle thing that also has rajas, tamas, sattva, 3 gunas. Because the gunas are there, it needs a substrate, and that substrate or adhara is the dravya. This dravya, manas also is a dravya.
No, here we are stuck. We scientists are stuck. If you say that this is matter, we have a very precise definition of matter. We have very precise definition of energy. Now, if you say
precise is in your own thinking.
Yeah, no, no.
You can take it. See, Shastrajñas can
No,
always
that you want to understand your definition of matter, your definition of energy.
So, sir, let me intervene here. This is something which happened in IASC, just nearby. So, in 2018 it happened actually. There is a study circle called Vivekananda Study Circle. So, I was invited there. I was talking about things. So, suddenly one person, I quoted this. So, there is an experiment which is shown in Chandogya Upanishad, the father of Shvetaketu. So, he asked the same question. How can you say that mind is matter? Then he said, all right, you drink only water and stay. On the 16th day, he is not even able to form a thought. Not even able to form a thought. Then he says, I am unable to even think. So he says, thus proved mind is matter. Because as he said, it is dependent on food. So there in IISc, one fellow asked, they are all scientists, so he asked, Swamiji, how can you say mind is matter? Now I am telling you are so saying precise definition. I am calling out the bluff there that it is not so precise in physics. Yeah, so then he said, Swamiji, how can you say mind is matter? We cannot grab. I said, why cannot I stay? Then he said that I cannot grab it and put it in a bottle. Then immediately I asked the question, do you know what is electron? No, what is electron? Is electron matter? He said, of course electron is matter. Can you grab it and put it in a bottle?
Yes.
Electron.
We can do it, yes.
We can do it.
We can do
Let
it.
him do it. See, that is not an issue. That's not the experiment.
That's not the...
That's what I wanted to say, contract your argument. So when both of you say that mind is, the quality of the mind determines the food that we take. So in that line of an argument, then it means that, okay, something is happening in your body to generate that quality of mind.
It is connected.
Association.
It is connected. Association. But it is not
for
body.
example,
I know it is. Then why don't you
co-location.
think that the mind may not be an emerging property of different
No.
compartments?
You see, it is what you are saying is just because two things are associated, they are co-located. That is not correct.
No, if two things are associated,
they need not be co-located.
No. What I say...
I'm not talking about the co-location.
Of course.
See, mind. No, I'm not talking about the location of the mind. Emergence of the mind.
No, why it should be so? It need not be so.
Why not?
No. It's a logical.
Upadanam dravyam.
No, I want to ask.
Definition of dravya.
No, it's not about definition at the moment. I want to ask. Can you have a mind without the body?
Of course.
You can have a brain without the body. I'm sorry, you can't have a brain without the body. But can you have a mind without the body?
Of course, mind means manas.
Yeah, it can.
That's what he's saying.
It can, of course. It can. See, it's an independent matter. It does not negate. It is not a matter. See, I'm only saying.
So
its independent existence exists.
But what is the pramana?
Which is
Pramana. See, what is your definition of pramana? Okay, that is where I want to come to. See, science does not have a pramana.
Okay.
I clarify this.
Clarify.
One second. In matter, there is sthula and sukshma, gross and subtle matter.
In science or in Shastra?
In Shastra.
Okay.
So
Because in science we don't know.
In Shastra,
science itself does
in
not.
Shastra, there are 5 bhutas. These 5 bhutas have a sthula and sukshma aspect. Now, how the mind and senses, indriyas, are formed is, if you take the sukshma aspect, they also call it tanmatras, these 5 bhutas, the sukshma panchabhutas. If you take the sattvic aspect together, they form the mind. If you take the sattvic aspects individually, you get the 5 sensing modalities. If you take the rajasic aspect together, you get the prana. If you take the rajasic aspects individually, you get the 5 motory indriyas. Like this, the mind therefore is matter, is coming from the panchabhutas, but from the sukshma aspect. The gross body, on the other hand, is coming from the sthula aspect, the gross aspect of the panchabhutas. So in this sense, when they say perhaps that the body is not necessary for the mind, it means the mind exists in its sukshma form. This is how Shastra would explain.
No, it is not like that.
When the person moves from one
Body to another. Yes, exactly.
No, drop.
Need for this. Why should this, when it is traveling from one body to another? Utkranti, Gati, Agati. These are three reasons given in the Brahma Sutra. When a person can leave a body, what does he go with? He goes with the Indriyas. He goes with the Sukha Sharira. So Manas is one of the Indriyas, it also goes with him. Only then it is possible, based on your previous acts, your next life is decided. This is the Vedantic, Shruti concept, the Indian concept. Whether you call it science or not is your prerogative. But I can also debunk your science. So it's not science, I can tell you.
Vaisheshika says,
it's not the labeling. It's not the labeling. It's the question of line of thought. There is a line of thought which is consistent in itself.
So what we are doing, we are trying to make a platform where we can
Sir,
that is the purpose, yes. We can always interact. That is the purpose, we can interact. There is no problem.
Though my example of grabbing it and putting in the bottle was out of place, but it was incorrect. But then I maintain that as regarding matter also, physics is not so precise as you would like us to believe. No. There are so many.
It is precise. It is precise. I'll tell you.
No, there are so many.
Kriya Gunavat. Kriya Gunavat.
I must apologize for saying that. It is because of simplification found in internet. If you go deep into the physics, then it is not.
Sir, it is here.
It is not precise.
Kriya Guna.
But if you take a superficial thing.
No, superficial we are not talking about.
No, sir, here Kriya Gunavat.
People should be committed to their subject deeply.
Yes.
Then they should come
Yes.
for a discussion.
Kriya Gunavat or Samavai Karanam iti Drabya
I don't want to
Lakyanam.
take partner's name.
Please tell.
What is happening is, this person was asked, he gave an equation, E equal to MC square. Then his
So
child asked
those
him,
are irrelevant things. Main thing is Kriya Gunavat. Acha.
see, energy is equivalent to mass and square of the speed of light. This is what he mentioned. Now, this is an observation. Science works in the phenomenal world, and then it looks at physical things, no issues about it. Now, if it still want to find out who packed that much of energy into, let us say, an atom, this is not their subject. That's what I'm basically saying. Scientist is not the subject of investigation of science itself. But the problem is, scientists also exist, and without scientists, how does science come? Now the problem is, see, science and scientists together is the Indian system. This is where we are saying Atma is also part of Atma is in the loop everywhere. Now,
I read Professor Mukhopadhyay that we are deleting the
you are simplifying, you are saying simplification. Okay, you want to consider one at a time. See, there are 35 variables for a monsoon modeling. A person cannot handle 35 models at a time, variable at a time. At a given time, you take one variable. Treat all others as constant, take only this as varying. No, as per this, then come on, integrate all of them, sigma of everything. But that doesn't work like that. For your analysis, your understanding, this can be done. But it doesn't exist like that in the world. Things simultaneously keep changing, and then all your things can fail. That is possible. But that fallibility should also be accepted if there is a kind of humility. See, what happens is ultimately Indian system, I always mention, there are only two features. Gratitude, humility. We are grateful to our rishis. We always say we are grateful to our ancestors. That is one thing. Two, you are humble. Panini of such a famous work, he writes, as far as I know, I only know about human language. He mentions, I don't know about animal languages. Though he gave a very good grammar, he first says, I am talking about human language. And there are many other languages, only one of so many. So I am only saying that is the starting point. See, when does knowledge dawn? Is when you know your ignorance. Now you think there is no ignorance, or I am not ignorant.
No, that is not right. Because in science also, if you say the same thing happens, we give a review of literature and give the specification to everybody, and most of the studies would have a
maybe let's come back to the main topic.
Main topic is Drabya. It is
I want to be
Drabya.
excused.
Drabya has been defined as Kriya Gunavat Samavai Karanam iti Drabya Lakshanam.
अच्छा
कर साहब बोलिए एंड कितना नवद्रव्याणी बोलिए
ठीक
आप बोलिए
गुणवत्तम द्रव्यत्तम क्रियावत्तम द्रव्यत्तम गुण क्रिया समवायी कारण द्रव्यत्तम परंतु ये लक्षण गलत है उत्पत्ति कालावच्छिन्नो घट तत्र गुणोपि नस्ति क्रियापि नस्ति अथच तत् द्रव्यम तस्मात् रघुनाथ शिरोमणिना उक्तम द्रव्यत्तवत्तम द्रव्यत्तम जाति घटित लक्षण
that is wrong. Nabena is wrong. We go to Konado. Go to Konado. Konado. I accept Konado only, nothing else. Konado, what Konado says?
There are
What Konado
500.
says?
There are 528 sutras in Nyaya Darshana. Tatra Prathamang Sutram Pramana Prameya Samsaya Prayojana Drishtanta Siddhanta Vayavastarka Nirnaya Vada Jalpa Vitanda Hitta Bhasas Chalajati Nigraha Sthananam Nishreyasa Dhigama. तत्ज्ञानत निश्रेयसाधिगम षोडश पदार्थानं तत्ज्ञानत निश्रेयसाधिगम परंतु भाष्यकारेण वात्सायनेन उक्तं षोडश पदार्थानं सम्यक् रूपेण तत्ज्ञानं न निश्रेयसकारणं परंतु द्वितीय पदार्थ प्रमेय पदार्थस्य तत्ज्ञानमेव निश्रेयसकारणं अपरं पंचदश पदार्थस्य ज्ञानं सहकारी कारणं अर्थात प्रमेय पदार्थस्य सम्यक् ज्ञानार्थम अपर पंचदश पदार्थानां ज्ञानम आवश्यकम तर्हि प्रमेय एव मुख्य परं द्वितीय सूत्रे गौतमेन उक्तम आत्मा शरीरेन्द्रियार्थ बुद्धि मन प्रवृत्ति दोष प्रेत्य भाव फल दुःख पवर्गस्तु प्रमेयम विशेष प्रमेय द्वादश प्रमेय तत्र वात्सायनेन उक्तं द्वादश प्रमेय मध्ये प्रथमोच्चारितं आत्मा एव मुख्यम अपरं तु गौणम अर्थात अपरं तावत् एकादश प्रमेयं एतत्तु आत्मज्ञानार्थं सहायकमेव तर्हि आत्मतत्त्वज्ञानात् मोक्षर्भवति सर्वत्र न्यायदर्शने अपि अर्थात आत्मानं विद्धि.
No, we are talking about Dravya now. Dravya. We are talking about Dravya.
Nyaya Sutras, there, the first sutra talks about how we can attain, you can roughly say, Nishreyasa, that means how we can attain freedom or moksha. And so that is by understanding these things. So understanding these things, it starts with Prameya. And Pramana,
16 items are mentioned.
16 items are mentioned.
Deviating.
And the Pramana, Prameya, etc. And then in the commentary, Vachaspati, Bhashyakara Vasyayana, he says that this Prameya is important in this. All the other 15 are only auxiliary. They are only secondary, or they are helping the Sahayaka, helping this first Prameya. In the second sutra, 12 types of Prameya are explained. And there, who did you say?
only.
Kasya Vritti. Whose commentary? Not Vasyayana. Vasyayana only. So there, Bhashyakara, Vasyayana, he comments that only the first, that is Atma, that Prameya is important. All other 11 Prameyas are not important. So when we read it together, first two sutras, when we read it together, for moksha, Atma Jnana is important. That is what it comes.
How do you get this? Is through other auxiliary related
Other auxiliary
things. We are talking about Dravya. Started with matter. Matter is Dravya. Matter is Dravya.
So you're saying, if you want all the other things to get to the Atma thing that you talked about.
No, it is the other way around, sir. We need Atma Jnana, and all the other things will help in that.
That's what I'm saying. So therefore,
here
the others are not
Dravya.
only just in existence; they are also process.
Process, of course.
They are also process.
Yes, sir.
But we are talking about Dravya, not matter. We are talking about matter. From matter, we have debated to Atma Jnana.
Atma is matter, sir.
Why we should be no matter? Why should we know matter? We need to get moksha.
But what is matter? That was the point. Point was what is matter. The point was what is matter. Matter is Kriya Gunavat ये समवाय कारणम इति द्रव्य लक्षणम, और द्रव्य 9 है, पंचभूत, देश काल आत्मा मन।
ये तो सबको मालूम है।
देश काल आत्मा मन, so मन is also a द्रव्य, atma is also a द्रव्य, and देश काल also द्रव्य, because they have properties, they have actions, so and they are samavai karanam, so they are also matter. That is the point. That is the simple the essence of all the discussion here.
सर्वै ज्ञातम एतत् अतीव सरलम, एतत् अतीव सरलम, परंतु 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 द्वादश प्रमेय मध्ये प्रथमोच्चारितं आत्मा, तो आत्मा आत्मा परम शरीरम, कथम शरीरम द्वितीय प्रमेय रूपेण शरीरस्य प्रयोजनं किम, ज्ञान नहीं, ज्ञानोत्पत्तौ शरीरावच्छिन्न आत्मनि एव ज्ञानं जायते, न तु निरवच्छिन्न आत्मनि। तस्मात् गुरुत्वं माने गुरुत्वं दृष्ट्वा आत्मनः परम शरीरस्य स्थानम।
Psychology, mind, and then whether mind is matter.
मैं आत्मा शरीर इंद्रिय इंद्रियाश्रितं शरीरम, तत्र मनः अपि अस्ति। न्याय दर्शने
whether what is matter, whether mind is matter, that was the issue. We are talking about other things.
ना other things ना, मन न्याय मते मन
matter. You just take this one.
For the time being.
मन प्रति शरीरे एकमेव, एकमेव, एवं मन जावत् जीवनम तावत् कालं जावत् एक शरीरे एव मनः तिष्ठति। अत्र पृच्छा स्मृतिस्तु पूर्वानुभव ज्ञानजन्य संस्कार
पूर्वानुभूतार्थ विषयं ज्ञानम् उच्यते।
संस्कार मात्रजन्यं ज्ञानं स्मृति, न तो संस्कार जन्य, संस्कार मात्र जन्य, संस्कार तो पूर्वानुभव जन्य आत्मनिष्ठित संस्कार। तो प्रश्न जायते रोग विशेष वशात् स्मरणं न भवति तर्हि तस्मिन्नेव शरीरे आत्मा अस्ति न वा? तत्र आत्मा अस्ति, आत्मा यावत् जीवनम तावदस्ति, परंतु संस्कारस्य उद्बोधो न भवति प्रतिबंधकवशात्, विविध रोगादिना
प्रतिबंधकवशात्।
तस्मात् न्यायदर्शने कारणं तु द्विविधम्, एकं साधारणं कारणम्, अपरं तु असाधारणं कारणं। साधारणं कारणं नवो, तत्तु ईश्वर, ईश्वरेच्छा, ईश्वर ज्ञानम, ईश्वर प्रीति, दिक् काल अदृष्ट प्रागता एवं
topic. How these are relevant to the topic? That is my question.
ठीक ठीक। तो ये मन अनियंत्रितत्वात् तत्वज्ञानाभावात् पुनः पुनः संसारे आगच्छति। न्यायमते यदा जीवस्य प्राणवायु निर्गमनं भवति।
Why you categorize न्यायमते, वैशेषिकमते, सांख्यमते? Why do you categorize?
दर्शन भेदे मतभेदो अस्ति।
Different. They all follow Vedas.
No, different अस्ति।
They all follow Vedas, so they can't be different. They are different explanations
follow Vedas,
of the same thing.
सत्यम, परंतु दर्शनानां मध्ये मतभेदो अस्ति।
Because they deal with different subjects.
सर्वे वैदिक दर्शन तत्र ऐकमत्यम् अस्ति न वा? वैदिक दर्शन वैशिक दर्शन सर्वेषां मतम्
वैशेषिक is khala darshana, or vaisheshika and yoga is khala darshana, and nyaya is research methodology, sankhya is akshara darshana, and yoga is its complement, prakriya bhaga, and
परंतु
उत्तर मीमांसा उत्तर मीमांसा जी अव्यय दर्शन and पूर्व मीमांसा जी इसका प्रक्रिया भाग. That's
सत्य.
So now we have gone deep into this discussion. I go back to the question I had about whether you have a uniform scale or a general scale for mind. I'm talking to Ravindra and Josna. Whether there is a scale like centimeter, meter, inches,
whether there is a scale of measuring for that for mind. In any particular domain of cognition, do you have a scale like that, which can be uniformly applied?
It just can't be. It just can't be.
No, this question is to...
I'm answering that question.
No, sir, this question is to a psychologist and a neurologist.
I'm
As
a mathematician. There are so many cases where exact measurement is not possible. And therefore, a new branch of mathematics came into picture, fuzzy mathematics. And in this type of cases, fuzzy mathematics, application of fuzzy mathematics is more useful. For example, in case of dehydration, in case of hungriness, and in case of any defect in mind, psychologists use the tools of the fuzzy mathematics. Just I want to mention, without going any detail.
Let me interrupt. You know the discoverer of fuzzy mathematics, his name is Jade.
Yes.
Lutfi Jade.
Yeah.
He came to my previous institute, ASHRAM.
Yeah.
So I was asking him that when a neuron fires, how you judge fuzzy mathematics applied. He was thinking of that. He told maybe the threshold is reached so that the neuron fires. And then I told this happens in, say, voltmeter. Suppose you like to measure some voltage. If it reaches to threshold, there is kind of meter reading is there.
Yeah.
So even, fuzzy mathematics is a tool applied even in washing machine, even in railway signals, in many, many cases. And many people I know, they are using fuzzy mathematics in cognitive domain itself.
So here in these cases, when exact measurement is not possible, the approximate measurement can be done with the help of the fuzzy mathematics.
Yeah, that is true.
Only just I want to say, for example, 10-15 साल पहले तक ये होता था कि कोई डिहाइड्रेशन का पेशेंट डॉक्टर के पास पहुंचा, वो आंख देख के कहता था डिहाइड्रेशन है, लेकिन अप टू विच लेवल ये कहना संभव नहीं होता है, बिकॉज डिहाइड्रेशन कैन नॉट बी एग्जैक्टली मेजर्ड. So this type of situation arises here also. Just I want to say this very thing.
Okay, Swamiji.
No, my question is.
Oh, okay.
So when it comes to measurement in psychology, there is no assumption that there can be a 0 mind versus 100 mind. It's nothing like a unit of mind, like a more or less existing. But for various kinds of qualities, there can be tools. So for example, some tools can be to measure the intelligence, and it is kind of enumerated into a quotient kind, or like someone is trying to assess humility or capacity to have grit in life or optimism, or for all of these are there. But even behind these tools, the assumption is that it's not zero. And therefore, it's not like in the scale, it is considered to be that when you are correlating also between two different types of maybe qualities and all, assumption is not that there's one quality is absent, it's just that maybe it might be low or high in one person or the other person.
I have
So,
one question. You started off with 3 gunas.
Huh.
Scientifically or clinically, is it possible to
measure?
Yeah, or say, I don't know, maybe from...
Yeah, there are a lot of tools to measure triguna, and when you are measuring triguna, like using a tool, psychological tool.
What do you mean by triguna?
Okay, sattva, rajas, tamas, then you are using most of the tools use psychological items. So for example, tools based on Bhagavad Gita, how it is described in the later chapters about the gunas.
But those are behavioral symptoms.
Some of them are not behavioral. They are like many of them are psychological in the sense that how a person feels, for example, how a person's attention is like. It's not like a observation of behavior. It's more like how they feel, for example, subjective.
I meant like, is there a possibility to instrument it?
I'm aware of Tridosha. There is some instrument for Tridosha I'm aware of, and in SVSA they were trying to validate it.
No, but
for Triguna, I have not come across.
fundamental issues are there.
Triguna is related to quantum chromodynamics.
We think that it will bring a new revolution in science, like in nonlinear dynamics. You can generate varieties of patterns, infinite type of patterns, with using vibration. Now these patterns do not have gunas. So how these patterns, how gunas can be generated out of these patterns, this is one of the biggest revolution we are expecting.
Sir, you have seen my paper on quantum chromodynamics in the pages.
No, I have not seen it.
I have sent you.
Because quantum chromodynamics has nothing to do with this kind of pattern generation and
You
how
please
gunas
read
are
it,
coming.
You please read it, then you will know whether it is there or not.
Okay. So, let us wind up the whole thing. Yeah.
So you told about the pattern generation.
Yeah.
And how is that, these pattern generators can be determined by the various gunas.
Yeah.
Suppose say we take the psychological aspects of the gunas and say you have a time series of some data and you generate a pattern generation of a pattern. Do you feel that if a pattern at time 1 is repeatable at time 2, time 3, time 4, the same pattern is repeated in a given say time set of a data, that can be a characteristic of a particular guna. Say for example, just an example.
Suppose you generate some patterns. Can you say that this pattern is associated with Sattva or Raja or Tamas?
That's what I'm asking.
No, but that is from behavioral point of view.
No. See, suppose say I take an EEG data of a time scale, and I have a pattern for T1.
Yeah.
Right. So 1 millisecond I have this particular pattern. 2 millisecond this pattern, 3 millisecond, and this pattern has its own correlation.
No, but you are taking a physical system.
Yeah.
This is completely mathematically generated pattern. This is a field is known as pattern generation and vibration. So issue is whether we can generate the gunas out of this kind of patterns. What we in nonlinear dynamics people do that. That's very difficult issue because they are only kind of graphical things come out. How you can, unless you have a physical system. But in nonlinear dynamics, we can generate pattern even without presence of the physical system.
Okay.
Because of nonlinearity and vibration, and that comes again the concept of spanda in Kashmiri Shaivism. There is also vibration. So from how from vibration this kind of gunas or panchabhutas. Yeah. So let us try to wind up. Binoy. Yeah.
Last word. So one of the points like Swamiji asked, so I'm not a psychologist, but since I'm coming from a computer science background, one of the questions, if you go to the measurement of the mental activity, you may have to restrict it to covert and overt behaviors and its neural representations. That's the only thing available. Even with the current existing system, you cannot measure the qualia. Because, the qualia is a big issue. So until and unless you are not able to measure the qualia, you cannot even talk about all the experiences and all that. So that is the current state in which the science is.
No, that's having the last frontier.
Yeah, and the second point, when you talk about the homeostasis, recently most of the studies which focusing on consciousness states that until and unless, I'm talking about meta-awareness, as I do in my discussions, I don't go to the something above the meta-awareness.
No, this Scott paper.
Yeah.
Paper
Yeah.
2024.
Yeah.
Where he wrote that they have conjecture that like a superposed case in quantum theory, and that experience of qualia may come from superposed state. That is their conjecture.
Yeah.
But no thought experiment.
Yeah. So then what happens that, like we said, so that is like a limitation. And third point, whenever we talk about the mind, the entire literature is based on the human mind, because even in the philosophy of mind they say that you can attribute mind to a system by two ways. One is you go for an analogy hypothesis, where you know that X species has the capability of X, Y, Z, Z. That's why we are attributing the mind to it. The third is the best explanation hypothesis. You cannot explain it using any other theory. So you attribute the mind there. So here, until and unless the qualia is, we are able to explain the qualia, we are still in a very, we are far distant from the reality what we are talking about.
Let us have opinion, starting from
So, yeah.
What do you think about future direction?
Where should we? Yeah. So this can I add one more point, sir? Yeah. To where we should go, how we should go, because many of you attended three dialogues which we conducted. We had different points and all that. So now let us see how we should move forward. Any suggestions, comments? Ashutosh?
मनः एव मनुष्याणां कारणं बन्धमोक्षाय बन्धाय विषयासक्तं मुक्तैः निर्विषयं स्मृतम् इति मतं सर्वेषां सुविदितम् एवं सर्वेषाम् अनुमोदितम्। तर्हि मनसः नियन्त्रणम् अर्थात् अवस्तुतः वस्तुन प्रति चित्तवृत्तिर निरोध अर्थात यत् खलु मोक्षार्थं प्रयोजकं न भवति तस्मिन् मनोनिवेश न कर्तव्य। आचार्य शंकरेण उक्तं कातव कांता कस्ते पुत्र संसारोऽयम् अतीव विचित्र। तथापि न्यायदर्शने वात्सायनेन उक्तं शरीरो एव आत्मा इति भ्रम सर्वाधिक। जना शरीरतः आत्मा भिन्नम् इति ज्ञातुं न शक्नोति अविद्यावशात् अज्ञानात्। तर्हि सकल शास्त्राणाम् एवं अभिप्राय आत्मानं विद्धि अर्थात आत्मा न शरीरम न मनः न इंद्रियम। चार्वाक दर्शने सुशिक्षित अशिक्षित मूर्ख चार्वाक आदीना, परंतु केवलम आत्मज्ञान एवं शास्त्रीयति जो आत्मानं जानाति से स सर्वं जानाति। तर्हि साहित्य विषये विज्ञान विषये इतिहास विषये दर्शन विषये बहवः जना पंडिता सन्ति, परंतु केचित् जना आत्मानं ज्ञातुं शक्नोति। तर्हि सकल दर्शनानां दार्शनिकानाम् उद्घोषणम् एवं गीता शास्त्रे अपि भारतीय दर्शन शास्त्रे इतिहासे रामायण महाभारत आदिषु जे बंधनमेव विषयासक्तं मनः बंधन कारणम्। तर्हि विषयस्तु क्षणिक प्रीति न समीचीना, परंतु यः खलु नित्य जस्य ध्यानं जस्य चिंतनम संसार सागरात् अर्थात संसार समुद्रतः पारार्थं नौका स्वरूपम तस्य चिंतनम अवश्यमेव कर्तव्यम्। एवं न्यायदर्शने षोडश पदार्थानां तत्त्वज्ञानं सम्यक् रूपेण ये खलु जानन्ति ते तत्त्वज्ञानार्थं उपयुक्तो भवति एवं अन्ते न तो एकजन्मनि परंतु हर जन्मनि किंचित किंचित अधिरोहणं कृत्वा अन्ते परमं पदं प्राप्नुं शक्नोति यथा गौतम बुद्धेन तत्र चतुर्विंशति शनै 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 माने तत्त्वज्ञानं लब्ध्वा अस्मिन्नेव जन्मनि तस्य बोधिर्भवति तस्मात् सर्वेषां कृते दृश्यमानं यत् जगत् ये संसारस्तु अनित्यम् इति मत्वा मायां त्यक्त्वा मोहं त्यक्त्वा एवं वात्सायनेन उक्तं दोषाः रागद्वेष मोह दोषा सूत्रे रागद्वेष मोह दोषा रागस्तु अनुराग मोह एवं तत्र मिथ्या ज्ञानमेव मोहपदेन अभिहितं मिथ्या ज्ञानमेव मोह मिथ्या ज्ञानात्
It would be great if we can give the suggestions for future, because we need to either collect all the suggestions or
तत्र न केवलं वयं तु संसारी तो सर्वथा संसार अनित्य तत्तु नित्यम इति मनसि सर्वदा न स्मर्तव्यम् उक्तं च रामकृष्णेन यत् सर्वम् अस्ति संसारे सर्वम् अस्ति पत्नी वदति मम पति पतिसमो नास्ति पति पुत्र वदति मम जनक एव उत्तम जनक सर्वान् प्रति कर्तव्यं यत् यत् तत् सर्वं विधाय मनसि एव मनसः अभ्यन्तरे एव ज्ञानरक्षणम् आवश्यकम् एते ये सर्वे न तु मम ये तु प्रारब्धवशात् यथा नदीस्रोते शुष्कं पत्रं जाति परन्तु कदा घूर्णावर्तं प्राप्य पत्रद्वयं सम्मिलितं भवति पुनः किञ्चित् दूरं गत्वा विश्लिष्टं भवति तद्वत् संसारे पति पुत्र पिता माता ये सर्वं 50 years 60 years यावत् सम्मिलितो भवति परन्तु सर्वान् प्रति यथायथं सांसारिक कर्तव्यं प्रदातव्यं परन्तु मनसि एवं चिन्तनं कार्यं यत् ये सर्वे अनित्या परन्तु नित्यस्य रामकृष्ण परमहंसदेवेन कथामृते एवम् अस्ति संसारे स्थित्वा तेन उक्तवान् संसारी यदि संसारे स्थित्वा कर्माणि कृत्वा यथायथं कर्माणि कृत्वा मनसि एकवारं हरिनाम उच्चरति स मुक्तो भवति परन्तु जो बृहत्यागी स शतसहस्रवार जपेन यत् फलं प्राप्नोति गृही एकवार नाम जपेन तत् एव फलं प्राप्नोति एवं रामकृष्ण महाभागेन
एतादृश संवादस्य को भविष्य किं करणीयं तदेव
future direction if you can suggest.
I'll ask a very specific. विज्ञानानां तु किम् अपेक्षा अस्ति विज्ञानपक्षे तु किम् अपेक्षा अस्ति भवतः वयं सर्वे विज्ञानिनः किं कर्तव्यम् इति
विज्ञानस्य अवदानम् अत्यधिकं तथापि विज्ञानं तु
किमर्थं प्रयोजनम् अस्ति
शास्त्रस्य प्रयोजनं शास्त्रः खलु
शास्त्राय प्रयोजनम् अस्ति विज्ञानस्य
नहि नहि विज्ञानस्य प्रयोजनं शास्त्ररक्षणं आधुनिक विज्ञान संरक्षणार्थं शास्त्राध्ययनस्य प्रयोजनमस्ति যত শাস্ত্র নির্মাতা খলু ঋষি ততু আত্মজ্ঞানী ते ध्यान बलेन सत्यं जानाति परंतु आधुनिक वैज्ञानिका यंत्र बलेन एवं स्थूल इंद्रिय द्वारेण ज्ञानं अतीन्द्रिय द्रष्टा ऋषि
models from Shastra or Shastra can be used, rather the other way, the models from science, how they can be useful for Shastra.
Or the growth of Indian philosophy can be done with the help of modern science.
अधुना अस्माकं देशे शास्त्ररक्षणमेव
not just insights from Shastra to resolve some of the dilemmas or epistemological issues in science. But also Shastra can be.
शास्त्ररक्षणमेव महत् समस्यम् अधुना शास्त्ररक्षणमेव महत् समस्या तदर्थं विज्ञानस्य प्रयोजनं शास्त्ररक्षणाय कथं भवितुमर्हति
विज्ञानस्य कथं प्रयोजनं भवति किं भवति वा
विज्ञानस्य प्रयोजनम् अत्यधिकं विज्ञानबलेन सर्वं सुविदितमस्ति यथा यथा न्यूटन माध्याकर्षण शक्ति परंतु अस्माकं विष्णु पुराणे माध्या अस्ति एवं सप्तदश शतके निकोलस कोपर्निकस तेषाम् अभिमतं पृथिवी घूर्णायमाना सूर्यस्थिरं परंतु एतत् सर्वं भास्कराचार्य रचित गोलाध्याये अस्ति तत्र अस्ति चलापृथ्वी स्थिरा भाति भूगोलो बोम्नि तिष्ठति तत्र सर्वं द्वादश शताब्द्यां भास्कराचार्येण अभिहितं परन्तु आधुनिक वैज्ञानिकानां यत् आविष्करणं तत्तु न नवीन परन्तु आविष्करणस्य आविष्कारो भवति अधिक क्षेत्रे राइट भ्रातृद्वय विमानयानस्य आविष्कर्ता परंतु अस्माकं भरद्वाज ऋषि
So maybe you can shift to other Professor Ravindra. Do you have translate? No translate. I think it's
everybody understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you. I was a part of almost all the dialogues except for the past say 1 or 2 dialogues. One common pattern that I have seen is, I mean, just like that, initial things will be very systematic and it goes, but when it comes to, generally in all the, when it comes to mind, brain, because brain is very chaotic, discussion also becomes very chaotic. So I think that way we need to really streamline so many things. I mean, jokes apart. But one important thing probably I feel is, see, most of the empirical evidences, say from the biological science that it is emerging, it is because of the statistical tools that we use, okay, to derive the inferences. Now, if we want to say take some wisdom, say from our philosophical ideas or concepts into to generate some of these empirical evidences, probably we have to relook certain the statistical issues and statistical measures. So probably if we go in that direction, so probably we can get some practical tips, right, or some of the working structure, how to move forward. So otherwise, till that line, yes, what are the concepts that are there in philosophy, what is the concept that is there in psychology, what are the concepts in neuroscience, what are the concepts in different philosophical tools. It is good to have all this manthan for our intellectual understanding. But how do we go further of this? Because this is happening. It is been happening since decades and many groups are doing it. But how do we want to give a structure, I mean, a structure to our dialogue so that the people who can generate some empirical evidences, we can give a framework.
And we can make a platform.
Yeah, we can make a platform and generate a framework. So I think even if we can try to understand, say, from that statistical perspective also. So is there anything, say, from our wisdom where we can incorporate into our statistical measures?
No, that joint philosophy, they
Yeah.
have concept of statistical.
Yeah, that's what. So if we can include that also, so probably in the certain other things, it will give us some good practical hints for that.
Sure, Swamiji, you can.
So, of course, we have to, as we have been doing, we have to identify areas where we can do more rigorous research. And this, as Dr. Ravindra said, it has become more like this says like this system says like this. So, but we have to include statistical methods, research methodology to find out what we can really get. And as you said, as Professor Roy said in the beginning, it has to be a two-way dialogue where Indian philosophical systems have to gain something from modern science and the other way. So for that we need to now, already we have had 4 dialogues. So we need to now we have identified about 11 areas, but we have to concretize, maybe create projects and involve people and do evidence-based and study-based research, based statistical model-based research. So that what you were saying about Jainism, like that, statistical models may be there in other philosophical traditions also. But unfortunately, many of their methodologies and instruments have lost. So we have to focus on what we have at hand, and that is mostly modern methods. And using them, we have to bring out something. So it should not be like Indian philosophy has all the solutions or science has all the solutions. It should be a dialogue in the proper term, proper sense of the term.
And also, can I add?
Yeah, okay.
In years to come or maybe months to come, the subsequent dialogues. See, we have generated a lot of data. Suppose, say, for example, we present our data. So this is what our data tells. So what is the, say, philosophical input for that particular data? How do you understand that data, say, from your philosophy perspective? So that will also give us some concretized way to understand, okay, this is the methodology that we have followed. This is what is expected, say, from the philosophical text. And so whether our methodology is suiting that or not, if at all, if this is what expected, what is the methodology that we need to use?
Again, there are some basic issues, like there are some exceptions, like data and the theory itself in science.
Yes.
Like Newton's theory of gravitation. There is one of the exceptions where they need to analyze the data and prove 1/r² law. Okay, so not always, maybe in biology, data are very important. So not in all sciences. That we have to also differentiate.
Models also.
Yeah. So maybe you can.
So for the further dialogues, two things I will suggest is, one thing is some of the discussions should already happen before we all meet here, online or through email or something. And I think we should all come prepared with very precise thought and know a little bit about the other's thought also before we come here. Next thing is, maybe not everybody, but few experts could also, not more than 10 minutes, actually present some of their research. So that the ЩАСТРАJఞа and the scientists can, as Sir was saying, some of the data and research results that can be presented just for about 10-15 minutes. These are 2 suggestions. But I think we should really put in serious hard work, because this is a very difficult field, this interdisciplinary effort.
Professor Helgeri, do you like to say something?
Yeah, I think both the sessions are in the morning where time and desirability was the morning session, and a lot of opinion given by various things. But as you said, probably we'll have to structure it, because people gave opinion on different aspects of that. If we structure it,
so that it can be documented properly in some system. Otherwise, you discuss it and then leave it at that stage.
No, it is it is being documented.
If it is there, then it is good for future activity to do it further
We
more
are
work.
video recording, then transcription has been done, then editing is going on, and we have a plan in publishing by Springer.
Yeah. And second part was the mind psychology, and then these also another dimension. And people are looking kind of measurement system are not yet evolved there. Maybe structured information can be collected and put into more scientific. It needs more intensive data collection and put into some probably kind of conclusion can be drawn from that there. But I think initiative has been made by you in these areas. People don't discuss these kind of issues in general science forum. But you have created the last 3 sessions I have attended. It has created a new awareness of some of the subjects which are not known to many scientific community. So this has opened up a new thing now. Probably it has to be structured in coming days, and people are aware about such things are already existing in Indian philosophy, and that will give some guidelines for the future scientific activity in this direction.
Professor Joy.
So, in my opinion, some problems related with science should be identified. Scientists feel some problem and they do not get any solution, and they see towards the philosophers. So the identified problems should be discussed here in light of the different ancient Indian philosophies like Vedantic, Jain, Bauddha, Nyaya, Vaisheshik, etc. And from the discussion, if we get some examples quoted by Professor Carr regarding Newton's and Lilavati, so if there is some solution can be suggested, then this will be helpful for the development of science. In the same fashion, each philosophy has some controversies, some problems are unsolved. So that problem should be identified and discussed with the help of the material available in the other philosophies. If we get the solution, then it will be helpful to that very philosophy. So in this way, the dialogue between scientist and ЩАСТRAJఞ will be beneficial.
So, Binoy, would you like to say something?
No.
You are part of the dialogue.
Yeah, but one thing we discussed all, and as a, as a host, being from the host side, I don't want to tell much. But one thing, like I am reflecting what others also said, we need more rigor, and we need to taper more. Like I said in the beginning, we need to now dig deep. That much only I am telling now.
और एक सजेशन ये बहुत अच्छा है कि राइट अप कुछ तैयार करके
No, write up is we are.
राइट अप हम लोग दें आपको तो आपको फिर
the transcript for 7 hours and then editing. Editing is a big job.
very difficult job.
Some of us are doing that, and it will take time.
Whatever I am going to say, all of you I am sure will believe that I am speaking from the air. But I am speaking from the very ground, and Rai Sahib knows it. What my suggestion is, all our darsanas come from the Vedas, so they are not contradictory to each other. They all say the same thing from different perspectives. Kshara talks about physical sciences, that is Vaisheshika, that is Kshara Darsana. And Sankhya Darsana speaks about Akshara Darsana, that is energy sciences. So, quantum chromodynamics can be found in Sankhya. So, all the fundamental forces of nature that I have derived from Vedas, I have sent paper to him, he knows it. I made a presentation at IIT Guwahati on 4th October last year on this. Value of G I have calculated up to 10 places of decimal. That also I have presented at IIT Guwahati last year.
No, you tell us in which...
I am coming to that, sir. Just let me give 1 or 2 examples, I will then come to that, what to do. Then third thing is, I have calculated the value of electric charge of quarks from the Vedas. You are talking about science, na? I have calculated the electric charge of quarks from the Vedas. differently, which conforms to experiments, modern experiments. Modern value is wrong, my value is correct from the Vedas, calculated from the Vedas. That also I have sent to him, he knows it. So I have written those papers and sent to him in advance, much in advance. That I have done. So what I want to say is, instead of depending upon Nyaya Vaisheshika as a separate class, because all our darshanas are only from one source, so they are not contradictory. Those who say they are contradictory, they don't understand darshana.
No. In our dialogues, we invited Vedantin and...
No, that is the objection. That is my objection. You invite those who knowing Vedas. So I follow Vedas only primarily. Then these are subsidiary for me. For me, there is no conflict, no contradiction in the darshanas. So instead of darshana, that is what I say. That is what I say. So
let us restrict the discussion to the future plans.
Yeah.
Future, I am telling that. So instead of calling Nyaya Vaisheshika or this or that darshana, better you talk about from the Vedas.
You know, for scientists, we have a curiosity that I told you, that why there are 6 sort of darshanas.
Then I am talking from the Vedas, all that I spoke.
Now you say that what will be in future direction.
So that is what I say, na. If I could find out these things from the Vedas on physics, quantum physics, if I can, relativity, if I could find out those from the Vedas, why don't focus on the Vedas? Because I read traditional system.
So nothing has to be done because you have already done everything.
No, I don't say everything. I have done a simple, just a grain of sand before the ocean.
Okay.
So things have to be followed. So my point is, sir, my point is, people should follow the same path. See Vedas from the light of science, not as a philosophy. Second thing, don't please call darsana as Indian philosophy. Philosophy is different, darsana is different.
That all of us know, but
still you call Indian philosophy.
What we will call?
Darsana.
No, for Western audience. Because
Darsana.
there are a lot of...
I write everywhere darsana only. That is the thing.
You can...
Thank you, sir. I think one of the things we can do is have a little bit of note about where are the consensus and where are the differences. And for the differences, is there a way to translate them into certain hypotheses which can be tried by different people in terms of experiments or using different methodology? How do we answer those questions? And then take it share that data with each other so that we can go further. Because I agree with Dr. Ravindra that some of the similar kind of programs has happened over decades, and we have been talking from different schools, come together, talk and then go back. However, the problems and the questions remain there as it is, or else one person here and there tries to answer. But if we can do as a group and some amount of prior maybe online meeting or reading or some references can be shared which are the indicating where the problems are. People can read, think through it and come back and then discuss. That might be a little more fruitful. Thank you.
Okay, and we have one guest, if she wants to say something.
So before that, just 1 minute, my suggestion is for the next session, whenever you plan it for science, physics, and call Vedantis, that Veda knowing people, to talk on physics.
Okay. I don't know whether there are Vedantins who can talk physics.
I am talking.
No, it's okay, but your understanding may not conform with that.
You report me. I challenge.
No,
I can
it's
talk
okay.
on any theory you say.
You say something.
Actually,
any theory you say in physics, I will show you from the Veda in a better way.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll just conclude you. Actually, there are two perspectives. Whether you want to look into science through the lens of perspective of philosophy, or you want to look into philosophy through the lens of science.
Why can't you see science in the lens?
No, later finish. Later.
See, I have seen dozens of problems, not only. We may have thousands of problems in society, in human being, in every way. But as he said very correctly, we are doing round and round discussion, but we don't know what is our productivity. what is our objective, and how we exactly link our knowledge to resolve the issues and addressing what are the problems we have. Still, in even policy making, we are struggling every day to, whenever we are writing something, whether human being has free will or not. So these are many questions. You can say Veda says this, Upanishad says this, science says this, but when you're coming to solving the real-time issues of people, even science answers a little bit and philosophy answers a little bit. So whether now we can understand properly where is exactly the point of differentiation and where is actually the clear conscience on any issues. Yeah, because otherwise we'll go round and round. And another thing I want to just to another perspective, please bring also real-time experience to the discussion so that it will bring more life to the discussion. Last time, Professor Mukundananda has told very precisely on that in his last notes, bring some evolutionary consciousness aspects too, so that it will be more lively and more evolving concept it would be. Otherwise, it will be more chaotic, maybe probably, because we point out something, ЩАСТРАJNAs and scientists point out something, but we will dig down into the human problem. It is the problem after all, whether the science has the same problem and the philosophy has the same problem. But what is the mean of this? There is only one legitimate goal of both science and philosophy, to address real-time human issues, isn't it? So if we'll go from that point of perspective, then probably we'll bring more direction to the discussion and we'll bring it more productive, and it will be more easy for us to come into some point of consensus building. Okay. Because if we'll take into some issues like the mental health issues as you address, if we look into from the mental health perspective, the consciousness, the matter and the mind, then probably we will get certain direction. Because these days the mental health issues is rapidly growing all over the world, and these are the real-time issues. And if you look into these knowledge sets, whatever you are trying to prep up here, okay, the escalating knowledge and the escalating issues, if we can bring some mapping between, see, this is the consensus we built up now, this is the relationship between, we totally agree, both discussion.
Okay.
That's much I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Let us have tea outside, high tea.
So, sir, here that means what we say concluded finally, be more focused than being open-ended.
Yeah.